regime تتومن ده المناسبة اللي كان قال will never respect us until our self determination is recognized. ومن ما بيرسبكت إنه كله لاتي our self determination is recognized. كده ما نعرفه إن ما دير خلاص قوات تكون بين ما دير إن ما دير for how long إن بونس كلام ده لقينا بونس كلامات تتنا ده وشنو زي nationals قال لنا بقدر كني مع الناس دي وشنو يا جماعة إنت كيف بيجيني مع زول اللي بيقتل ناس تتاكي إنت أنا شنو حاصل في نوملي في أي تتنا ده أنا ولد تفجلو من كوبيرا حاجات البام ولا مول لنا هناك دي أكوانا تتنا في هناك جوبا أنا بدور فوق توالي حاجات إنت كان أنا جوبا ده ولدنا في جوبا هناك ولدنا في مستشفى الصباح حاجات التباين في جوبا ده والله ناس زي في ناس عندي كان قالوا والله جلابه ذاته معمول لنا حاجه كده يلا ده قال فينا ده اكوانا تتنا الناس بيجيني مومن ناس دي عنده اجنده في مكتا تومن wake up يا Equatorians سيبوا تكون بايبل ده تهت حتى ذاته وقت بايبل هناك في وقت تاوه في وقت تسالي لكن في ناس تتنا بيبقى تطلع كاورد من دير امسكوا بايبل دير سالي يتانو من بعمل شنو في بلد دي ناس قالين دي قلبه بيكافوا من ربنا دي ناس قالين دي قلبه قال فينك بيكافوا بربنا بعمل لابوه بتتاكي كده بعمل لعيال سكرين حاجات كده بيكاتولوا ناس ليه يا جماعه انك كان ما فتح عيون تتنا انك كان ما فتح عيون تتنا إنا يا بعدين بكون كدامين تناس دي إنا بعدين بكون زي ناس جلابة دي ناس جلابة دي زي عملنا كان جنوبين زمان ده إنا برا أكون كده زي Europeans زي عمل entire African continent ده إنا بعدين برا أكون كده زي في US ولا كان في كندا شنو you know how the white elites or the 1% or the supremacy ولا إنا بعدين زي برا أكون you see how the treatment in US how they do to the black people. This is what these thinkers going to do to us. They will kill you like you just nothing. Like your life is nothing. And that's what they're doing already and even worse and beyond. This regime is not created for us. If we don't wake up now, ya Jama'ah, and create our own independent government state, then نهاية ولقينا نبونس قال فينا يا كده يونايت ولنا يا جماعة years تتمن نبي count كلام تمن قال فينا 30 years golden تا 100 years تتمن ده هسه ده 17 years down إنه بعملوا شيء إنه لسه بيفكر قال فينا كان ترى ده بيصالح كده سيلي كده نعمل شيء لقينا بيسيلي من يابي they taking over يا الله أنت تنمون بيج راب نساوين تنمون بيشيلوا إنها بيكين قالوا كنا جيني مع ناس إنها بيجيني مع ناس من بتين. We are not Equatorians. We are not South Sudanese. We're Equatorian. And we need to understand that we are Equatorians by nature. Royal children of the Most High. We are beautiful. We are tropical people, in and out. Our souls are pure. Our heart is clean. We are farmers by nature. We are in tune with Africa's soil, Jama. Can nas tanende be comprehend tana be kelemde? Yashan kidana maybe have this animalistic behavior tatomande. No. Hajat almon bamul dinna ma bamul amulu fi mahalat tatomon. Tama basa ma Equatoria fi kan bor wala kan وين فاويل محلات تتمن دي ولا كان في ابانال ولا في بحر الغزال doing land grabbing ولا بعمل raping. No, no, no. إنما بقدر أعمل حاجات دي because it's not in our nature. That's that you see what they doing في بلدنا. إننا كان ما wake up يا جماعة هسا والله future تتنا لقدام it would not look good. It would not look good at all. Regardless of what they do to us, will never reduce our dignity and characters عشان نبي stoop low في الليفل تتومن ده. We can never live with these people Zana killing Alfinak for thousands of years to come. Their vision is not aligned. It's not in alignment with the way we want to build our land, secure the future of our generation. Nabela tatena der abin abin. Musurata tatena der sala sala. Nadirin good hospitals. عشان بيعالجوا ناس tatena de. The only thing for us عشان we enjoy land ancestors is we need to separate from these people. It might sound harsh, some other people might took it the wrong way وكده, لكن this is the reality يا جماعة. Whether it's federalism ولا كان co-federalism وشنو شنو, we need to separate يا جماعة. جيني تكون في مالتا تكون, تكون نسابة نال جين في مالتا تكون, إنك رجيني في مالتا تنا. We need to have our own government that we elect. Mazi al-Assad regime, they select their people, including all these parliament members, they select. You will be surprised, some of them even pay money for this position. Some of them don't even know how to read and write, but a parliament member. Are you guys joking? Out of this 500, or now I think last time when they changed it, like 60 something, Fina standing in Magder, Agara, Magder Katifu. Fina standing in Kilibu, Nusmo, Verotandinka. Itabamul Shunini. If Equatoria and Tatina beginning for the sake of the dollars, Sukida or a VA to Shun, Yala be Nesito Kalamata Nasta Tomon. Magulia Jama de Bele Tatina de Borakira. Ligena guiding Nasa. Nasta Tena de Kat Mutu fi Bele Tatena de. عشان يال تتومن يا بيجينا اسا ليجو بي اكلنا في كدامانا تتنا بيسرغولان تتنا لان كرابن بي ريبو ومهات تتنا ابو بات تتنا ومن كان بعمل لنا حاجات دي هسا يتكون باينا انهم بعمل لنا حاجات دي هسا ان رجال ونسوان دي وشنو ناس كبار ديل imagine من برامل شنو ليال تتنا imagine من برامل بيجا شنو ليال تتاكي ولا كازن تتاكي بعدين ولا نيفي ولا نيس تتاكي بعد وقت تتننا الكبار لنا خلاص even though I'm not that old وكده إنك كان ما وقف ناس ده هسا تعرف ناس تتنا ناس أنقلات تتنا ناس تنا الكبار ده كان في جو مومن في غابة ده ونعمل عمل لهم شنو تانيين ده ناس جون جيرنج ده كدو في شوالات كدو في جو بحر تتنا ده تمساح انتهى منهم what kind of heart يالا ده ناس قالت ده راسيبو يالا تتاكي بعدين لهم ناس ده من دير Equatorian region تتنا ده من دير Equatorian ده the whole but most importantly central western or eastern ده because we in a strategic place. Equatoria تنا ده in a strategic place ومن دير by any means كويس كنالي نقول ده إنك هنقفله South Sudan نقول آخر كويس كده بس الذهبات oil تتومن ده كده منشيله إنما دارين oil ده ذاته capital ده إنما دارين كده من وجينا في رامشيل ده ما قال فينا كابيتال ده سبانا باين جروب ما دومن بيكون حاجات وكده قال فينا بودي في توريد ولا بودي من وين وكده نو كابيتال ده ورا جيني في رمشل فايدا كابيتال بس بيجي محلات ديك ساكت ودور في رمشل هناك فور ريزن عشان shared by the three region by Upper Nile by بحر الغزال by Equatorian ما أقدر رسالة تكون بينك ولا استفدت إنها كابيتال إنها بيسترا لكن كيف ترى من جوبا ده when someone be used excuse to turn the capital everybody can be in the capital well class okay I'm in the capital then if we don't wake up يا جماعة وكمان في حاجة تانية أوي كده من حاجات إن ده كأنها فتى وينتتنا ما آه these NGOs or these Europeans الناس بيفكر قال فينا كومن بي سعودي إن ده ولا UN ولا UNIMES ولا كان Red Cross ولا كان شنو these people are not there for you my brother and sister. These people have their own agenda. These people have their own agenda. These are like what I call them is like the modern day colonizers. These are the modern day colonizers, agencies, NGOs, Altabayan Refugee South Sudan, over 150 NGOs, like, what is the purpose? As elders, what are they doing? These people are there just to steal our natural resources. Donation, loans, only buying their way out. Millions of dollars. Out of this regime, what they doing with this money? Just common sense. Just look at it. Let's present a traditional report of the conflicts in South Sudan. So they don't give them donation or give them loan. But if you can say the playing tricks with us. Ya jamaa kena Equatoria na wake up. Malushi vanka wonu su. Thank you.
Thank you so much, brother. Really appreciate it, brother Kifaya. Kalamak, very true, and really shows a true, genuine Equatorian son. اللي بيتكلم من قلبه, speak from the heart. أنا بس بتمنى من أخوان الاستوائيين اللي لسه نايمين ده wake up, لأنه we are in danger. أنا بستغرب sometime, and I have to switch it in Arabic. I apologize for those who speak English. I have to switch it in Arabic for our people. يعني أنا بستغرب مرات بشوف أخواننا ديل بيكونوا super excited, يعني بيكونوا في ناحية بتاع بيقول شنو, يعني بيجي لهم حالة كده, هم بينفعلوا, بيقولوا إحنا كده وإحنا كده. لكن لما نيجي في وقت يعني هم يعني بيجوا مشاعر كده بس سريع, excitement and then disappear. إن أنت تلقاهم هم راجعين في نفس الخور اللي هم فوقه, خور بتاع شنو, يعني سوري أقول خور لأنه ده الترعة أو مكان المويه الوسخان, يعني بيرجعوا في نفس المويه الوسخان بيقول إحنا دايرين وحدة. And when you said nationalists, actually those people, I don't consider them nationalists because we consider ourselves Equatorian nationalists. For them, they call themselves Equatorian Unionists for unity of South Sudan. So Humma describe themselves as Unionists, Humma Unionist, as they call themselves. But for us, we Equatorian nationalists who believe that separation is the path for us to be free, independent, and able to decide for ourselves without any tribal hegemony, alijaimin, Upper Nile, or Bahr Ghazal. And that's why we say we are nationalists. يلا أخواننا, أنا شفتهم أيام الفات ده, يعني محيصين, يكلموا, يعني ظاهر عندهم وطنية, لكن ما هو الفعالية, what is behind after people are just singing this and no action is useless. يعني إحنا بس ناس تام, عشان كده يوم داك last time some of these سياسيين المكارين ديل في كلاب هاوس, في ناس هنا مستهترين هم عاملين حالهم سياسيين, في الجهات المعارضه بيقول يا اخي استوائيين ديل ناس عاطفيين، على اساس ان هم بس بعاطفه بيتكلموا، يعني ما بيتكلموا بمنطق. يعني لما احنا بنتكلم ضد الاخطاء اللي قاعدين يعملوه ضدنا، احنا اللي بنتكلم عن انفصال وعن دوله استوائيه، بقى كل الجهات ده بيطلع ضدنا، حتى بيستغلوا العاطفيين دول عشان يكونوا ضدنا. يلا العاطفيين ده وان داي يعني كان عندهم باي بولا كده، كان عندهم انفصام شخصي. يعني وان داي هم بيكونوا مع الفكره بتاع الوحده، بكره هم بيقولوا انا استوائي. يعني ما بتفهم. يلا كمان يلا حاجه المعيب في كل ده يا جماعه، المعيب اللي قاعد يخليني لما I get sick when I hear these people. قالوا والله شفتها، كنتوا عملتوا زي دي ذاته بن join the separatist. Why are you saying this? Either يا اخي في الدنيا ده you make a path, one choice. Nothing انا join. Either you are or you aren't. You are or you're not. There is nothing called انا بعمل. لانه حتى في الدنيا ده you know if you look at the idea بتاع انسان خلقه، انت لازم تاخد اتجاه. ما قال انا جاي اتعلم انا بتكلم فرنسي ولا بتكلم عربي، كان انت ما قاعد تديني نتكلم، ما تعلمني لغه فرنسيه، او قول مثلا انت ما تديني لبن. يعني كان جانا صغير كان بيتكلم نقول you know لو كان of course جانا صغير ما بيتكلم. but if يلا امه ما ردعه، بقول يا اخي نو كان انت ما ردعتني، انا ماشي للفرنسيين ده، انا برد لبن انت فرنسا عشان انا اكون فرنسي مره واحد. is it this make sense؟ يعني either you are or you're not. يعني الناس دي اللي يقول لنا قال يا اخي انا يا برد لبن ايكاتوريا، كان انا برد لبن جنوب السودان، لو انت ما اديتني انا ماشي لايكاتوريا. what is this؟ are you Equatorian or not؟ just go for Equatoria. لكن طبعا العقليه ده هم بيحاولوا يعملوها كانه هم عندهم الوقت. يلا في ناس طبعا باكسايتمنت هم بيجوا في الجو اللي جنبهم ده بيقوم بيتكلموا يعني بحماس، لكن الحماس ده مجرد حماس زي ما بيقولوا، عاطفه. عشان كده بيفشلوا في النهايه، ما بيقدروا يكملوا مشوار. يعني انا ذكرت فيه كان حصل لنا حاجه في الجيش. I remember a long time ago when I was the first. طبعا عندنا بي تي ده training. يلا عمل لنا قال لنا جهزوا حالكم للجري. I remember very well. even I almost did the same. but انا رجعت مسكت اخوضها. قال لنا يلا جهزوا حالكم. في واحد طوالي من ما هو سمع صوت السلاح ده عمل بتاع كده، اما جرى سبيدي، لما نسميه سبيدي جونزاليس. اما جرى بدون فرمله لحد ما هو جا وصل في النص وقف وبقى تعبان. فرمله قطع، امين هنا ده بنزين قطع معه. يلا احنا قاعدين نجري بالراحه ده، لان كنت عاوزين نجري سريع. زول قال هولد اون جايز، دونت ويست يور انرجي. انت تجري لحد ما توصل في وقت في وقت هنا خلاص قريب، انت تقوم شد قوتك كله واوصل، انت بتنجح في الجري ده. طبعا ده سباق. سامك ده جرى وفكر خلاص ومشى. يعني الناس كله قال واو زول سريع زي ده. وقف في النص، احنا اول شيء خلينا ورا وجا هناك احنا وصلنا للنهايه. بمعنى خلينا ما نكون very excited when we are not willing to commit. Excitement is not commitment. Excitement is just the moment انت got to go. It's moment of ecstasy, what they call it. Moment of feeling the شنو عنده كلمة تانية the euphoria, and it will go away quickly. لكن the reality انت can commit on the basic that انت Equatorian, your duty is to stand and fight for Equatoria. And I really appreciate you brother Kifaya, and I hope a lot of our brothers سمعوا كلامك وصوتك وانت كلمت بعربي بتاع اهلنا عربي جوبا ده perfect. يعني I want them to hear it. لأنه في ناس تحت depend on us. These people really depend on us. احنا قاعد نجي هنا ما عشان حبا للكلام. We're coming here to day and night to tell our people, because في حاجات أنا جاي read it هنا. And like you said about the international community, my brother, ناس تا NGO ده, we need to be careful. إنت معاك حق 100%. And like you read my mind, because there is an article I want to read about that, about the United Nations, what are they saying about this unified army. And then عندك البوليتيشن المجرمين ديل تا رجيم ده، وعندك الجيش اللي عملوه ده بيجي يتكلم. يعني عدة حاجات، واستواء هنا هم يا خسرانين. we are the losers, let's be honest. Let's not say هنا عندنا spirit تا Equatoria. spirit تا Equatoria is not a talk, it's not celebration, it's action. زي ما انا قبل قلت without faith without action there is no, it's useless, it's dead. So انا ما عاوز اكتر ادي فرصه ديدي لو ده تعلق and then نجيب brother James. And again thank you brother كفايه sorry. كفايه ما اقدر نقول كياف because انا قاعد mix it you know. So thank you so much. Didi, please go ahead.
Yeah, I have nothing much. It's also part of the reasons that I came out with what is known the African national anthem earlier, the freedom songs. It's a declaration of saying that we are nagi ferigo, nagi disintegrating ourselves. Now ready to disintegrate ourselves, and now we're coming up as a nation. We're joining into African nation as a nation by itself, as Equatoria as a nation, not Equatoria under South Sudan. We no longer that. Part of it is that we are declaring that we are part of the African nation as independent, as independent Equatoria. فأنا كمان داير أشكر كفاية لكلمات اللي بتتكلم دي كلماتك كده really it's really good, very beneficial. كان ناس ده really تحت هناك منقاس منا النار قال النار واضح تمن والنار تجاه تمن بوين on already taban ناس already taban. Even sometimes لول كان داقر comments ناس من from what do you call it, page to page, groups ناس ده فوقه. Sometimes إنت ما بعرف تبقى تروح stuck when. Then I sometimes question myself, how do you recognize this too يا جماعة؟ إنت عنده ناس بقى هنا is calling for self-determination of not here. They're raising their banners up. Here mungi cry, mungi kore mundar self-determination. Nasu kan gal aker kan inna barah na kan gesi ma aker. Lakini it ended fi individual, we still get drug woman. Galena lisa that stay fi unity. Lakini unity dem aga affect. Mushkila hina dem aga affect the individual and the drug woman because the individual are outside, they're in diaspora. They're all overseas, over the waters. More comfortable, more okay. Maybe family someone is not affected. Maybe nobody in their family died, because if your family are going through the terror that we're going through, the suppression that our people are going, nothing more could be a horrible abuse than what Equatoria is going through. Many nations have divided over this, and then why should we still drag Equatoria under this? Can I imagine the Hazel sloop can name the chance, but in that we will play video Sota Edward when Edward was saying the room that they cut down there. And we knew it. We knew. All this time we've been speaking. To almost 3 years since we started talking, we've been talking about all these things. But nothing against us. People try to silence us. The more we speak about this thing, like it's funny when these things happen, we tell them about the same thing. They're not mad at it. But then even when they speak, even they will not, even up to today, they will not say that, those of producers have been talking about it, those of DD, those of DJ, those of, James and stuff. They will go mention other names. You see? This is the much that you see Equatorians are confusing itself, in themselves. Like, which is happening, but no, they don't want to hear it from you because they want to be the one saying it. Why should you be the one saying it? Since ita ma مولود هناك, since ita ذاتك ita ثلاثة منك ita سكر, يا أخي ita جناك في بيتك ده, ita كده ما متوكل جناك ده Equatorian, and you're not thinking that جناك المولود overseas ده, جناك ده is Equatorian enough and can go back for nation building in Equatoria one day, or ita plan. Well, I don't even know how people are thinking. This is not the spirit of the people that are really grieving for their people. This is not the spirit as the song of the Nisikulele, the song of the mourning. The people who are mourning that their oppressors are oppressing them, and now they're coming up resilience, fighting. In the face of the death and in the face of the tyranny, they're not afraid. You see? And then they want to come down just and sit and talk, and then later on they act confused. They don't know whether left or right. You see? Left or right we should go or not, or maybe it's a future thing, or maybe let's wait. But our people are finishing. Our land has been subdued. We have been colonized. If this is not ringing the Rasta Zol, Kali ring quite after that, we are under colony. And that's why I came up with this African national anthem earlier. We have been colonized. And always the Spirit of God has been working in to try to wake us up. We are under colony, but in the Mugira feels this. Imagine, Pastor, 2013, the things that are happening again. And this time happened like Equatorians. What would you still sit here and sing about, praises of unity? Ashan ita we give go away. Ashan zol be respect ita. It allows them be give, it allows them be take decision. Equatorians can move one side. Equatorians can tell us from everything to do with unity. Welcome, Brother Robert. Equatorians can move from anything to do with unity, anything to do with these people who are abusing Equatorians. عشان الناس ده بيكافوا عشان بدي قوة بدي صوتك بيكون قوي. انت عارف؟ انت كده احترم نفسك كفاية. You see? انت دفنوا نفسك كفاية. دومتك كفاية. You see? انت repeat كفاية. Humiliated كفاية. The humiliation that you have received is enough. It's enough for you when another man takes his private part and stick it in another man's apart. This is defiling that man. And this is something which is of disgrace. And you cannot live with this such a person that does that. You cannot even say that you're still my brother, you want to live with me. Because you have shown me the dark side of you, the danger side of you. You see? Because you have shown me the things that those people who have colonized us were doing before. It's called the backbreaking. Ita bijib rajil before the slaves, ita bijada utehed, ita bi before his wife, before his kid. You see? And Imara Zatu Jabu Jozu, the wife, he will not even live with the wife. Somebody else will rape the wife and take the wife. And these are the things happening back home. You will have your child, somebody will come and kidnap your child. James Yom de Kalam Kalamda. Yal the Shilum be trucks. Loaded in a truck, they steal the kids are even on the news recently what's happening. And Italy's a bit mad is all the Akuk. Dema Akuk, this is a colonizer. This is a colonizer. And Zola colonizer there is not your brother anymore. You don't see eye to eye to Mazol the Tanimara Shantanadiu Akuk. عشان ما تعرف انت بتقعد حتى كم هو منا بنقعد نشتم بعضنا مناطق هم بيشتموكم هناك. Edward فات هناك and Edward say that I ناس دول انا عارفهم هم قبلين حتى دلك المام في احزاب ما في opposition ده هو قاعد ناس. These people are قبلين and I know that they are after separation. He's targeting nas, but nas are afraid of Edward. You see, everybody is afraid of him. Who got who got Arab say this? Miyakol Anna supported your room. I support your room. Even if the Equatorians want to say that the Upper Nile has united against Equatoria, let them say body. However, you wrote the room or whatever Galu the room that I support who got Kida. He supported. And he said he was part of the other room and he was writing to Miyakol, he was engineering the room from the back, and he came the next day to speak in the other room. So Equatorian asal nufuskum كويس. إذا أدوك يا بشتي ما كوشة. أدوك يا بوري كلمات الأفنات كوشة. ناس قاعدين يبقوا. إحنا مفروض إيكوتوريا إننا نجور نفسنا باتجاه واحد. نتلمى بعضنا. كان ده شنو ولا كان ده إتو بنادي كشابين ولا كان ده شنو. We suppose this is the time. We should stop this national anthem of singing. We should unite as if we are a bunch of confused people. We know what is to be done. We really know what is to be done. And this is really frustrating to me. You see? So I will just leave it here. Sorry that I took it so long, but I just wanted to explain that, that this is the inspiration for so what is happening. We have already disintegrated. We disintegrated. Our spirit is not the spirit of South Sudan. We do backbreaking the backbreaking you in front of Iyal Taki in the day broad light, in the night. Itamaraji tani, itamaraji. Ita namanda mati give le rajil tani idirkaba. Ita marajil wallahi. Ita marajil. Ita lisa to God hine to good unity is only be give on your face the Goliath. Be shittim day and night the Goliath got shittim Brazil. Ukaman yare Goliath kanga di shittim na ten sakit. Lakin de naman de be birka be jabata kawara. Ita lisa hina got the goldfish, Ita lisa got the goldfish, We have disintegrated. What we have now is fighting for tangible things that matters to us, which is the self-determination and to become an independent country that we can be self-reliant in everything that we want for ourselves, the needs that we want, the things that we're telling them that I want to be free. I don't want the cows. I don't want our kids to be harmed. All these things that you want, unless you turn and become the fighter for yourself. The thief only come to steal, to kill, and to destroy. This is at the end we brothers mark. I'll just leave it here, to move the line. Thank you guys so much.
As my sister, thank you, Sister Didi. I'm back there share this one subject at 1 minute.
Yeah, feel free, brother. thank you for joining us too. It's really good to hear from you too. We encourage all our Equatorian brothers to have the courage to speak, because we need your every voice and every hand together عشان get the liberation to Equatoria. Thank you. تفضل.
Thank you so much, Aditi. You said something a lot of our people don't know. And a lot of people don't know, Taban, of course, about the bug breaking. Bug breaking, it goes back في letter كده اسم تاتو. If anybody they can go and look it up right now. Google, all over. It's called the Willie Lynch. Willie Lynch letter. It was created by Willie Lynch in 1712. The purpose of the letter was created in the slavery time in the U.S. In order to control the slaves. And this letter was so powerful to give you details of how you need to control the slave. And if you follow everything in that letter, you will be able to control them for 400 years.
Wow.
And some of the tactics on it, Didi just mentioned, the bug breaking. The bug breaking, a lot of people don't know, it's called bug breaking, which is spelled B-U-C-K. But the origin word of it is butt, B-U-T-T, butt breaking. The rajali abinum masidul bet. Umun kaman mun mabamolo hajat da mabis binum no mana sambara. Mun binum no masidul bet. Leaders, engineers, nasal important for community de. Ashan by bug breaking, excuse Marabi minini. Ini ku rajal fi ginta. Rajal deo very important. Chief, wala shunu, wala kan. Someone opposing the government, wala nasal important fi community. Yaba moloman hajat tekira. Ijan numba rajal. Bukuta fi tarbeza. Genzir fi denta daimin tani fi denta kida tashamal korata kida korata takida yala gida mara taki gida miyalta taki gida community rajel tani bi num maita. Do you know what that do to men? It breaks everything. It breaks your spirit, your character. This is destroying a nation, wala akwana. You will tell Marif Denkawa Desim Tomunwa al create October 17 movement. Desim Tomunia Jama. Malu Saudi Tapanana Kira. Al Jakatolo last year they were like Carbino. They did this thing to Carbino followers. They did this thing Carbino and for national security for Jubenak. And Carbino, command at the same time, let us be fair. We have fit in Katanin, they have good heart. They don't even like Hajat al Fakir Deushin. They don't even like Hajat al Dinkata Tomon Bamudle. But there are some other things that even they admit they're like, and I sat with them before, got in a debate and arguments with them before. And they say honestly, even some other Dinkas want to fight them. They say, we the Dinka, we the one messed up this country. There's some other Dinkers. Like in Hajat al-Amulna Carbino, the same thing. But breaking. They rape him inside national security. And not just him alone. A lot of our Equatorian brothers. Nasdena ketir katolna. Tanin dere who wants Shinashan Kedetala Baraze Mara, but you cannot open your mouth. We have the videos and everything what we did to you. Ebilimu Ginta. So Anama surprised that of ناس بابا جاده وشنو ده بكون ده ناس عملوا من حاجات ده. Equatoria عندنا في government فوق ده ناس عملوا من حاجات ده. كان ما support SPLM ده ولا تمام movement ده بيexpose ده. So ناس بيبقى كم بابا جا ناس اللي amoro ناس بيبقى جيني ما اللي على amoro ناس تاني بيبقى جيني ما ركوبة. تما أقدر جيني بركوبة في region تتاكين تراجع. So thank you sister Didi. But breaking وحاجات دي ولا links they had this is what they using the tactics, the same tactics that European and the Arabs did in order for them to colonize their own brothers, Equatorians, or like other tribes in your South Sudan. Yala nas can be honest the truth. في تانين دينكات تانين ببعد زعلان وفي تانين دينكات إني في جوارهم ده بتاعهم كان في روم إني في تانين ده طبعا هم so emotional وكده كده هم كان بسمع اسم بتاع دينكا ده they get mad. لكن يا أخوانا وسيستا analyze حاجات اللي تكون بعمل ده وفكر تكون even تانين في بلاد البرة كان في يوروب وشنشن ده you know the system over there. ناس تتاكد بعمل the same thing instead of you jumping on us Equatorian وكده كده there's we need to separate because we're tired of the things your people are doing. How about don't come and attack us? Talk to your people. You know they're just. You're tired of what's wrong and what's right. Talk to your people. لكن ما تأتاكينا عشان we speak in our voice. And the saddest part is جوا في جوا قلبة تتاكد ده كان تنكاوي ده تعرف حاجات الناس ده بعملوا ده ما كويس. لكن انت their support whether it's party ده SPLM ده ولا their support Salva Kiir. Even though you know what he's doing is not right. He's failing in everything. If he's not failing, our people will be prospering. هسه إنه بكون أحسن من يوغندا، إنه بكون شنو إنه بكون قاعدين ممكن some Equatorians عنده vegetables نبودينك في اتجاه تاكل بحر الجزائر ولا وين ممكن إنه بيجيبوا سمكات منك. We can have like good relationship إنه بس only 3 regions. يا Equatoria ده بحر الجزائر وأبا نايل. زي تكون كان في United States there is 52 states. طبعا تقدر تفوتوا في New York buy some stuff there bring it to North Carolina take it to Georgia take it to California. You move freely anytime. And this is what we want our country to be. But your people are not helping it. Nas der rafisika bikator nas. Nas der rafisika numule bikator nas. Yalta kunder blame kalam dele nas. Gal nas is the one killing. How? This is nas people. Ita can be faker ya dinkat. De nas ta Thomas Cirillo. Okay, برakatul nas ta to. Yala kaman kedan der kita kun faker ziyada. فكر زيادة وكان حكومة ده بفكر زيادة كان توماس سيريلو بيجا عنده قوة تطو لدي فورس تطو بيجا أمسك النملة ده معناته شنو بيجا جويني تعرف من نملة اللي جوبا ده إنت فكر قال فينا الجوفرمنت ده كان ما براسه الناس هناك للناس ده هم كان أمسك النملة اللي أدي درجة من بكاتل كاتل الناس تكون فاكرين يعني كان جوفرمنت ده ما براسه الناس كنملة ده يا جماعة كده الناس فكر في حاجات كده بس ما انت بقرا في ميديا ولا بقرا في نيوز شنو ده sometimes كده think deeper. That's what it's called في English critical thinking ما just regular يعني عينه حاجات تانيين with your third eye عين حاجات تانيين في كاتبوه في ميديا ولا كان في فيسبوك ولا شنو ده لكن فكر زيادة. Is this shit making sense? Excuse my language. حاجات دي make sense. المهم معلش كان في بارتي نعم ودي كمان في ناس تاني نونس.
Thank you brother Kifaya. You've mentioned something I will talk about it later. طبعا في I don't know if anybody read the Allegory of the Cave by Plato. Is one of his philosophies. It's a story that there is some similarities, and I've spoken this to Didi, and I've spoken to CJ before, and I've spoken to others who have encountered them. And I put a description of the Allegory of the Cave. Is actually has a lot of similarity with what's going on in South Sudan. And this is a philosophy, that ancient philosophy from the Greek time, ancient Greeks. And I love their philosophy because they have a lot of things in common that describe what Equatoria is and what South Sudan is, and what we're going through in the social life. But I will leave it that one for later. But let me welcome Brother Robert and Sister Warrior. Brother James, please go ahead. And then if you guys want me to read this UN, ولا ممكن أول لما تتكلموا بعدين نيجي نريد في 3 or 3 parts, 3 articles I want to read. So after that, because these 3 articles is the main, we're going to focus on them, and then we can discuss it. And then we will come up with the message and the answer to it, to what we believe it is right. So اتفضل أخوي جيمس، وشكرا لمجيئك، وشكرا أيضا لدعمك ووقوفك معنا as usual. أنت صحيح. You stand as son of Equatoria. وأنا فخور بك أكون side by side with all my fellow Equatorian معي هنا في الروم واللي بيتكلموا معنا هنا في speaking. I'm proud of you guys. Thank you. اتفضل أخوي جيمس.
يا شكرا جزيلا الأخ عتيكا وديدي والأخ سي جي والأخ روبرت والأخ والأخت دايمين توتو. صراحة Disintegration, Information, Privacy in Manifestation. يا جماعة حقنا واضح، الانقسام بقى ظاهر جدا جدا، وبقى ما ينقسم الناس براء وتحول لانقسام مجتمعي حاد كمان، يعني ما اللي يقولوا عليه خفيف، وبقى مسنود من بعض الجهات ذات أو مشاركة بعض الجهات الغير الأسرة الحاكمة، خلينا نسميها الأسرة الحاكمة. وده جرس إنذار، لأنه ذات الدولة دي بشكل ده هتؤدي لحاجات تانية بقت واضحة أنه هتكون شكلها كيف. لكن ده كله ما علينا، علينا أنه الكاتوريين هم أكثر الحلقة التعبانة في البلد والمستهدفة، والحاجات دي كلها واقع في ظهرها. فأنا ما شايف في سبب يخلي الناس الشعب الكاتوريا يشككوا بأنه في مظالم، أو يكون مثلا خاضع agree or disagree. يعني ما قضية رأي ورأي آخر، المسلمات بقت واضحة. يعني ما دار لا 2 3 النظام نفسه بقى يمارس الضغط للمواطنين نفسهم، كان هم سياسيين ولا مواطنين على مستوى الأحياء. لأنه يوم كان هم بقى يحتدوا على أراضي الناس، الناس كان بتفتكر في البداية، كان بتقول يا أخي دي حالات طبيعية بتحصل في أي محل، لكن هو كان ممنهجة وظاهرة بتهجير وطرد. دي براها بتجيب انقسام. يعني انت يعني لو ادوك اي حاجه مثلا في اتفاق سياسي وانت فقدت الارضيه بتاعتك، يعني انت حتمارس حقوق السياسيه من وين؟ يعني في منطقه كده زي ما قال منها اركب منها في سمات ذات البروج، حتكون بس كده ما عندك محل تتكلم زي الأراجوز، ما لازم انت تكون عندك حته قاعد فيها. دي الحاجه الإكواتوريان ما قادرين يركزوا عليها. لكن في النهاية يعني التجارب التاريخية بتاعت الناس بتقول شنو؟ انت بعد ده تختار انت دار شنو. يعني هو تختار باتفاق سياسي بطريقة بتعجبك الوضع حاصل قدامك، وإذا أنت بتتكلم في قضية رأي ورأي آخر، أوكي خلاص انتظر الرأي والرأي الآخر ده، بعدين تعال جيبه للناس. يعني كل المؤشرات بتاعت السيلف ديترميشن قدامك، يعني عشان انت تحقق مصيرك وتحقق مقبول به حتى القانون الدولي. والممارسات بتاعت الدولة بتلزق في الطريق ده، يعني غصبا عنك بتحشرك في الحتة دي. والزول المتابع لمجريات الأحداث أو في البوليتيكال أرينا فترة الثلاث أسابيع الفاتت، ما دار أذكر أسماء هنا، شوفوا الكلام اللي قال ضد الإيكاتوريين بطريقة واضحة وصريحة. كان بيقول يا أخي دي آراء بتاعت أفراد في لو قاعد يقولوا كده، لكن ده جات من ناس ما في الحكومة ذاتهم أصلا، عشان تعرف أنه نحن ذاته نعرف مقدار نفسنا. تصريحات سالبة جات من ناس منظمين سياسيا بيمارسوا سياسة، وكلكم أنتم سمعتوا وصف الناس بأوصاف كده ما كويسة. طيب وين اللغة بتاعنا؟ انتوا تقولوا مثلا كل ساعة سوداني طالما جابت لها توصيف توصف كل الناس، عشان الناس تقول يس are one people على حسب كلامهم. طبعا مسكوا بس الساعة بتاع الاستوائيين دي، جلدوهم جلد وشحروا بيهم وخدوهم في الساحة كده بدون أي ذنب، ما في زول قدر يرد، عشان زول ما الناس ما دارت ترد. نحن ما قاعدين الساحة السياسية. انت اذا مشيت حاولت تواجه الناس دي، اول واحد حيجي يقف ضدك واحد من بنو جلدتك. ده كمان موضع جديد ظهر، يعني الناس اللي بيحاولوا ينكلوا بالإيكاتوريين بيقولوا كلامهم وبيعملوا حاجاتهم، في زول ذاته الكاتوري ذاته بيجي في الحاجة دي يقول لك لا 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 حاجة ده ما زي. بالمناسبة دي الناس بيشوفها يمكن حاجة غريبة، هي ما غريبة، دي متلازم، لازم يكون كده. زي ما الفابريك انهار، ده شيء متوقع من سياسات الحكومة. برضه لما تيجي تلقى زول تاني من المظلومين يجي يدافع عن الناس الظالمينه، دي برضه ظاهرة معناته ظلم. ده أخذ درجات تانية، درجات عليا، ده شيء طبيعي جدا. وبعدها إذا تاني قعدنا فترة حتظهر بعد تشكيك وسط المظلومين ذاته. والمرحلة الثالثة اللي هي أخطر واحدة اللي هي أزمة الثقة، قريت له بتكون من ناس تاني النوع، بتكون من وسط المظلومين نفسها. دي كلها أشياء علمية بتحصل، لأنه الظلم ده ما هو كتلة كده الظلم، لكن عنده درجات، ودرجاته دي بتتقاس كيف بالمدة بالزمن. كل ما ياخذ زمن بتطلع متلازمات معينة، حيكون في سيتون اوف سينز بيوريك انه احنا وصلنا يا مرحله. والوقت ده كله الناس كان بتتكلم، يعني الغريبه كان يعني لا حياه لمن تنادي، اسمعت حيا ولكن لا حياه لمن تنادي. اوكي، ده كله غادنا لشنو؟ في خط موازي برضه ظهر هناك اللي هو الكريتيكال ماز، الكتله الحرجه دي هو احسن حاجه. يعني انت بعد ده بتراهن عليها تحت اي لحظه الكتله الحرجه دي حتنفجر، وبعد ذلك ممكن اذا حصل تنظيم كويس الناس ممكن تلقى حقها. لكن لو الناس ماشيه بالطريقه المتلازمات الحاصله القيامات دي، no it's gonna take a while، لانه باين جدا جدا. انتم شايفين ده ما كلامي انا ما قاعد اتكلم من تبع نفسي ولا ده رايي، انا اصلا ما عندي راي. كان في رايي انه نحن اي زول ياخذ حق، لكن انتوا كمشاهدين في المسرح السياسي انتوا شايفين كله حاصل، كله حاصل. حتى الشخص اللي حاولت بخوتنا ايدي يعني اشارت لبعض تصريحاته، اوكي ما هو بدا حاجاته دي، هو ذكي، بدا حاجاته دي ستيب باي ستيب، ما جا طوال. اول شيء قرر المشهد السياسي وحاول يجيب استفزازاته في حاجات المفروض ما يتكلم فيها ذاته. انا اول مره اشوف لما انت تقول الناس دي كلهم سكارى، او تقول الناس دي نسوان وستات شاي، السلوك الفردي في السكر وفي غيره من اي مسلك ثاني ده ممكن تلقاه في اي محل في اي بيت حتى وسط الاخوان. اثنين، بيع الشاي والحاجات زي دي الشغل ماعي، الشغل ماعي. إذا هو شاف أنه أو هم شافوا دي إهانة، يعني الظروف بعض مرات بتجبر الناس. يسأل إحنا سمعنا يعني في دول الجنوب هنا، يعني السودانيات كلها، الجنوب السودانيات كلهم تلقى الواحدة بشهادات قاعد تعمل عشاء في السوق أو تبيع الشاي، المهم التجارات الصغيرة صغيرة، ده شغل شريف. لكن انت ما تزعل نفسك طالما انت سياسي، انت تعمل كونديم لشريحه زي دي. شوف السبب اللي خلى الناس دي تمشي مثلا تشتغل المهن. انت بتشوف انه هي على حسب كلامه يقول انه دي مهن مهمشه او مهن ما كويسه. ولو انا في رايي الشخصي انا ما عندي اي اعتراض لعمل شريف. كعب السرقه وكعب الناس تمشي تعمل حاجات تانية، انا ما دار اقول كله ليه؟ لانه لقوا فينا سبب، لقوا فينا ثغره. اي زول هسه داري يجي يدافع على فكره، لكن الناس متردده عشان في زول ثاني بيجي يدافع لك، بيدافع لهم مو طوال. يقول لك لا 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 this thing they didn't mean it yeah leave it like that we are looking for what. انت طيب looking for what؟ طيب اوكي، ده الاصل انت قاعد تفتش في شنو يعني؟ عشان الناس تعرف. ما ممكن تقول مثلا انا بفتش ليه في حاجه وانت ما ذكرت الحاجه دي شنو. ده كلام يعني اندايركتلي كده بيوري انه في قبول. انت قبلان عشان تكون في الوضعيه زي دي. عرفنا الناس اللي بيمشي يغتصبوهم زي ما الاخوان يتكلموا هنا في بلو هاوس او في مكاتب الامن في جوبا هناك، ولا في كل مدن الجنوب، والتعذيب واخر العقيده الكتالوتا. قلنا اذا اوكي استخدموا القوه لان انت ما عندك قوه هناك، لكن انت على مستوى المنتديات يعني ده فضاء. الناس بتجي عشان تذكر الناس وتقول الحاصل شنو. انت بتتغوغ راجع ورا، يعني تتوقع انه حيعملوا لك شنو يعني. انت داير تتنازل عن قضايا عليا عشان في النهايه حقه ده تصل لشنو يعني. انا ما داير اكون متفائل. اختم في الحته دي. في حاجات كثيره انت لازم تتعامل معاها بمسميات اساسيه عشان الامر ما يمرق من اليد. التاريخ هو بيقول كده، التاريخ البشري بيقول زي ده، هو قدامه. انا حقي فينا ما هيتكلم كتير، لكن يهو حاجات حاصله قدامنا واخرها هيجي يوم من الايام ونتمنى اليوم ده ما يجي. هنتكلم بلغه كل شيء، كل رغبه على عصبتها. واليوم ده انا شخصيا كجيمس انا ما داير يجي، لانه لو جاء is not good. شكرا جزيلا. انا حقيقي فينا. شكرا. عاتك تحدث فرصه للشخص الثاني. شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا أخي جيمس. As usual you always make points, great points. I really appreciate you. ندي فرصة لمستر سي جي and then later brother Robert and sister Warrior. Mr. CJ please go ahead افتح الميكروفون and ادينا رأيك. وما تنسوا ان عندنا حاجات جاي نتكلم عنه، فانا عاوز اسمعكم قبل ما نحن نقدر نقرا المقالتين الثلاثة مقالات ده. تفضل. صوتك ما مسموع مستر سي جي. انت اخذت ميكروفون او اذا exit and come back maybe. انا ما سامع صوتك بالمرة.
الصوت ما في صوت ما في اكزت.
Yes, that's true. So thank you guys and we wait, just wait for ايوه سمعنا هسه صوتك. اتفضل.
Okay. Yeah, why don't you go through it? I'll follow you.
No, just speak your point and then we will come because we don't want to miss anybody. عشان لأنه في مقالة I want you just to put your thoughts حتى لو بسيط، نقدر بعد كده لما نيجي نتكلم في المواضيع اللي أنا خطيت 3 عناوين ده مهم جدا عشان أنا كمان أشوف إحنا رأينا كيف يا اتفضل.
Alright, okay. Assalamu alaikum. And let me say hello to everyone. Let's pray to those who have taught their lives under the ongoing so-called young nation. So they've been dreaming about, seems to be undergoing now. Yet, some of us are not yet. So they seem to be doubting of themselves. Never know that, what is going on is basically an occupation, some kind of empire. So again, the disintegration, this thing is there. It is obvious. There's no way, no escape from it. Whether or not we like it or not, this is not happening. It's all this behavior and misconduct that I have not been there. This is not anything that nobody will not forget. Our deal has been so long, has been everything. Yet the Equatorians are not prepared, never been prepared. I like him, never trigger, while trying to reach out guys, through media, to be able to communicate. But yet to do so, as they say that there's no proper action.
صوتك شوي يكون واضح لو سمحت، لأنه صوتك باين كده ما واضح.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I don't understand anything he's saying and stuff. كنت في headphones, one is directly في phone.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? You guys know me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hopefully just make it clear عشان لأنه مرات صوتك قاعد look like there is a echo. I don't know, but good. Yeah.
Alright. Let me take the Bluetooth.
إنت أخذت ميكروفون؟ كان في ميكروفون شيله برا.
Take the Bluetooth out عشان your words are not coming clear at all.
Sorry, okay. That's it. Thank you. Then why don't you move ahead?
You gotta speak. You gotta speak. The others will get their chance, but they speak. Now it's your turn. But make sure it's clear, and so people, because you don't want later, you want to speak, and because sometimes we miss, so we just want you to continue speaking until you finish your time minutes, and then we can give to the next speaker. So تفضل لو فيك تطلع الميكروفون بس أو كلم بعربي كان هنا ده عشان يقدر يكون واضح. Unmute yourself لأن أنا شايف صوتك disappeared. Unmute yourself, Mr. CJ. Okay. Seems he's mute. I don't know how long, but okay, let's go to Robert. Seems like Mr. CJ is still gonna have hard time with this. I wish could you speak? كان بيكون nice لكن إذا أنت عندك لسه مشكلة في microphone, you need to figure out. Let's go to Mr. Robert. Mr. Robert, welcome.
Oh, I hope my network is also good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hold on. I see. Yes, I hear you clear. But I see CJ blinking. Are you able to speak now?
Yes, give him chance first.
Yeah, Mr. CJ, I see you open your mic, but there is no voice. أنا ما عرفت خطيت يا نوع من الميكروفون or Bluetooth. You need to remove it completely or exit and come back. جبالك صوتك كان واضح بس كان في يعني ما واضح لدرجة إنك تستمع للكلام أنت قاعد تقوله. لو أنت بتساعدنا ب exiting, coming back or something you can fix on that. Well, بنرجع لك إذن CJ after Robert. Let's try. If hopefully that time you have fixed the situation. Brother Robert, go ahead. Unmute yourself. You can go ahead, Brother Robert. Tamai?
Yeah, I'm with you. So thank you for giving me the opportunity, and of course I also need to respect myself so that Didi will not throw me down.
انت قال ده وين؟ دي جمنامتك؟ لا انت كمان.
No, Robert, it's important to be thrown down.
All right, the topic is disintegration / self-determination and property in manifestation. Yeah, the disintegration, we all know South Sudan is going to disintegrate. And of course, as we who are standing for self-determination and of course the secession of Equatoria from the messy South Sudan. I read something in the United Nations website regarding self-determination, and I just wanted to give a general, or the gist of that article. The common stance of the United Nations on self-determination includes when a people are not having their security protected by their parent state. In other words, the right of the citizens to be protected by what they call a state. And that means what actually what United Nations call also remedial right to succeed, to separate. In addition, the philosopher John Locke talked about it as the right to revolution. And why do people have the right to revolution? According to John Locke, because their rights are abused by their own sovereign state. As such, they have the right for a new sovereign state. Very clear. And that's what we, the separatists, Equatorian nationalists, stand for. However, to have self-determination, according to that article, may lead actually to a creation of new sovereign state and become a member of the United Nations. The people seeking it must be recognized by at least 2/3 by existing members of the United Nations, including the recognition by the UN Security Council. And that also means gaining the recognition of the core superpowers and the permanent members of the United Nations. Which, now, a kind of a question, which of the above countries or super nations actually doesn't know the catastrophe in South Sudan? So which country doesn't look into South Sudan as a failed state or a failing state for that matter? The component of failing state of South Sudan are now on the spotlight in public domain. Is that not enough for Great Equatoria to have self-determination and secession from the failed state? That's what some Equatorians are yet to answer. Yes, the disintegration of the chaotic South Sudan is real. Abiy will go back to Sudan. Equatoria has a solid ground to stand again as a nation. The foes of Equatoria threatening Equatorians that even though Jesus returns, Equatoria will never separate. And that statement was actually uttered by a God today. I'm not trying to elevate him because he is just one of the person with empty pride. And of course, we do understand there was a room, and I do understand that I think I was there. Someone says self-determination and separation means blood. Let me say this. You are SPLM, that rebel and hijack South Sudan with the agenda of domination and colonization of Equatorians will come to an end. Nobody is bleeding water or milk, but blood. All options on the table. One of the mottos of course, the SPLA was, and it still is, Salabu Umma Kadutala. The blood that you are calling is coming. And that will be Shala Jebel, Shala Hajar, Shala Bagar, or Diutalaga. Because that's what you seem to understand. So, as we know, the topic was why Equatoria hope for Denka and where to fight war using 2013. And of course, there was a complaint also about generalization. But after I look into their topic, and I was like, okay, the topic itself is even generalization. And somebody said it clearly. Let me quote. They are generalizing Denka. We must also generalize Equatorians. What's wrong with that? I may also say, okay, then why are you complaining? Saying generalization is already recognized as a good thing. Okay, let's go for it. Someone talked about Equatorians using the Book of Carol, and I told them, and I was like, look, whom are you blaming now? Are you blaming the person reading the book or the person who wrote the book? And if you are going to blame Dr. Carol, then you should also blame people quoted in that book and hold them accountable. And you also need to write a counter book so that we can compare whether what you are writing is actually genuine enough to counter what Dr. Carol actually wrote. Somebody say, why Equatoria intellectuals don't stop? Of course, Jim and those of worry. So I was about to return the same question to them, but of course, they don't want to hear that. But the question might be also, reflected back to them. Then why your intellectuals also don't stop your radicals? Somebody called Lion said, Dink and Nuer have been fighting themselves long time ago. And that was already an answer to their topic. But to dwell on that a little bit, so if they were fighting themselves long time ago, then why are you accusing Equatorians that for instigating a fight? So were there some Equatorians instigating that fight in their areas long time ago, maybe 50 years ago? So someone also said, someone called Ashabi said, Dinka 4.5 or more, half of South Sudan, or even more, in everything. And he went ahead as saying, if we marry one from South Sudanese, that's what you need to be thinking about. We will be more. There was a topic some months ago open about this marriage thing. I need fellow Equatorians to really analyze that kind of a statement. If you analyze it objectively, that is on you. But you need really to think about such kind of statements. So, fellow Equatorians, peace accords failed in South Sudan. The cases of Pope Francis failed.
Oh.
National dialogues failed. Debate regarding federalism failed. The right of the state to protect all citizens in South Sudan failed. Protection of the borders of South Sudan failed. Soma failed. The rallies failed. The revitalized Soma in the name of an illusionary round table failed. And the intellectuality of those who are calling themselves leaders in South Sudan failed. What else do you want to fail? Ask questions to fellow Equatorians. Do you also want self-determination and cessation of Great Equatoria to fail? There was also a statement in the same room that all Equatorians have decided to join National Salvation Front. I had wanted to say that, I had wanted to answer that kind of a statement there, but of course I was thrown down. That's why I have to be very careful here also. Somebody wanted to throw me down, but I'm quite sure nobody will throw me down. So that statement was spotted there. Well, a rebellion is a rebellion. If I wanted even to join Thomas, I will not be ashamed of it, because I will be fighting there with Thomas until we capture Equatoria. Then I will stay in Equatoria. Then I will tell him, okay, go ahead with the agenda. That was the same strategy of that. But of course, we knew what was in his mind. So such kind of statements are already a clear declaration of war. So I take a break, but not rest my case, as many others are saying, because my case cannot rest now. Thank you.
Sorry guys, I got network issue. Just give me a minute. I'll be with you. If you don't mind, guys, in Facebook, please share. Share it in those Facebook account, because you know our enemies always try hard to silence us by not sharing our Facebook. You know, they're trying to keep their own propaganda channels on, but when the truth comes out, they don't want that. So please try to share the room, the Facebook, and I'll be with you shortly. Let me just get back to the topic there. I know they're speaking, so please hold on. Just give me a second. Hello, guys, you hear me?
Yes, we do. You just came back.
Yeah.
CJ, I think has his mic open.
I
and
see. Yeah, he's out. I'm sorry, my voice. I have network issues. So I just had to because people in Facebook also. I'm trying to connect with Facebook right now. I'm on Facebook, but I'm also in Clubhouse because it's really complicated here. So please hold on. I thank you, Brother Robert, for what you said. But somehow I kind of lost a little bit of connection. But I think you finished at a time when I was trying to kind of respond. Hopefully, CJ. Yes, اتفضل Mr. CJ. اتفضل افتح السماعة بتاعك اتفضل دورك عشان ندي فرصة. Okay, Warrior, go ahead. لأنه أنت كمان sometime when we give you a chance later you will be able not able. Okay. Warrior, go ahead. I hope you're there. Yes, اتفضل.
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome.
Hi guys.
Good.
This is like my comfort zone, place I come to relax and revamp and re-energize. Disintegration, self-determination, prophecy in manifestation. This is heavy and this is deep. I'm going to pick up from some points that Didi put out when she said, they are coming and damage, kill, and destroy. And that alone is like if you have a heart in your conscience, it's like
ripping your if
Take your time, sister. Take your time.
If you're an Equatorian and just those three words hit you, this is already, it's like someone putting their hand in your heart and ripping it off. And then you're dying just immediately right there. Without any second breathing or anything, realization is not even coming into your mind, you just fall. Your corpse is just falling. This is really exactly what is happening to us. And those of us who are conscious and just we're standing and we're just watching our people falling. This evil is just ripping our heart and we're just watching. How are we supposed to help them? We are helping, we're doing, but the number is not enough to help. And another point you brought up was the backbreaking and the Willie Lynch letter that Kifaya also added, story to it. I just felt our people are in a different time zone altogether. When you think about disintegration, self-determination, prophecy, and manifestation, I was just looking through them and trying to define it. And is it happening now? Is it coming in the future? If you look at it, we're in it now. The bug is already in our houses in Equatoria. And we can trace it back. We can say throughout, they started it, Minfi, Gabenak, and we can hear stories, people telling you what had happened back then. And even our fathers who are there, they can tell you stories how, kanta fi jesh, walai kanta ma numma gidada, wale goat, wale kanta masur bubulu tazol, you will not survive, or you're not men enough, or you're not a strong army. So those things have really manifested to the point where now they're doing it in the open to the children, to the women, and to the men. They have already ravaged themselves. And it's just so easy. For us, it's like a shock. For Equatorians, it's like a shock. Because I'm seeing in the images that people are producing when we see our dead in Equatoria, we already know what happened to the bodies. And we're shocked. We're shocked, we're crying, and we're doing all these things that you see our people doing now. But with the other people, it's normal. They have normalized it. And I've seen the images of the soldiers that they have killed and burned them in the truck, and you see some bodies on the floor, and you can literally see that this man, they cut his clothes from behind, and they did it. They went ahead and raped the guy and did all the things that they did, and took a picture and were happy, and they burned the rest in ashes. And I'm just like, our Equatorians seeing this, you see. So, but this integration thing that is happening with us as Equatorian, we jumped in. What Didi was explaining, we jumped in. We're getting comfortable now with the rotten smell that is happening, the decay smell. I feel like we're getting used to it. It doesn't bother us anymore. We even want to practice it and jump in with them doing exactly what they're just doing.
the self-determination in our part, you can count. Yade from Yade, this house, the only house that I see, you can even count the self-determined people within Equatoria. But if you see on the other side, the self-determination that they already have, they speak with authority. They are determined. You see, right now, the prophecy in manifestation, they're manifesting already, and it's rapidly. The rapid expansion, the propaganda that they're doing, and they're even justifying all of it. We see it today, yesterday, the day before, the whole 2 days, the whole week, the week before. The minute they see, a certain Equatoria with a certain Equatoria sitting down and talking, it's like they're in panic mode. They're in panic mode. They already have the effect. They have their purposes. They have their dates. Even their dates. The newest one I heard was the 100 years of the capital city staying in Juba. And then we heard before the 500 years they're going to, have the capital. But it's already they said the secret, right? But then when you say that, yeah, we heard you guys already say that you're going to rule. And they say, no, we didn't say that. We said the capital of South Sudan for everybody. We want it to be for 100 years. I say, no, it's rule already. It's your destiny. Whether it's 100 years rule, 500 years rule, I heard million of years rule, I heard infinity. And I'm African Equatorian who are listening to this crap that is happening. We think they're joking, they're playing. They say infinity, and they're not going anywhere as they wish. They're doing it. And I think once someone or one people, group of people embarked on this ideology, on this journey of manifest destiny, there is no turning back for them. It's either you kill them all or they're going to kill you. They're not going. And it's manifesting. Manifesting in their children now is even to the point where they go crazy. They go bananas, and their elders, Yadanas Adorban, they support their little jinglets, kids, their best. They go crazy, they talk, and they support them. Keep going. This is your destiny. This is your future you're fighting for. Yadanas Jamuz Walai will talk from the bottom of his belly until he loses to you. They're losing their voices. They're there. Their ladies are there too, supporting them. Robert, you were there, you witnessed it all. Ombari, Alela, Olombari is happening. And I'm just waiting for Equatorians. Are they seeing this? Are they seeing this? And then on the other side, we're seeing command the Americans are in South Sudan last week meeting with South Sudanese, how they can help to uplift this weapon embargo. The government is playing dead while their junglist kids are busy doing the propaganda, terrorizing, keeping you blinded. They're playing dead in the country. So they can just buy time. They can uplift this and get more guns and continue with the process of their manifest destiny. And they're just in positions. Non-stop. Right? And I'm thinking, as Equatorians, we have no safety net at all. In Alfide Kalas, I don't know. We are still trying. We are fighting with all our might, with a little breath, all the breath that we have, we are fighting. But we have no safety net for a rainy day. We are now under this rain. No emergency disaster kit in our Bank of Equatoria. This is the time where we're supposed to now go as people that nobody is there for you. It is you now who have to save your people. Now we're going to our what emergency disaster kit, and there is no blanket, no food, no clothes, empty. If you look around the world, every country, every people have emergency disaster kit. Chinese have it. They have their risk reduction management. You can even Google it and they will show you. America has it. Every country has it. Even jobs have it. In your jobs, all of you, Kantara, you have emergency kit and disaster plan of how to evacuate the house when a tornado comes, when a fire comes, you know what to do to survive. Can hajade fi basement, fire extinguisher tar when exit plans kulal fi bed fi of mahal shogol fi itar futa gumta gijere wen ina Equatorian fi mokte ina sede. Now we're in this disaster. Emergency kit in a human exit plan stay in Equatoria human. Where are the routes? Nagijere be when in a garfam. Just imagine this, the disaster that is happening with us. Itagi save mun, itagi save moya ya degi jag kumu kula nas both Lisa Masalao. Now imagine Equatoria. Greater Equatoria tenane from west, east, and central. Tagi badamin when. And then you're hearing screams, people are running everywhere. This is the disaster. Tagi badamin when. I'll stop here. Thank you, guys.
Sorry, guys. Again, I got interrupted. So just give me a second. I'll be back.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yeah. I was trying to open the mic. It went off. My bad. Thank you so much, Sister Warrior, for your great words. And also, I want to welcome Comrade General Charles Tahiri, CPI. It's good to see you. I think CJ, you still want to say something because we want to hear from you. Then we can go to Mr. CPI or General CPI Charles Tahiri because he just came in, so we can give him a chance. And maybe I can also do a recap quickly. Unmute yourself, Mr. CJ. I don't hear you. Do you look at this morning? Because so much silence there.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Because and then I'm trying to get CJ. Are you able to unmute yourself, Mr. CJ, or you still going through stuff? So if you're still, then I can go to CPI. But CPI, do you want me to read the articles and then we can delve into it from there?
I think read the first article.
Yes.
So you can give.
Thank you. That'd be awesome because I wanted to hear everybody before we go to bed. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
So,
read the first article and then
absolutely. Well, I'm choosing from. Of course, it's all about the military, unified forces, because that's actually the hot topic right now around the country, based on Kiir calling himself to be the commander in chief, and also United Nations kind of applaud him for his, said they call it a great achievement. I don't know what great in it, and like we all know that Kiir, as Sister Warrior mentioned, Kiir is actually playing what do you call if I can put it a good time, I forgot the term that they have for these crooked politicians who will use money to get people to kind of like turn the other side so they can make their image look good. I mean, Gaddafi did that before during the time when the bombing of Iraq or the invasion of Iraq. Gaddafi made sure that the European Union and the Americans will kind of like forget about the Lockerbie. And I bet a lot of you guys heard about the Lockerbie incident where this plane was heading to Europe, was exploded or intentionally, bombed. And of course, they accused the Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi at that time as the culprit or the behind this attack. And what happened, of course,
Mastermind.
yes, he was the mastermind behind the attack. And then they used also he used some terrorists because Libya was actually harboring a lot of terrorists. Even the September groups of the Palestinians, because yesterday or today, actually, it's going to be in 2 days from now, the memorial of these Israelis who were killed in the September Olympic 1975 or 73, if I'm not mistaken. That was an attack on them. And then the September group, the Black September, they call them, they went straight to Libya, hiding there. But at the end, the Israeli, special force or the Mossad able to eliminate them one by one. But before that, of course, Libya was known to be a harbor, a haven for terrorists, the same like Khartoum in the past. But what I want to say here is that these people, those leaders or dictators, managed to kind of like buy their way into the West. And so Kir began to do the same because he got the money from these minerals and he's always acting like he don't have money. So he's buying, diplomats to make sure that they clear his name. And we all know about this. And then you could see even now they're trying to kind of like lift the embargo. And we have to be very careful on that. And as Equatorian, we know what does that mean. That means that it's coming genocide. And that's not something to be, question about it because we know what these people intention. The intention is to dominate and eliminate. When you dominate, you want to eliminate anything that's trying to stop you. So Equatoria is number one enemy that even you could see the language of hate from Dinka group who call themselves intellectual. But that's not my point here. But let me read this. Let me start with the military. That's what Kir said. And then later I'll go to the United Nations. It says that it's a short one. I am now your commander in chief, Kir tells Unified Forces. The first batch, South Sudan Unified Forces, especially officially graduated on Tuesday, a critical step in implementation of the security arrangement under the 2018 peace agreement. The graduation ceremony was held at Dr. John Garang Mausoleum in Juba. Speaking during the graduation ceremony, Salva Kiir called on the forces not to pay allegiance to any other leaders but to the country and the commander-in-chief. You know who's the commander-in-chief. From today, you are not military wing of any party to the conflict. You are now First National Security Sector organ of the Republic of South Sudan, Kiir said. As the president, of course, he's not a president, but as the dictator of the republic, I am your commander-in-chief. If your commander-in-chief were the chairperson of SPLM-IO, Dr. Riek Machar, or Hussein Abdul Baghi, or any other unknown commander-in-chief, now you belong to the Republic of South Sudan, he added. The South Sudanese leader further said the implementation of the security arrangement had been one of the most challenging tasks since the signing of the peace agreement in 2018. The 21,973 graduates included 3,308 VIP protection forces and 4,366 police forces, 6,315 national security forces services, 1,120 prison services, 3,575 wildlife service, and 289 civil defense forces. According to the 2018 revitalized peace deal, South Sudan is supposed to train and graduate unified forces of 83,000 personnel to take the charge of security during the transitional period until 2023, when the elections are held. Kiir reiterated his commitment not to drag the country to war again. As I have been saying, I will never take our people back to war, and I must tell you that you are not being graduated to take you back to war, he said. Salva Kiir called on the new troops and other forces to refrain from political and ethnic division after they successfully completed basic training. Now you belong to the South Sudanese people, Kiir said. The ceremony was attended by Yuri Museveni. So Yuri Museveni was there, president of Uganda or the dictator of Uganda, and then Abdul Fattah al-Burhan, another dictator of Khartoum, president of Sovereign Council of Sudan, according to him, and a representative from the region and international communities. So there is two dictators came and attended this ceremony. Then coming to the United Nations response, because that's one thing that very much we need to kind of like tackle it. It says Unimus Chief Loads, or that's one of he's actually from South Africa. Loads graduation of Unified Forces. Not his name is not Loud. His name Nicholas Hasten, but he said Loud's like mean he kind of give his approval. So the special representative to the United UN Secretary General Nicholas Haysom on Tuesday lauded the South Sudanese graduation Unified Force. That's the title there. I don't know. And then it says while speaking at the pass out ceremony, he said it was pleasure and privilege to witness the occasion of the graduation of the first batch of the necessary unified forces. The United Nations congratulated the parties and transitional government for giving life to this commitment to creating single national defense apparatus under civilian government authority. He said this first graduation is a long awaited day in his country's pathway to peace. A unified defense forces is one of the most visible, meaningful expression of national unity, especially in a society emerging from conflict. Its establishment will, on account of its inclusivity and diversity representation, symbolize the national identity of South Sudan, not a partial or regional or tribal mechanism, he added. Haysom said the necessary unified forces will not merely be an important symbol, but an active contributor to national peace. The implementation of transitional security arrangement to is a cornerstone, upon which further meaningful steps can now be taken, including the border security sector transformation process, nation building, and sustainable development. He said the capacity of the transitional government to protect its own citizens displays South Sudan's respect for the international humanitarian law and guarantee the territorial integrity of South Sudan will all be strengthened. The UN chief said the graduation of the necessary unified forces, he called it necessary all the time, remember, he never called it the national unity, but he called it the necessary forces, united forces, is an initial step in complex but essential process of constructing a national army and other organized forces. It will require, as you are aware, continued commitment by the transitional government to fund, deploy, and sustain these forces over time. He said, importantly, we expect the National Unified Forces will play a critical role in meeting the security and logistical needs for legitimate and credible election, as provided for the peace agreement. In this way, the National Unified Forces will also play a critical role in building democracy. The most urgent challenge before the transitional government is in breaking the cycle of violence and conflict that have spread upon north and south and east to west through the country, he added. According to Hasan, the graduation opens the possibility of effective deployment of critical subnational and intercommunal violence. Okay, according to Haysom, the graduation opened possibility of effective deployment to crucial subnational and intercommunal violence. Since the signing of the revitalized peace agreement, the UN has provided support at various stages of implementing transitional security arrangement, technical support, logistical support. He said we will continue to offer support, including capacity building of the police and the officer and the other forces, advising on the technicalities of security sector reforms and border DDR process. He said together with the government, the UN had taken a particular interest in the potential of the Unified Wildlife Service and armed forces that yet support the creation of tourism relating livelihood, physical infrastructure, and the protection of the people of South Sudan natural resources. I urge the parties of the government to build on the consensus and the momentum created in the last few months so as to progress the critical benchmarks of peace process. He said, as ever, the UN stands ready to support the government and people of South Sudan. We will do so with IGAD, RGMEC, the African Union, and the international community. It is in this spirit that I renew the full commitment of the UN to support the implementation of peace agreement. So at the end, that means the United Nations representative Nicholas Haysom is approving. He is okay with what's happening. He claim it. He call it that's a national, a necessary, a necessary. He said, what do you call it? Necessary, unified forces. And you could see there is a contradiction here with the United Nations. I don't know what you guys are going to say, but I will let someone else to speak, but then I will give my point. If you want, I will also put my thought in that. But it's really a sad day, and it shows you, like my brother Kifaya have mentioned, and Sister Warrior mentioned, and also Didi mentioned earlier, and I think most of you guys, because I was unable to hear Brother Robert and CJ carefully, but I heard also Brother James, that there is something here very clear, that the United Nations or these guys, we have to be very careful and vigilant. What are they doing? So I'll stop here and I'll give. I thought maybe CPI was here. CPI is not here. So that look welcome. So then in this particular point, let me just put some thoughts in it if it's okay with you guys. Or let me give a chance for you to anyone can speak. Is okay لو انا اتكلمت شويه في الموضوع ده؟
Yes,
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's really ironic, I feel the irony here is that these guys, okay, Oma, they approve these national security, I mean this army, okay. Those guys up to this moment, I don't know if anybody heard these people were really questioned for the crimes against humanity that was committed during those times when they were fighting each other. The crimes that was known clearly to have caused a lot of life in Equatoria in particular and other regions. And we know the regime of Kir have already committed crime against humanity by killing the Nuer tribe in Juba by that time, 2013. Adding to it, they began to target Equatorian who supported the IO at that time. And then they began to go escalated into a bigger war. Yet Equatorians in that particular situation, getting murdered, getting abused, getting sold out, getting killed, yet nobody, not even those from the Matenganyor or those from the other groups who committed crimes against humanity, ever been caught or prosecuted. The only thing I heard about the prosecution is the one that they raped those white ladies in the hotel and killing. Even they did not even condemn those soldiers for the killing of the young reporter or this reporter who's, because they found his ethnicity belonged to Nuer, they murdered him in front of these girls, and then they raped the girls, and that was a crime against humanity by itself. But they did not go look at that. They just said they will pay with cattle. Imagine. I remember when they said that in the news. I was reading in Sudan Tribune. I was shocked. So you value your brother's life with a cattle, but then when these white people are crying, and I have to say, because it's kind of shows how these guys are looking to Europeans and looking to their own people. If we are like, even though we're the same race, I mean, but they look at us in a different way. So they begin to kind of like, suck up to these guys by giving money. Imagine, even the hotel that they committed the crime on, they actually paid millions of dollars. And then for the guy who was murdered, maybe that's the last son of this family. They kill him, and he didn't do anything. He's not a soldier. He's just a reporter. He was working with these Europeans, and he was murdered in front of these ladies, and then they raped the woman. This guy, the way how they even investigate the case was so shameful that they did not even look at the killer. Instead, they just look at the rapist, and then the guy was reimbursed. His family was reimbursed with cattle. That's an insult. But of course, this is the way this country is running. That the regime is being praised by now international community after committing so much horrendous crimes against the people, the native of the land, and yet they will go and give them pat in the shoulder and say, "Good job, my buddy. Good job. You're doing good. Now we are working together." When these criminals are still within this so-called the national unity or national force or the necessary national force of unity, whatever, like it makes you really angry. And then they are calling that they don't have gun, like Sister Warrior mentioned earlier, that now they are working to get like the international community to take the embargo away from them. And if these people took the embargo, let me tell you this, we are in trouble. We are in big, big trouble. And I don't think the opposition will ever succeed to stop these people from doing that. Because the opposition is already useless. Let me be honest. They are completely useless. They never did anything all these years. They will not do anything today. These guys in the regime are working in different mechanism, completely different from these in the opposition and from these who are silent. Because the silent one, they're not doing action to change it. And then the opposition is just running like a fish, almost running out of water in a sink, and is trying to find any water can drop on his skin. That's what they're doing compared to what we see. So this regime is dangerous, as we see. And this thing getting a blessing by the United Nations makes you really wonder. And do we as Equatorian, this is the question now come to us, do we as Equatorian continue want to be part of South Sudan when we know the danger is coming, knocking and coming closer? The United Nations is giving them blessings, say, you guys are the national army. When what national army are they? It is two particular militia, two warlords, having two forces fighting each other. Now they have joined them together and they call them, this is a whole country together. This is a joke. It's completely a joke. It's like really a joke, an insult to everyone, and particular Equatorians. Because imagine what these people are going to be sent. They said they're going to send them everywhere. So imagine they will focus on Equatorians. They will focus on that area. In Upper Nile right now, there is a conflict. We got to know that there is a conflict. There is the Agwalek and there is the Kitgwang and there is others who are not yet known are fighting each other. So this is a complex situation over there. But looking at Equatoria now, these unified forces are not going to be sent to Upper Nile. They're going to be sent to Equatoria. And once they send them, this is a complete occupation. And when they take that embargo away, remember, that's it. We are done. But of course, in resistance, there is nothing called done. We will fight even if it takes blood and blood, because there is no surrender to this. Our land or blood, that's it. And we are not going to give up. But I want to ask these people who are scared to die, but yet they are willing to go and compromise and act like they are joining political parties who are useless, who are failure, cannot even stand for the people of Equatoria, not even stand on the position of where they take. They want to say, we are still unionists. Unionists on what base? When these people are united on power. You don't have power. Right now, we are stripped from power. Our land is there, but we don't even cultivate the land. The power is in the hand of those who have the power to decide what they want. Now they are working hard to take the embargo, and even they caved the excuse, because now this guy, when he said, he's satisfied with what's happening, so that means expect them, they're going to lift this embargo. And I don't think those other groups will ever do anything. If they can pay their way in, and we have known United Nations, it's not the first time. They betrayed Africans, let's be honest. United Nations in Congo is still there messing up. In Rwanda, we've seen how many people died, millions. In Khartoum, in this place of Darfur, United Nations, what are they doing? They're just sitting there only taking sightseeing, taking pictures, putting in nation. Oh, we're helping. Helping what? They don't help anything. And then they said they are training people security wise. They're training them, all these nonsense. And the sad thing, they're training them with what? They're training the killers to be professional. They're training them to have the capability to be even more worse killers. And you don't forget Uganda in the story, like earlier in the first article I read, that Uganda, Museveni and Khartoum dictators, both of them came in, and both of them are military men. Remember, they are not legitimate, not chosen by the people. It's just they claim they are chosen by the people, especially in Uganda. And then you go to that country, Khartoum. Of course, there's still a chaos there. So these guys are really working together as gangs, how to call them. And then, of course, Equatoria now, it's really one thing we need to do is to resist. It's time for us to take action to the seriousness, not to talk about freedom of South Sudan, not to talk about we need the regime change. We need liberty of Equatoria from this occupation called South Sudan. This SPLM, this tribal hegemony must be stopped. And the only way for us is we raise an arm against, and I say this, I take responsibility. I am actually now for that idea. We need to go against them head to head, because we cannot find peace when somebody else is oppressing us. If our people are trying to be cowards, some of us, not all of us, some of those who still want to play ehna unionist, let them stay unionist. And I say this is a joke. You call yourself unionist, you're shooting yourself in the foot or your head, because there is nothing called these people are not unifying you. These people are planning to destroy you, and they are doing it in front of us right now. The United Nations is blessing them to do it, like what happened in Rwanda. Then later, 20 years later, they will say, "Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, how many million? 5 million people died. Oh, wow, forgive us. Let's not do it anymore." But what happened? Rwanda, after how many people died, then they entered acting like they care. What about today? We Equatorian, we don't even have that chance like Rwanda. At least Rwanda, we're lucky they still people survive. But are we going to survive? They're changing our demographic plan. They're changing the whole demography. They are chasing population of our people out of the land. Adding to that, they're raping, they're killing, and they're mixing themselves forcefully on our people. Do you think we have a chance with this attitude of calling ourselves nationalists? I mean, unionists? And yet you don't want to fight for Equatoria, but you want to fight for something called South Sudan. It's time for Equatoria, really. I tell this, my advice to them, it's time for Equatoria to stand for Equatoria. Stop this cowardness, stop this running around, because it's really killing us. And it's time, the clock is ticking. Like you heard the two articles, and you go and read it by yourself and you find it. If you think I'm lying to you, read it again. Read it many times. Read about the army, how they were chosen, and they said they're going to be put a national army, and then assess it with what's happening in the ground in Upper Nile, particular, where the Kid Gwang and the other group are fighting, and the other whoever they're fighting over there. It's a hostile zone over there. So what do you think they're going to place these soldiers? Do you think they're going to place them in Upper Nile? No, they're going to place them in Equatoria. And once they put them in Equatoria, once they get that gun, we're done. Once they get this gun in their hand that they're looking for, because right now they're calling for weapon, and that's the most dangerous thing Equatorial need to take serious. If you don't take it serious, well, I blame you for the blood of all Equatorian brothers and sisters. So I stop here and I leave it for you guys. Welcome, Brother Goodlook, and welcome, Skopar. Welcome, Subiri. Let me give a chance. CJ, are you able to come in, or you want to wait? You can jump in and say something, and then I can give to Goodlook. Or if anyone want to kind of interject also after that, yeah. Further.
All right. Hello. Can you hear me? Am I clear?
Very clear. Yes. هسه واضح جدا. اتفضل.
Great. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Well, I've got some internet issues now, but thanks a lot, Danielle. Let me say hello to every one of you guys. And pray for those whom their life have gone over this ordeal of South Sudan, also called South Sudan, and Equatoria. Where Equatorians are now becoming victims on it. All of a sudden, we could see the entire world, seems to be pushing on. Is this ongoing program of Equatorial occupations? Anyway, for me, to talk about the issue of disintegration is definitely Well, we know why. The reason why these things pop up, what's so-called disintegrations. But we know how things has been repeatedly developing over the history. It wasn't something, of course, new for us. This thing's something that goes to the last century, where we're being driven by all those elements. The General Council of Elders and their youth, as well as many others, are also helping them to go on with their programs. Yeah. Integration, when it comes to integrations, definitely. Where now the country is now in disarray. There's no way out that the country will hold on. For those among us who are calling themselves unionists, I think everything is now clear. The show, though some of them are not yet even convinced by the time, but as we look at the situations and things, the progressing of things, on the ongoing things, development and all that, I believe hopefully by this time around, they will come to their sense and understand that, there's no any hope any longer other than for Equatoria to come and line up and work for these things seriously. We've been talking about these things ever since, yet it looks like, some of us seems to be taunting us, try to turn, just keep their ears as if they didn't listen to anything. But now this is the time, for sure. Disintegration is there. But make no mistake, don't try to play the game of saying disintegration of the country into 3 nations or all that. It's just only Equatoria who is now in the forefront. We're now facing that difficulty. So I have no doubt that, definitely Equatoria one day is the issue of self-determination, because we know why. It's just, just sum it up to one word, which is the land. When someone's become a threat to you as inhabitants in your land, that's the legal rights. You have all legal rights to do whatever in your power, to separate or to split or to get out of it. And this is exactly what we are calling for. As nationalists call us separatists, whatever. It is Equatoria that is all our dreams. This country, we have, Equatoria was once a nation, as we have told them. That is why our enemies are now they've been threatening, they have been hesitant so long that Equatoria may line up and try to get them out instantly. We will not give them a time. It's unfortunate, of course. As things were been playing during the Civil War, the gap had happened. The reason why, we're now in this dilemma at this particular point, because as you can see, we have also, some of us have got hand on it. Because the better you think, the wiser you are, there won't be anything that will come to your side without any solutions. Equatoria seems to be always reluctant. They don't really act. There's a saying that says, don't delay today's duty into the next day. That means if you have a work today, you should work it out immediately. Equatoria used to delay things. So this is one of the setbacks that I will tell Equatorians wherever they are, that let us get out of this kind of thinking. That, okay, let's use this kind of tactics, and so that tomorrow, we will take care of it. Those Equatorians have been talking about these things repeatedly. Today is a backlash for us. So self-determination is evident. It's something that is going to happen. But of course, unless we Equatorians line up together as sons and daughters of Equatoria, is all this chaos that is going on in the country and the tactics that the enemy is using Imagine the enemy has now generated everyone to his side, to their side. The reason why I'm saying, if indeed we're Equatorians, what would have been one? We don't recognize this government. Call it a government, call it a regime, call it whatever it is. Dinka lead regimes, I will not recognize it. So this I'm still insisting that there's no country government. I mean, there's no government in that country. We have never yet established a government. Call yourself South Sudan or Equatoria. There has never been any government in that country. You know why? Because if we were to bring everything on the table, if you have to go over all this and review it, we'll end up, there's no country. Now, what you have just said about UN, the role of UN. Imagine, there's one thing that we as Equatorians has to understand it. When things were developing, when things were happening, when all these things were taking place, for instance, like when those people just came up and took over the government, started establishing their own constitution, doing all these things, writing their own constitutions, and forming their own, those militias. Now yet, without any actions, without any immediate actions or denial, and saying that, criticizing those people in open as Equatorians, I believe the other side will not look into you. They will not care about you. It is you who have to take the initiative and stand for your right. When things goes wrong, for instance, let's put an example. There are those governors of Equatoria who have been appointed recently under this underground country. Let's say this young lead government. How do you that as Equatorians could allow and say, okay, we could say, let go, looking for those of Kir and Mashar trying to separate, appoint their own governors, even in Equatoria. We're supposed to be the ones who are to stand against that, whatever the reason is. It's unfortunate. Most of us kept silent. With our silence, what do you expect? Do you think those people will come up to you and say, okay, all right, don't do that? Remember in the earlier days when this 2018 peace deal was written, was drawn for those guys to come and sign it. You know what happened? Our friends, those who were now in the country, were in the early days, they were hesitant, they were hesitating that, they wouldn't even recognize it. It's unfortunate. With the lining up of the people, Equatorians dividing their lines, and all those in Upper Nile and Bahr al-Ghazal siding with those people, start recognizing it, because they had to withdraw. They had to withdraw their decisions. So it has become a setback to us and a blow. The reason why they kept on pushing. That is to say, if you are foolish, why do I have to correct you? Why do I have to tell you the truth? So it is our fault. I can hold out, because it's a fault. Let us look to our neighbors. You see how they are behaving, the way how they are pushing on in Ethiopia. So this is the kind of people that you need to have to your side. Not to say that today I'm IO, the next day I'm SPLA, because that is nonsense. You need to take decisions. Since 2011, Victoria was supposed to line up and say, okay, we don't recognize this government, whatever the reason is. When somebody began to disarm you, when we are all malicious, when we are all once liberators, armed rebels. So why would you disarm me, leaving the others? Disarmament was one of the problems that put us into this jeopardy. So we are to blame as well. I don't hold those, because as I've said, the way how we were behaving, that is why we're here today at that particular point. When it comes to the prediction, whether or not things will work to our side, if we are to explain it the way how I just put it, believe me or not, strongly, we will prevail at the end of the day, whether they may like it or not. Now, the most critical point is for us to allow the enemy being brought up. Those aren't they the same militias? Those militias that Kir have just, let's say, graduated them. Those who have graduated as police and army, all that. None of us could even. There wasn't any equality when it comes to the number. How many Equatorians among them? None. Nearly none. It's nothing. So how could we allow that? It's not, we have fans on our hands. We have everything. We would have speak out. We would criticize those people. Wouldn't have given those people even, we have to sacrifice. For us to have self-determinations, there ought to be a sacrifice. Some of us have to sacrifice because that is the way how people have said this the world we're living in. Those who are saying, they are peacemakers and all that, I don't think. Those don't look at those peacemakers. Today they will be with you, the next day they will turn against you. So, Equatoria, you out there. This task is on our hand. Whether or not we wanted to survive or not. If we wanted to survive, then we need to be collectively fighting side by side. Having one word only, the land. We know who they are, those people. They are occupiers. Those people have been used by our North neighbor. We know them. Historically, if we were to go systematically, you will realize it. One clue I can give you is how did Lagu, by the time when he came and took over the government, when he reached an agreement with Nimeri, all of a sudden, someone who has no any relations, who have never even fought to be brought up and to be a high executive council president. How could that be? We need to think about that. So it was something been cooked. Well cooked, that's why they're advancing. If you look to Khartoum today, the relation of Khartoum is this government, is this regime, this chaos regime, the young government. What do you think their relation is? Looking to neighboring countries. All those people, they're dictators. Those who are around us, most of them who are around us, they're all dictators. So they're playing the same game. This is something that those of SPLA have already said it a long time ago. By the time when they were attacking our goals, they were using it to the advantage of those people. Today, those people are now become against us, despite the fact that, some of us, with the colonial times, when the colonial times came, when they enter our country, of course, there are some tribes who got cut out. Now, how could you expect that? Having some of our tribes in that countries. So how could you expect somebody like Museveni has to play that role of, pushing them, coming to an agreement? Drawing an agreement that would hurt us. That is the plan. So Equatoria, this is our time. This is the time that, we have to show ourselves who we are. Who are we as Equatorians? If indeed we are sons of Equatorians, because that is the way the country has been holding long time ago, ever since. With those colonial rules and all that, the Equatorian people our founding fathers were very strong. So we need to be that kind of people. Unless we come to the task, unless we come to one force, establish our own, and then start fighting back, then we'll find a chance, because there's no more chance. So let's stand together as sons and daughters of Equatoria. Till then, I'll yell back to you again. Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you, Mr. CJ. I want to welcome Brother Gatluk. Welcome, Mr. Gatluk. Please go ahead, put your point. You heard what I read, and I think you can just jump in and speak your thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Udusa. I clearly I clearly heard what you actually read, and also I read a lot lately. You may also see in the news that the Rejamak, was it Rejamak or something? Yeah, Rejamak actually also say that they now endorse the. Okay. Hello.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah. Okay, he got some other things going on, but let me give a chance to Brother Superi, and then from there, Scuba. Superi, welcome. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Superi is the lady.
Oh, my bad.
Welcome, Superi. How are you?
Okay, Auntie Superi, sorry.
Don't worry, Superi. Even Zaidi didn't have to
Maasa.
brother.
Yeah, ما لما انت بتشوف اسم ده قوي كده تقول لي اسم بتاع راجل ده ما بتعرف. اتفضل. welcome.
Supiri, this is the name of River Nile in Bari
Yes.
language.
Okay. Awesome. Welcome. اتفضل. Yeah. شكرا لمجيئك. Go ahead. عندك وقت تتكلم. يا اتفضل.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for giving me this chance. I don't have a lot to say, but I'll just say like based on the three essays that you just read, it is true that we are in disaster, and based on the graduation of the unified forces, Kiir proclaim or declare that he is the commander-in-chief, and everybody have a lot of questions why he said like that. He is known that he is the only commander-in-chief, but is there anything behind his statement? Of course, there is a lot, because he, based on his fears, what he did to the people of South Sudan, he knows that he is under jeopardy. There are a lot of militias integrated into those army, and he still have that he's still skeptical about the loyalty of these people under him. So he have that fear, and it is true, he has to fear, because those unified forces, he know what he has been doing to the country, and especially people of Equatoria. We know that Equatorians are not a lot in that unified forces. Our number is very small, and based on some information that we heard, that they don't want to hear, they are coming with the power that they don't want to hear the Equatorians saying they want to secede, or they want to separate from South Sudan. So here he said that because he knows that they don't want that country to be separated, because they have a lot of dreams about Equatoria, and that was been a long plan. Has been a long plan. And then concerning the arm embargo, you know, those people, even they are very rich, they have a lot of money, but still they are greedy, and they know he is paying money, buying everything that they want, while our people are dying from hunger, this lack of schools and everything, lack of security. It's not there. But in this world, you work for your people, but he don't have that. that dream of working to his people and protecting them at this time of environmental disaster. And we know that we, people of Equatoria, we have nobody behind us. We are alone. We don't have friends. The movement of John Garang in 21 years, they were being planning and they were working. They engaged all the allies, all the people, the countries that surrounding Equatoria. They all brought them to their side, and they are paying a lot of money to that. We Equatorians, we have to know that. But still, although they did that, Equatorians are not going to back away. We have to follow the dream of our ancestors, the dream of our forefathers, who started to open the eyes of the people who claim that they are the real South Sudanese, while we come from somewhere. We are not gonna back away. We will be standing strong, and we will achieve what we want to achieve. We will achieve what we want to achieve through resilience and determination. There is no way. The country has disintegrated. Equatorians are doing their own things, and South Sudanese are doing their own things. Through bad practices, you can see that Equatorians are under attack. And these days, people, even those who were pretending that they were standing by our side, they are going and joining their brothers. They are just putting their paint in front of their faces, but they are different people. So we know that we Equatorians, we are alone. We are alone in that country. We don't belong to there. This is why we have to work hard on the self-determination. We're going to stand up strongly, even from nothing. Our God will stand behind us, because we never go to anybody's land to attack or plan to destroy any tribe of South Sudan. But people are coming wild towards Equatorians. Although it is late, but it is not late. If those people, the Americans or whoever, want to remove the arm embargo, if they brought those arms to South Sudan, we will divide. We are going to share them with them. We are not going to fear from that embargo being taken away. We are ready. We will wait for those ammunition. We share them. Whatever ammunitions are brought there, we will take up and they will take up. We know that Equatorians are the strongest people. We are the warriors in South Sudan. And they know that story. Even they are denying that we never participated, we never contributed. But the truth, they know the truth, what we gave them in the course of 21 years. Since the war started, we take care of them. Up to now, they are still there in that land that they are dreaming. Take them. Kullu Kizib. I was there in that room where those of Robert Ohide were there. I saw what they were doing to Ohide and Tutu. I was there, was writing, and I comment down there. I said, "Who is the coward?" Because they were talking Equatorians were cowardice. They don't even, they couldn't even fight the Arabs if they were not there. Equatorians would be there. The Arab would have chased us away. And I say, who are the cowards? I wrote down there, I say, who are the cowards? The cowards are the one who ran away from their land and going to someone's land because of the presence of Murle in their area. I think that one burned them, and then they were talking. Everybody say we didn't run away from the Murle. We ran away because of the natural disaster. Natural disaster. You don't have many reasons. You have many reasons to move from your land. Tomorrow, they say because we moved there because of the water. The other day, we moved there because of the grass. There is a lot of grass in Equatoria. The other day, we moved there because of the disaster. You never know what they really ran away from, but we know their bad intention. That land, they will never have peace in that land unless they finish us. But I believe that Equatorians will get back their land. We have that strong faith. We have that strong faith. They are bragging about these unified forces who are going to be graduated. Those few who are graduated in the Equatorial area, they say most of them are Equatorians, but of course not. Most of them are Dinka. They are bragging about that they will destroy Equatoria because they will be in big number. I'm telling you, they are not going to unify. These people cannot exist together. Maybe Equatorians are even better. Some of us have mercy still on them. But those unified forces with them, they don't know what they are planning. That South Sudan, it will run until we will destroy all of it. Then people will know what they will do to start their life. Equatorians know we will figure out how we will start the life. Let us see. That army are going to be into three: the Equatorians and the other people and them. And I believe we will win that war. My brothers, Equatorians and sisters, we believe in ourselves, and we know that we are strong people, determined, with resilience and consistency. So here, I'm proud of us, and we will reach to our promised land that God has given us. There are not people who are living in the bank of the river, but we made it. We are living in the bank of the river. This is why the capital city has to be put there, because of that beauty of Equatoria. So our land is beautiful. We are gonna stand strong, defend our land, and we will be there forever. And no one will take our land. Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you so much, Sifri, for that great word. أنا ده نقول حاجة بسرعة في الموضوع ده, because I think the others were here but they left, I think. Yeah. You know, go ahead. Yeah, interact. I will come after you. Yeah, Fadl. You want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something before I leave, because it's getting late here.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, the graduated unified forces are mostly not the opposition that went to the cantonment areas in 2018. We were very aware that, the forces of IO actually went in big numbers to the cantonment areas. But the strategy was to let them actually stay all in those cantonment areas without any food supply, medication, and nothing at all. And the intention was to make sure they all fled the containment areas. And it did happen. Most of them fled the area. Some of them were attacked in those containment areas, just to scatter them. And they supposed to be graduated long time ago, but it didn't happen. And when the pressure was put on Salva Kiir and Council of Elders, they were saying, well, we don't have the budget. We don't have the budget. We don't. Now and then they are complaining about it, regardless of the assistance from the Troika and other people. So they knew that, if they were to graduate those people, it was going to be a preparation for another tribal war, where their number or where the number of the opposition will overwhelm them. That's why they did not do it. And you remember Michael McQuay saying, if we are going to graduate these people, then we are going to graduate them with woods, because we don't have guns. And that was another way of saying you must actually uplift arm embargo so that we can bring arms in order to graduate these people. And they knew UN was not going to do that, or the Security Council was not going to do that quickly. But they had wanted their agreement to be implemented. So they played that role. And while those people are actually fleeing the containment areas and all that, they also took the opportunity to train their own militias in different places. And some even went there and stayed in the containment areas, claiming to be regular, civilians now joining IO or the forces in the containment areas. That was the plan they did. It is clear the graduated so-called unified forces are dominated by the two common adversaries, tribes in South Sudan. Adversaries that which actually took South Sudan into war using their historical tribal wars. So Kiir and his Gen Council of Elders and some members of Troika, the United Nations personnel, of course, are also playing that kind of cunning tactics to say, well, now we're implementing the peace, we are graduating these people, and here we are, come for graduation. So we are ready to rock and roll. But this arm embargo must go out. That is the intention. Now the question we need to ask is, where are those unified forces now? Are they going to stay in Juba, around Juba? Where exactly? And we do understand some of them are actually graduated with woods, okay? And of course, the people working for their interests will be armed and integrated. But the rest of the people will not be armed, in fear that if they arm them, another problem will happen. And in fear that, if they arm them, then the arm embargo will not be lifted. Now, for those whom they are going to arm, the people of their interest, I believe those people will be used to go and disarm our people in the 3 states of Equatoria in the name of we don't want the civilians to be armed. Now we are preparing for elections in 2023 and so on. And that will leave our people vulnerable, either to the so-called, cattle keepers who are well armed, and here the government saying they don't have arms. So for the United Nations representative to actually appreciate the graduation, well, it might be also a political thing. But I had actually wanted to hear from the speech that you read, Mr. Article. They is saying, okay, now you have the unified forces. Take care of the POCs. So they just zip up and people are still in the POCs. I do believe what is happening now is just a preparation for another war to come, especially when this armed embargo is uplifted. It is now upon us who knew the consequences, or the potential consequences in our area and around the vulnerable people in other areas too. It is upon us now to start lobbying that this armed embargo should remain in place. And I think, let me take a break here. I'll listen to other people. If there's something that I need to add later, I'll come in again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Robert. What indeed you said is true. As Equatorians, we need to always remind ourselves that what we are saying here, this is what is the report from the article that I've read. The United Nations approved of these unified armies, and Brother Robert mentioned something very important, and one of them is that these people who are called the Unified Army are not the same people who were once part of the group of the agreement. Instead, it's actually there is something questionable. But regardless to that, there is one thing that we need to look at ourselves as Equatorians, is that now it's time for us to really, really, really take things serious, because we are in danger. We want it or not, we are. We are going to face something that we don't want to be, we don't want to know. That means that we have to kind of like take action to defend ourselves. I mean, take action, defend ourselves doesn't mean that we have to go and now some of these Dinka tribalists will begin to call, oh, nasi Equatoria gala rakum nisale hana. Right now we are under threat, we are under occupation, and we are under war. We're actually in war. So we don't want these anehna hassa, and that's why I'd say as separatists, we call this and we will make sure it happens. That we don't want no army or non-Equatorian to be in the territory. Like we said, we want our nation. I mean, if you belong from Upper Nile, you cannot come and say you want to be an officer or military contingency brought in that area. That is violation to our right, because we see you as a threat. We see you as people who are causing the problem to us, in particular Dinka, because they are not just doing this as a militia, they're doing it also as an army, a force. They're calling themselves army. This is a reputation of last. You remember, if you look back to the beginning of the 2011 and 2005, that's the same thing. Those people are just recycling or extending the time to run the country according to what they want. Kir wants to be a dictator, as he is, And then, of course, the second supporting cast to this is Riek Machar, and he's doing the same thing. It was Dinka and Nuer, respectfully. They were the one who are holding the military. It wasn't others. If Equatorians will be like 1% or 2%, because they will not make the number in the military. It's not because Equatoria don't want to, or Equatoria are not lazy or whatever, or they don't. It's just that this combination is not fair. Plus, this government is not legitimate. For us Equatorian nationalists who are calling for independence of Equatoria, we don't even recognize this regime, nor we recognize the army, nor we recognize even the agreement. And that's why we are very much clear in our point. Yes, some people ask us, how do you guys, okay, you don't have political party. We are not here for political parties. We're here as the people. We represent the people voices. We can make the political party. But do you know most powerful people are not the political parties? It's actually the people. Even I was earlier with some guys that I was communicating with, that they talked about something that I kind of like the idea. And I actually, one of the ideas that we had is that there is a way to look at it in a how can I say, in a print, if we put in a print, that we don't even need political parties to solve the situation that Equatoria is going through. We, the people of Equatoria, we can do that if those politicians will step aside and not confuse the issue of Equatoria with their own interests or their own voices, because some of them, I feel like they are trying to silence Equatoria or confuse Equatoria, like earlier Didi mentioned, because I begin to see like opportunists and people who are not really in the essence of understanding what is the principles like Equatoria was. Because Equatoria, even European, when they came in, they said these people are better than us. They are very organized, well organized. They know how to deal with themselves. They have their own local chiefmen. They are able to run their own issues, civilized in a civil way, and without any conflict of interest or conflict of anything. Today, we are now trying, like I see these so-called politicians want to give us so much huge language of federalism, confederation, and government building. Listen, I will tell you one thing. The regime is dominating right now because they have militia. Power, respect power. That's even what Malcolm X said, and I agree on that. Power, respect power. Power does not bend to anything called compromise or it does not bend to lesser. You understand? Power always stand with what is strong. For us Equatorian, we are more powerful as a people than all the politicians combined, than all even SPLM can do. Because we have the region, we have the people, and we have the history, and we have the right, and we can challenge them. The only thing is about the will. Are our people willing to join us and to stand with us, or are they trying to conspire against us and to manipulate and go against like anti-revolutionary method that they have done in other countries? Because I feel like some of our Equatorian, they are anti-Equatorian revolution. They want to be what they call South Sudan apologists, or South Sudan these so-called unionists that they want to stand for South Sudan, when South Sudan is already a failed. It's already a broken glass, or like a spilled milk. You cannot bring it back from the ground and put it in a glass, because it's a spilled milk. It's gonna dry in there. It's under the sand, and it's going to dissolve. Why are you wasting your time on something called South Sudan? Focus on your region and focus on your people, because your people are power. So the enemy cannot even get any weakness, because the enemy are afraid of Equatorian unity. Let me be honest. Equatorians' strength is in our unity. What type of unity we want? And I'm sorry, I'm putting this as my own answer to this thing, and maybe somebody else can add or can even contradict if they want to. But I will say this: the only answer is our unity, not based, because we're already united. But I'm talking about the unity of the mind, the unity of one goal, objective. What we want Equatoria to be a nation. We don't want no federalism. We don't want no confederation. We don't even want to talk about the root cause of South Sudan. This root cause can go back in Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal, let them fix it. But for us, we want our land. We want our people to be returned back, return back to their land. We want also our justice to be done, but not under this regime. But once we have formed our own government, when we are in our own land, and then we can actually do accountability. And we want to tell the United Nations need to stop, doing the wrong in this, because right now they're supporting these so-called um, supporting what they so-called, they're supporting this illegitimate regime. And also I feel like they're in cahoot with the corruption, because United Nations is not innocent from what they're doing in places like Congo, because even in Congo there is smuggled things happening. But this is another issue. But for them, if they're trying to go and work with the regime so they can actually exploit Equatoria in the resource, and also in humanitarian way, because right now even the United Nations are not doing anything in the case of Equatoria, in the case of the people of Equatoria who are dying and being killed. So for me, I feel like United Nations is betraying us. And like, even I have a report that they said United Nations not only in cahoot with them or working with the regime, they even will ignore any cry of Equatorians. Any cry of Equatorians, if there is something committed against Equatorians, United Nations will not even mention it. They're even bribing some of the people inside South Sudan and the United Nations. So I condemn this, and I say United Nations need to be investigated themselves, because they are there. Not all of them are doing their job. We want accountability. If United Nations want to do the right thing, let them be according to what they have written in the charter. They are people who respect the law, respect human right and dignity. I don't want to see them. They are working the same way they're working in Uganda. I mean, in Congo and in Haiti, like Haitian country, where they will even exploit the children of the Haitian for sex exploitation. So I feel like they're doing the same thing to our people. So they will go up an Nile and say they will build some place there, but then Equatorial, they will not even mention the massacres and the killing. And when they bring these criminals to our territory, calling them national army, I feel that's a violation to our right. So we Equatorial need to rise up against this, and we condemn it, and we will not accept it. Because first of all, this is illegitimate government. And second of all, this is illegitimate militia who call themselves national army. And third, this is an occupation on the people. Fourth, we need everyone, non-Equatorian. I don't care if they call themselves national what, Jabhat Munu, let them go back to their territory. We don't want them because they don't belong to Equatoria. We want only Equatoria to represent. If an officer or whatever, must be Equatorian. I don't care anything else. If you're not Equatorian, please do not come to Equatoria and say you are a policeman or you're an army. I prefer an Equatorian in that territory. Simple as clear. This is how I see the solution. And if they push it to the extent they don't want it, then we have one thing: arm. We will fight to the teeth. We will do anything is possible by any means necessary to get them understand that we are not going to surrender. Like they say, power respect power. The more they do harm to our people, the more damage is going to be to them. Until they will know, let's turn Equatoria to be a cemetery to any non-Equatorian, in particular Dinka, because Huma, they try to go against us. Because this is a crime against us when they are silent. They continue doing this. And if United Nations is trying to support them, let them know that we are not doing anything but stopping these people from their place, from coming to us. And I will stop here. I'll give a chance to the next people.
Can I add something?
Yes, please.
Yeah, and I want to say that United Nations are really playing a negative role upon Equatorians, and even the U.S. Who play the role of convincing the Equatorians to let the capital city to be brought to Equatoria, and now they are just like ignoring Equatorians, like they don't know Equatorians. If it was not them, we would have rejected the capital city in Equatoria, but they were involved convincing Equatorians to accept the capital city. So I think we have right even to ask the Congress about that issue. Thank you.
Absolutely. And also ذكرتني حاجة تاني في كلام ناس ده. أنا صراحة I look at the opposition are the weakest and the most incompetent in all manner. They can never achieve anything successful because right now Equatorians are the only one have the power to make the difference. I'll be honest with you. I've noticed everything, every angle from what I'm seeing. These guys are just going there. They are looking forward to come back, to go back and work and kiss the feet of Kir. But for us Equatorian nationalists who are calling for independence, we have more power. And I want to assure our Equatorian people to stand on this idea that Equatoria must be a nation because we cannot live with these people. Let me be honest. Let's not lie to ourselves. We can live in unity. Like we said, the country is already disintegrated. Socially, we are not together. Ask yourself right now, who will come to you and say he's your friend, he's your countryman, and then he will say, I'm majority, I'm the one who liberated you. You're not from here. You're Gandhis or you're what? And then when you talk something about their tribe, they will go and insult you, say you Equatorian, we'll make your women our horse, excuse my language, or you make them what, like insulting our people. For how long Equatorian will try to use that word? Is this cowardness? Bigger lo khof de bigger lo shagol jabanda, bigger they can wazifa, or can they bigger degree. I believe في Equatorian can get the PhD beyond PhDs. ممكن يقعد 5 PhDs زي باقي في ناس قاعدين يقول لهم 5 PhD. لأنه this is really shameful. Like we need to wake up and start and have manhood تاعنا يكون real. And let's not go around, beat around the bush and say, well, أنا كان ناس زي ما كده أنا ماشي separatist. Listen, there is nothing called أنا ماشي separatist. Just go for it. Because that's the only solution يا جماعة. ما في حاجة تانية أكتر من كده. Equatorian, don't waste your time in حاجة unity. This country is already done. Denka, they want to dominate. يا أخي إنتوا كان تقروا قرارين برجر ده day and night. إنتوا ما فاهمين كلام بتاعه. مرة ده قال لكم كلام ده أداكم. This is a miracle. كان ربنا رسل لكم saint. مرات بيرسل لكم angel without even knowing. إنتوا شفتوا إسرائيل لما هم كانوا في الصحراء. God gave them the manna. The manna from heaven to make them live, to survive because they were hungry. In the morning they get manna, in the night they get what? They get meat by birds coming flying at the night. So why are we wasting our time with this called unity? This is opportunity. Take it. And as Caroline Berger showed you, you want to go to the promised land? The promised land is the way how we say separation, independent of Equatoria. We can govern ourselves. We don't have to go and follow failed politicians, failed leaders, failed things that المقعد يجيب حقه. لأنه today, how many years? Can I just count the years? حتى الوقت قاعد condemn these people. Time قاعد condemn them إنهم failures. And also at the same time قاعد يوري إنه criminal them these people are against us in all manner. هم قاعدين يعني objective بتاعهم عاوزين dominate us. إحنا لما بنتنج يقول لا. As of today, women are stronger than men in Equatoria and speaking out. رجال بتاعنا في Equatoria are always afraid. Or always want to play girl who are صديق تازول. يا أخي please كده please. Friendship ده it comes and goes. Girl today, yesterday friends can be today's enemy. And today's enemy can be tomorrow's friend. That's what it is. So stop running around and try to lower your standard as a man. خلي يكون عندكم dignity للناس اللي قاعدين يقولوا هم unionist. I'm sorry to say that, but they have to wake up. أكرهنا because I know we are not even your favorite friends or your favorite people because you always would love to hear حاجات مجاملات, but we're not here to مجاملات. We're here to tell you the truth. Wake up. We're trying to wake your conscience. ما تكون like the people of the allegory of the cave. And I will put it simple story ده عشان أجي أتكلم فوق. I have a topic about it, the allegory of a cave. في شخصيات, and the allegory of a cave is actually a story that was written 1,000 years ago by Plato. Oh, sorry. أنا دقيقة بس يا جماعة. Yeah, sorry. Allegory of a cave, it was written by Plato. It's a dialogue between Socrates and cousin of Plato. They were talking on a story. Socrates gave a story to Finas. They were born in a cave, like not born in the cave, but they were born and then they were put in that cave. They grew up in the cave. And all they do is they're looking at the cave, not the opposite side. Outside. Opposite. Inside, and then they see the shadows within the cave. and they look at it very well. يعني هم بس بيشوفوا الذل ده على اساس انه ده حياه. يلا ورا هنا في ناس قاعدين manipulate them. They are going and moving these horses, moving these people, and then bigger fi asami binadu asami ta. So these people begin to believe, this is the reality, living in that cave. Then one of them was released from the cave. When he went outside, he was shocked. في real thing over there than this thing. يعني حاجتهم عايشين ده is just a delusion. They're delusioned by إن هم قاعدين في كهف ده, and they're looking at these shadows, قال they are reality, because they never seen anything else but this shadow. And that's exactly what I see our people are going through. إنهم stuck في shadows وحاجات دي ما عنده importance. Unity is a shadow that does not bring us to any solution, only destruction, ignorance, and domination. Because right now, got to look back to the reality. في ناس قاعدين يلعبوا behind the shadows. هم قاعدين يران. يلا منزول ده جا ورام. الكان طلع من كيف ده ورام جا قتله. Imagine the ignorance. They begin to crucify him. Even حتى في Bible لما يسوع جا للناس ده. So we tell you, people sometimes they like to be comfortable with the circle surrounding بتاعهم. احنا ما نكون comfortable with ignorance, ما نكون comfortable with حاجات. يا اخي جنوب السودان ده is not different when we were part of Khartoum. What is the difference between Khartoum اليوم امبارح وجنوب السودان? Khartoum, they were oppressing us. قلنا okay, we got out of them. Now we have people who call themselves our brothers. كمان going to oppress us. So we let them. We have to go. وعندنا أرض. إحنا ما شحادين ولا إحنا living with them in their territory. لو كان Equatorian mix مع Upper Nile tribes في جوا Equatoria أو عندنا هناك في جوا Upper Nile, then you could say there is a conundrum. ده كان بيكون حجة. لكن حجتكم انتوا ده تيجي تلصقوا حالكم مع حاجة ما بتلصق. يعني زول داري يأثر بنطلون كانوا بقى عنده كرشة, داري يكسر بدل بنطلون ده يفقع في النص, يقول خلاص يقتنع انه فعلا بنطلون ده ما قاعد يشتغل مع كورين ومع جسمه. Come on يا جماعة. For really this is ridiculous. يعني زول بيكون هو عينه في بنطلون ده so much, قال بنطلون ده حلو ما داري يخليه. لازم لما يأثر جسمه من حاجة دي يفقع كده, لا خلاص بيعرف ان حاجة ده شرط. And then he will figure out okay انا بلبس شنو هسه. البس قماش ده القديم ده. انت عندك قماش احسن من ده, بيفيت يو, بيماتش يو. لكن الناس ده راسهم قوي ده يقول لنا يونيونيست for what? I have wonder الماشيين فوق ده. انما نيجي يشيلوك برا. انت you cannot fit, like زي ما قال, if it doesn't fit you got to go. So have to understand the land is yours. It's not Upper Nile. So please go for it. Go for Equatoria. Don't go for this Upper Nile stuff. So I stop here. I will give a chance to the people.
Okay, I thought you just all of a sudden
Question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, my simple question is that, I know, how do you look at this? When you evaluate the situations, you're reading to the UN envoys or representative to South Sudan. When you read his letter, what do you think? Do you think that those of US, United Nations, the international community, those who are pushing for this 2018 agreements, are they really? Are they convinced that the ongoing, those who have been graduated recently have contributed fully? That can you consider that we're now having let's say a national army? Could that be called a national army? Are they convinced?
Could you repeat your question again, sir? Sorry.
What I mean is that from your perspective, the way how you look to the international community, people like United Nations,
yes,
and all those organizations who are the neighboring countries, Uganda, and Sudan, of course, those who have contributed to write what's so-called the 2018 peace deal. Are they now? Are they aware? Are they convinced that those people are now, South Sudan is heading to what's so-called national army?
Well, You asking me this? Okay, if I give you a short one.
No, it's an open question.
Okay.
It's an open question for all. My main point is that, you know, whether or not the United Nations are now, they have come to a point of, let's say, persuasions that, to a point that, South Sudan is now not any longer, the army in South Sudan, of course, is a militia, isn't it? So I believe that, they know it very well. With this joint army, where Equatorians, none, do you think US, Troika, and United Nations, are they convinced that the upcoming days are going to show us that, this country is now having a legal force, whether it's army or security or everything? Are they convinced? Or they have another idea, a different idea?
أنا بس ببريف.
And what will be the role of Equatoria? What will be the response of Equatoria in that particular point?
Okay, let Warrior answer. Warrior, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I might not answer all correctly, but just to the question that you said, when like it's we need to look at it as a game, right? So UN is always going to play a win-win, and for me, they pulled out according to the letter we read a while ago. So now you're thinking, what changed now, right? So people are strategizing about South Sudan. And for someone to pull out when you are inside something, trying your level best, whatever it is you want to accomplish, and somehow it's not working according to the plan, what should you do to come back again? You pull out and look back and see, okay, look at the scenario. What can you do different to go back? I think the UN, or I'm just now talking about the UN, they have seen the loophole. So they don't want to lose the opportunity. I would say they don't believe that it's all rosy, and they don't think even that nothing is going to happen. Of course, anything can happen at the same time, but the opportunity is what is always in their mind. Am I going to lose this opportunity by just thinking, oh, this is going to happen, what should I do? All this sit back and bite your nails? No, they are always going to have the opportunity first. At the same time, they're building the portfolio. These are, and what they're doing, this our people, I don't even want to say our people, I would say Africa, but to that continent, that little place that we call South Sudan, they're playing their gangster move. And the thing is, they're gambling and sacrificing human lives, right? And all of them are doing this, including the Troika, AU, all these games, these little midgets that are running around Africa. Like, they want to join the mafia of the world now, right? So what do you have to do? You have to show your game and be that strong gangster. So those little things that is big for us, those who are really strong, and you still believe in humans, and the nature things that we have, we hold value to our heart. Those things to them are like microchips. So what are you willing to do? Are you willing to lose these microchips for this big opportunity you have? Of course, this little rape that we talked about in the United Nations, the white people getting raped. Imagine just 2 girls over the big opportunity of the whole entire United Nation, the nation of America. What are you going to do? You will sacrifice those 2. You'll find a way to make sure to lament that and make sure everything is okay so you can move forward with the big opportunity. Same thing with our people. At the same time, they're big gangsters, and you want to be a mafia. What do you have to sacrifice? You have to sacrifice, you have to gamble with your people. Now with these people, what's going on? People can be crying, oh, I'm hungry. Just imagine a gambler. Your home is South Sudan and you're a gambler. What do? You go and you keep looking for that money, and people in the house are crying, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. They take the last penny for food. You're like, I'm sick. They take, I'm dying. I'm being beat. My brother and sister is beating me. You don't care because your big thing is you want to fit into this mafia world, the dream that you have in your head, and what you're just going to continue to sacrifice. For me now, what they're playing is they're playing with a trial and error in that little region, right? The trial and error, nobody wants to fix it. Nobody wants to see an error and fix it so you can move forward. They're just going to do it. If it works, it doesn't work, they'll continue to fix it as they go. And the outside world is saying, well, I'm seeing my opportunity. I'm not going to sit back and continue waiting. I'm going to join the game and play along. And that's what's going on. And the rest, those who are inside, for people like us, we just can't be sitting and waiting and continue to be wiped under this thing that is going on. We have to continue helping our people whichever way that we see fit. And this is exactly where we are now talking about it, how we can maneuver and navigate this, because this is a chess game. And for me now, you're looking, these people, these gangsters who wants to play, how are they positioning themselves? What are they really doing well that they think they're winning in this so-called chase game? And then when you look at well, I don't know if I answer. I don't want to go too far. I'll probably save this for another opportunity. Odysseus or CJ, did I answer it, or should I continue going with all my points that I want to put?
Yeah, I fully understood. I understand it. You just put this as a clue,
I have a question. I have a point here. I want to say
it's
something.
perfectly correct. Yeah, it's a chess game. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Yeah, Odysseus. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
Odysseus, you say you have a question?
Yeah, you said your point on these things that it's a game. Let me say this. What about, because right now the international community, like I said earlier, that I put a key there. That power respect power.
Right.
For Equatorians right now, they don't have anything to offer to the world.
Right.
Let's be honest with ourselves, because Equatorian are they put themselves in the position of being weak. They could have done better, but they don't want to. So knowing that, you're still going to look at the international community at fault. Well, in the international community, they always look at the person who's willing and they are benefiting from.
Exactly.
What are they benefiting from us? For the Dinka, they are dominating because they look at themselves in the position that, of course, Dinka into that jara'a, and they have this audacity to say this is mine. Compared to Equatorian, Equatorian will be like, oh Allah Yahoo, like putting just like this kind of meek personality. While Dinka do not have meek personalities. Dinka will be straightforward to you, aggressive, say this is mine. Even like right now, we are talking about we want to be a nation. They will say, no, you cannot separate. Who told you? We are one people. And yesterday, they were begging separation from the North. The North could have done the same mentality, but imagine. And then Equatorial also showed their weakness not to stand up diligently, and they stand up. So you still think that the international community will be completely at fault, whatever happened with what's going on in South Sudan, if they begin to work with these people because the others are not willing and not daring to stand up? Do you think still they will be at fault from your perspective?
The UN, the international community.
Yes, because now they are working with them because they see others are not doing anything. Like they even the book that I last time I forgot the name of the guy, Alan Boswell. He said that Equatorian are weak. Describing Equatoria and all the thing, the negative of Equatoria, it was exposed, but yet Equatorian did not take that.
Yeah, Odysseus, that will not be a fault. You know why? Because these gangsters are doing so well by they're using this notion of inclusion, right? Meaning that while they're actually building their own portfolio. So for you, you can't cry because they need you, and you can't leave because they need you for their own expenses. So everybody's coming to build their portfolio. So for us, if we see the game, like I say, if we see this chess game and we really learn it and we know how to play it, we can counter that. And the international community, they always wash their hands. They don't want no fault. And you see the little jitters that happen, and they went back like, I don't want to be part of this. But then they looked around and see, oh, because everybody, they're all thieves. As long as you continue to steal and your hands are clean, you're fine. But as soon as dirt start coming, you see what they're going to do. They're going to pull off. So they play this win-win game. So if we pull our boots on and show our strength at the same time and continue to expose, of course, and continue to grow our energy and grow our things at the way we're supposed to grow so we can stand strong, these people will also give us a second look. Because you say power holds power. Right? But if we continue to keep quiet, like this is what is happening, and continue to join hips with other people and think this is what we need to do to make it happen, of course the gangster will continue to pat you and keep you string according to his plan. And this is exactly what's happening. And we're not seeing it at all. Only the few of us are seeing it, and you will give Balbasina best like, oh, and this is why they have these little minions of theirs, and they play dead. Of course, the government will play dead on you, and their little minion is the one running around now creating the propaganda, just pushing you off so you don't wake up, you don't unite. And this is what's going on in Clubhouse, in Facebook, everywhere. All this propaganda, they see someone of you in a place, they create a propaganda. And they'll try to take you out of that position. And that comes really to my point of the Nelly Fuller Jr. 9 areas of human activities. And this is where this minion of theirs are playing, the area of activity. Because for somebody to really have a hold on people for years, to come, what do? And our gangsters in that country, they don't know shit. They just copy and paste from the mafia. And what is the mafia did? What have they done so far to keep them going for this long? What did the gangster do? They copy and paste. What are they copying and paste to make sure they actually have a hold on you? And this is something we keep falling for and we keep laughing, is the 9 area of human activities, which is I think you should even know more about this, Odysseus, since you were in the army. And this guy Nelly Fuller, he was in the U.S. Army, and he came up with this book while he was while he was serving in the army, in the United Nations Army, and he started talking about racism, and he started talking about colonization and all these things, and he wrote a book, and he's like, okay, wow. So this is the 9 areas of activity of how these people are colonizing for generations to come. What are those 9 areas of activity? Politics, entertainment, law, economics, sex, war, education, labor, religion. You see, and when really think about it, look about our people. What are they doing? Entertainment. They paint this huge image. South Sudan, we're all one people, one nation. And this is what they're doing, clapping, and we join the Equatorians, together, yeah, the brothers and sisters, they're just stringing you along until you piss them off. Then they'll say, God damn, you pissed me the fuck off. Look at us, we're doing so good. We're doing so well in basketball, and where the hell are you lazy ass Equatorian? And what are you supposed to do? You keep quiet. Why? Because they're winning. In entertainment, they're doing well. They're the majority. So what do you have to counter that? Nothing. So you just shut up and follow along. Economics, education, all what? Scholarships to their children. And they're winning. And then what do? You just complain, oh, we're not getting it, we're not doing this. And what did they tell you? You lazy Equatorian eating food, sitting down just in a refugee camp, doing nothing. And this is systematically done. And what do? Again? You look at the list, of course, it's all 90% them. And 90% of them graduating, getting the money. What do? You shut up and you follow along. And if it's hard, like ina kasmata ina goyin dia na tradition didi ina de anas Robert dead anas algionus to goy kasma goy de. What do they do to you? Of course they use sex on you. Then they'll just rape you to bring you down. Rape you, beat you, hang you, torture you, make you look like you're shit, you're nothing, rape you in front of your men that are talking shit. And guess what? That alone will bring you down. Sex, that's what they use to control. If worse come to worse, guess what he's doing? He's playing his little, with a tutu skirt, a big ass elephant. Yeah, they nagisibu elephant. They yagi dance lane. Ina kulu jere pointing fingers. No, is this person? Is this person? Is this village? Is this tribe? Is this neighborhood? Is this person? Where they care later elephant in the room with a tutu just playing, with high heels, so trying to get himself out of this. At the same time, preparing his army to protect him and all these things. This beautiful thing he's painting to this United Nations so they can swallow their saliva, and they know exactly what's going on. But they're a big ass mafia because this gangster want to be part of me. I'm going to fix my portfolio and look for this opportunity while this gangster is trying to show himself off me. Okay, sure. You want guns? What do you have so people can believe that you need guns? Oh, I'm going to graduate my army with wooden guns so you can feel sorry for me as an international, because international always come as what a humanitarian. People should believe the whole entire nation, the whole entire world will believe you, like, oh, poor South Sudan, look at their army with flip-flops on. Oh, a wooden stick? My goodness, golly, US, give them some guns. And guess what? And guess what? They roll over and grab the guns, and guess what? They go to the Equatorians that are mouthing off and let's shoot them. War, education, labor. What is the labor? They use your government, your people, and those who think they're smart enough with a suitcase, and they're the leaders of the community, they're the kings and queens of the community. They use them, and I even just saw today this guy went to this Gudawe people and meet with them. The president just had a meeting with the Gudawe people. Guess what? He's lining his ducks. Yeah, he's lining his ducks in place. So this labor and our so-called educators with our briefcase on, guess what? You labor for them and get that. You better get that gold to my hand. And they give you scrap, and you're running back to your little western, eastern Equatoria and central Equatoria. You like, I'm educated. I have a degree and a PhD. I'm better than, They tell you, go ahead, but they will bring that one from Mura who don't know shit to be the one running and make sure you fall in line. You see? And this religion, and this is what we're fighting for now. We use this now they're telling us, book takum ta carol, this is your Bible. And look, they're using Bible itself and using it against you. They go in and get verses within the same Bible and say, we are born to rule. So use your Bible. I'm going to use my Bible. But guess what? I'm going to discredit you. You can't discredit me. So they play also a win-win game. Where are your advantages here as an Equatorian? You see? So I'm seeing this and I'm just thinking, how do we elevate and at least release some of this pressure from our people so we can also look at the game and start playing the damn game and stop waiting for these so-called unionists to get their ass together. We just need to continue playing the game and really get it right, because a settler that comes in your land is not coming to help. Is coming to wipe you, is coming to change you, and it's coming to take over. Didi already said it initially in the beginning, And guess what they're doing? The new propaganda I just heard this week. You will throw up even. The propaganda of, the psychopath, giant intellectual classroom, every day they're cooking their so-called propaganda. They say Equatoria, large tribes of Equatoria are wiping off the smaller tribes to create a nation. Imagine, this is reverse psychology, right? And this is exactly what they're doing. So they're coming to Equatoria to do what? To save the little tribes in Equatoria. So they're not going to move. They're coming there to protect the little tribes. And guess what? They're not coming to protect. Reverse psychology. They're coming to wipe the little tribe, and they're coming to fight you, the big tribe that wants to stand. This is what is going on, and this propaganda machine is 24/7 working. A settler is never coming to help anybody. It's coming to change and wipe and take over. And we just play along. And Equatorians saying a best weekend. And those of us who are seeing it, and we come to this group, our group here, and we talk our heads off here. We're not Equatorians.
Exactly. And Adif, I want to add something on that, but sorry to cut you, but you're absolutely right. Because I've seen Equatorian big nas kalam. Yeah, and it has I'll be honest with you, I'm okay with that as long as they in our room. Okay, so hold on a second. Like in our room is like, we always say it like it is, and it's not popular. But most of the time I see them, they quote what we say in the other side. Like last time when I saw them in Changlum, I was shocked. I'm like, these are the same people who, and I never put my confidence on them, to be honest, because I know these people are flip flop, because they have no standard, أنا ما بريد زول أبو خشمين. تكون straight لأنه الحاجة ده خطر هنا. Because Equatorians right now are dying. So أنا كمان حاجة هيدا طلع برا. Sorry, the recording في Facebook just kicked out. I will have to return back. But yeah, so they are playing games on there, and if Didi, you can help me on that. Oh, okay, I'm back. Sorry.
I think you're still on.
Okay, yeah, I thought I don't know what happened. My screen.
If I can get something.
Yes, go ahead, please, because my screen just got out.
No, you go on and say.
No, go ahead. I will say something. Yeah, go ahead, because I'm hearing echo. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just I just thought that both of you have answered CJ's question really brilliantly, and it's of the reverse question, the same similar to what you asked. You and Tutu, I think, answered it really greatly. She has elaborated really so much. Thank you. More in depth of what can open up an eye opener to us Equatorians, rather than it's like we're playing that, we're beating around the bush, keeping busy hunting the elephant's shadow while the big elephant is right there. So yeah, that's really what you elaborate is really correct, Tutu. And I just wanted to say that yes, CJ, in short, for me, I just think that yes, your question was like whether this international community and the neighboring countries and stuff, whether they take these people seriously. And I think for me, they don't really have any confidence in these people. They don't take these people seriously. But it's these people present themselves as like as opportunity. A country which is vulnerable. South Sudan at the moment is vulnerable, really, with really very dumb leaders, dumb people ruling it. And these people are our neighbors for so long, for many years and decades, and they have watched us, they have known us, they've known especially like when you come to the Equatoria and stuff like that, they know the origins of the land, and they know how we used to live and stuff like that, and the people that governed the country before, because the things that are happening now was not happening back then, the days, you see. So these people know, and they know that the critical situation that we're in. But because, as one of the U.S. Senator or someone that says that, useful idiot, called Kira, useful idiot, you see? You've got this huge, a useful idiot that you can make use of them. Money counts, money goes. And at the end of the day, the people that call themselves as the intellectuals and stuff like that, they're not doing anything. You see, they're not doing anything. They're not presenting their case. You see how many people come up to say they have the PhD, degrees, double, triple PhD holders. But what are they doing? They couldn't even present a case properly. You see? They couldn't even present themselves properly. Some of them have been turned off, right, by the US. You see, because they couldn't even, like, some of them that are running around that are representing Equatoria, they would be turned off. Because you came with a case that you're coming to represent the problems of Equatoria, but you could not even articulate it. You cannot even articulate the situation of the people that is going on. So they see no confidence in these people, you see? So they're just working with what, you know, they see these are just people who are really not really comparable really to what is the reality of what a country should function. But I mean, you're part of the world, and this is what you got, and that's what they're working with it. Because in reality, these people know what's happening. How can people break a promise of a peace deal many times, and they've never moved on even from when they've started, you see? And then just consider these people, just keep bypassing them. It was like the dumb kid in the class, but you just keep passing them there because of their age and stuff like that, and you just gotta get rid of them as long as they're paying the school fees and stuff like that. Their parents is paying the school fees. For me, it's just something like that. So what is really for me that bothers me is the Equatorian. We know our case, we know our issues. We claim that we're educated, we claim that we're civilized. Okay, then you get the uncivilized people and the uneducated people. How do you let these people play you time and time again? You're educated. Even if we hear ourselves, most of them are running around, and the people who prefer them are the people who call themselves that they're PhD, they're doctors and stuff. But listen to them when they speak. Just listen. One will talk about South Sudan as their one and stuff like that, but yet complain of the treatment that South Sudan. They will list out all the treatment, all the bad things that South Sudan are doing, but yet they will still swear to you they still want to stick to be with South Sudan. You see, that tells you that these people either bought their PhDs or is these people, but yet they will still swear to you they still want to stick to be with South Sudan. You see. And the diplomats and the rich people in Sudan, they were sending their kids outside to study. You see, and the education there was limited only just to downgrade people so that you don't move ahead the ladder. You see, you don't overthrow the system that is going on. So you're being controlled in a certain way. And as people run around here, that's another issue. But for me, my question here is like, for Equatoria, we have been lied to. We've been deceived by the same people more than 3 times. Okay, and they use the same tactics. For me, I just like to look at things and from the perspective and talk about the issue, the very issue that that is affecting us really. There's something wrong with our mindset. These people have lied to us, like CJ have mentioned it earlier. How I was thinking about it, and CJ mentioned it earlier. I remember that CJ mentioned it earlier. How Abel Alier, has taken over Lagu. Yeah, I think Lagu, and a person that has never even been in a combat like him and stuff like that. But then he came and deceived and got ahead of him. You see, and then there you go. When he got ahead of him, what happened in Equatoria? We got abused, we got killed, we got all these things that were happening. We lost our power and stuff like that. This is the same tactics that they've done. Okay, and then we took control. Okay, like now it's making me think that without the North, Equatorians are not fit to make decisions. Because the North was in it, Equatorians was able to make the right judgment, the right call. Because how do you dare then make a very good decision for your own destiny, for the destiny of your people, for your right existence? For these people not to allow themselves to go grow in their regions, but then they just want to come and overpower Equatoria, all of them. That's just something wrong here. You know that you do not want this kind of people to return back. You know what had happened? They've overpowered you, and if they come back, 2 regions come back over you, what would happen to you? And when they went back, Then there you go. They went and devised another plan. And then the second plan was SPLA. The same deceive. They deceive, they manipulate Equatorians again. Equatorians are now good at helping their enemies. You know, they help. Somehow we help Abel Ariar earlier. Then we help the SPLM. We brought them home to our house in Equatoria. Everybody avoiding to talk about Equatoria before SPLM. You see? And then everybody avoid to question themselves, where and how and why do you leave Equatoria when it was thriving, it was growing, and then you up and go and join these people in, in the bush? When to begin with, these people, you have separated yourself from them. And then the same people, again, you forgave them and you went with them and you created a highway, an avenue for them to come to your home. And then we leave it here. Especially we brought them home. What happened? They subdue us. They conquered the land. They're controlling our borders. You see? Both international and locally. All the borders from Yei to Nimule, Yei to Meridi, Yei to Torit, they control it. You go there, you get attacked. The neighboring country, international border, they control it. We are trapped. They begin to set traps for us. Our men, both in all ages, young, old, and stuff, we're all like the, educated ones.
Sorry, guys. Just a minute.
You get attacked. You see? And then the same thing goes to our ladies, both old, young, and stuff like that, who are really educated and skillful, equipped, with all these degrees and PhDs and stuff. You're doomed. And you're getting abused. You see? And the same thing goes like our kids. Last time there was a young child that was hanged, in Yei on the tree. Just very little girl of 5 years old was hanged on the tree. And then there's the other one that the two kids and the mother that was hanged. And then followed by the horrific killings that were happening and people getting burned, men getting handcuffed and getting raped and getting slaughtered. You see? All these attacks that are happening around the land. Again, these very people begin to walk on us again and walk with us, and we are walking with them, creating another trap called unity. Now SPL is still there, torturing us. But now we created another help we're giving these people. It's called unity. You see? And this unity is created by these people. This unity, these organizations that we've been seeing around, is all created by these people, and they appointed one of us on it to trap Equatorians to follow them. This is another SPLA. These people, remember, they've got one pattern. They know Equatorians are very simple-minded, easy to be deceived. You just gotta convince them, you see, and you gotta appoint them as a leader, and you gotta just fend for them and praise them that you're a leader, you're educated, you're a very good person. You see, you just be patient and stuff like that. Things will change while they are in control of everything. You see, another SPLA organization under different titling called. Sorry.
No, I say exactly, Didi.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. So another titling called the Unity, which is called the Soma, and appointed one of the Equatorians over there, is almost to me, and then Equatorians were being deceived, thinking that oh, this is an Equatorian thing, Equatorian did and stuff like. No, this is the Apana that came with it, and then they appointed this. But there is two organizations that are dividing Equatoria over, the MDN and the NAS. They are appointing Equatorians within it. If you see some of our Equatorians being divided in between it, and look at their moves in terms of what is going on, and look at their moves and when they're doing, like the rooms that they've opened, and look at their moves, each when things are happening, Equatorians are getting attacked. Look what they're doing. Where are they? And when they're even getting attacked directly, what are they doing? If you are appointed, you cannot do nothing. And these are the things that we are afraid to talk about it, because this person is related to me. This person is Equatorian at the same time. And this is killing us. This is what is killing us, you see? And when people like us, when we speak, people begin to tell you, oh, you don't, you don't respect yourself and stuff like last time, sometimes when you speak and stuff like that. But hey, I want to tell you, there's one thing that Equatorians need to get through their big minds. There's a difference between fear and respect. There's a difference between putting the right thing into perspective, but then calling yourself into deceit and deceive yourself. Or controlling people's mindset to think in the way that the person who is the gateway to the sellout wants you to think. That's the one that is causing you to die, the one that's selling you out. You see, you're supposed to support because because you're related to me, because we are from one place, and we don't want that person to fail because we got this person as a leader. That's what we do. That's what we do as Equatorians. But this person is an appointee. He's been appointed, just like what Kir is doing. These people are following the same things. So, rounding up to this, I would say that we are now helping these people. It's almost to me like the racing, the dog race, like the horse one, but the dogs one. Whereby for them to make these dogs race, they will have to tie a rope, a meat or something that the dog is attracted to. They tie the dog food on the stick, and then the stick has a wheel in it whereby it's also riding and running. You see, so the dogs start racing, putting their focus into that food, that prize that they're gonna get. So the dog doesn't know that they win the race. They don't know what they're doing. They're just running to get that thing that is ahead of them. And once they reach the end of the race, it's not even what they were chasing for. And then they've been given another different thing or something like that, or just they've been put in a cage. Now they've been bound in a cage and they're going to live in a very small, tiny square place, and then somebody's taking control of them. And if they're not good enough anymore, they don't like them, or they're rebelling, they inject them or something, they put them to rest. They're just useless. Basically, they're just animals that are to be used. And this is what Equatoria is. Equatoria, you just pick one Equatoria, and he's running a wrong race just for Equatorians to follow. But not necessarily logically whether this is helping us. But Equatoria said, no, I'm going to split my two legs in different corners. One here, one there, and my two arms, I'm going to split it over there. But guess what? We're all fighting for Equatoria for 17 years, for how many, 30 years. These people keep defeating you. And then because you spread yourself everywhere, and that's why they keep getting under you and raping you with your kids everywhere, because you spread it everywhere. And you're weak. Can you tie yourself your legs here, and then somebody come in, your hands over there, the other hand come over there. Would that person not rape you, not break you into pieces? Where do you get hands to bind that person? And it's been said that in order to enter a strong man's house, you will have to bind that man in order to enter his own house. You cannot get in a strong man's house without binding him. And our fathers before, or our forefathers have tried to do that to protect us. But the Equatorians after them say, no, they know better. And they begin to do things otherwise, differently. Split-minded people. And this is something that baffled me. I cannot understand this logic that Equatorians are thinking about. So when you begin to talk, they begin to bring for you, useless education that even doesn't take you anywhere. Has not even liberated you yet. You got these ignorant people that walking around half-naked magnories. They never built their places, but they kept subduing you. They kept conquering you. They kept wrecking you. But men and women and children, they kept displacing you. They kept cornering you and scattering you and attacking you unprovoked. And they lay traps for you. When you come out, they kill you like rats. And then the other thing is, your borders are all controlled. When they scatter you from within, you reach the border, you try to run. The only thing we can do is run. And when we are running, they kill us at the border. Wow. You see? And yet you're smart. Yet you're very educated people. You're God-fearing people. No, you're not God-fearing people. You're hypocrite people. Because I usually say, if you look at the Bible, the entire Bible, God was the commander in war. He was the chief and commander in the war. He was leading the war. He was fighting. He was slaughtering. He was killing. He was opening the ground, swallowing people, his people, and including his people that were disobedient. including the enemy people that were hunting his own people that were listening to him. He was the commander-in-chief. He was the warrior. And he continued to be. And he continued to declare himself as a god of war, God of vengeance. And where do you come with that naiveness, that lie? If it's the fear, we should just accept that is a fear. Then our people, our educated people, our leaders should say that they're just afraid. They should just stop misleading Equatoria. Or they should just declare themselves and join these people that they're in for the game. And they should not confuse the rest of the innocent people. Should not be confused. The most important people to us, the civilians, the society of Equatoria, should not be deceived. They do not deserve that. We hold the right as women and men, whether educated or not, to speak out. The matters of the country that involve people dying, involve people losing their people, everybody got the right to speak. No, it's not. Nobody is entitled that they make decisions over us, but decisions that are not even helping us, are not making sense to us. Decisions that are betraying us, that are dividing us. Nobody have that right and entitlement. And if I dare be around these people, you would not close your eyes, trust me. Be afraid to close your eyes near me. Because you will not wake up. Just like the woman in the Bible that did to that king that was, killing his own people. You will not wake up with this propaganda of just betraying Equatorians on and on and on and on. This is a propaganda. This is a lie. I refuse to accept that. Even if it's my father, he will not close his eyes before me. This is a lie. How do you dare bear your people dying and the things that are happening to your people, and you just sitting somewhere there, and you just allowing yourself to be used, and you just tie yourself to these people and call them your brothers, and begin to politicize what is happening, and you're gaining from it at the same time. You're living comfortable. And when you come before us, you don't even address our issues as Equatorians. These people are addressing their issues, and they're addressing how they can subdue us more and they can kill us more. But you don't come and address our issues. You divide us. You allow us to be conquered, and you leave us with a guilt that if you fail, is upon us. What the hell? What the hell? You leave us with guilt. You're haunting people who are vulnerable in understanding, just like the Bible said. In the latter day, there will be men that will come and deceive women and people that are of no background of understanding. You see, have no background of knowledge. But you will not deceive people like me. I know my rights. I know what's wrong and right. Whatever you bring before me, I will debunk it. And this is far from respect and fear. You fear somebody in ignorance. You don't even question what they do. And this is what Equatorians are best at, and they've been brought up in this way. When it comes to a country, I said, there is no something called sutra. There is no something that says this is my person or this is my filan. Because this involves other people in it and other people's relatives in it. Involves the entire family and communities and tribes and the whole nation and the region of Equatoria. So Equatorians, they have to be to have rights to decide what is right for them, to determine their destiny, to call for self-independence. They have rights. Nobody dare to come up and make us feel pity party if they fail. You fail, you've been appointed. Whether you're in MDN or whether you're in Soma or whether you're where you are, you are appointed. You are appointed to scatter our thoughts. You are appointed to defeat us, to live as defeated people, to be weak. Who are killing themselves like rats. The same people who have subdued us and killing us like rats. So what's wrong with you to unite yourself just for yourself, for your region, for your people, for the sake of your people that have died? After you have gone over there to SPLA and create a highway and you brought these people home, and now you cannot even offer us a solution. You brought these people home. You cannot give us a solution. You brought these people home. Let our brothers join SPLA in fear because of the abuse that they got, some of them. And you do not offer us the help today. You don't. Some of them have died already. They did not even have any responsibility. Nobody held them responsibility. We are just left as people who are scared. Just chasing after. Look. They're just chasing after. They're chasing things of no value. You see? They're chasing words that does not even offer solution for them. You know, somebody call you here, you talk, you lose your mind, you just get excited in the minute, but there is no solution. You know, in my conclusion, I just say that look, it's just the story of the racing dog that I just said. It just that happened. Equatorians have been appointed in position so that Equatorians should chase after this person. And the sooner these people have seen that Equatorians have turned their hearts and their mind in following them, they're trying to wheel this person out, to chase this person out now and reappointed one of them. Because they have done that with us before, and they've done that with us with Juba right now. Who doesn't know that these people break promises and they don't keep covenants? These people are liars. They do not give promise with a promise with you when you have a promise with them. Look what is happening over Juba just last time, the couple of fights that are happening. You know? Now they came, they just want Juba for 10 years, and now they have Juba now for over 17 years. And now they're not giving it back. And now they're all over Equatoria. And these are the same things they've done in the 50s. Or I mean in the 80s or 60s and 80s. This is the same thing they've done. They never lived at home. They come and live in Equatoria. These people are not people you can trust. First of all, how do you make a promise or covenant with them on and on and on? How do you come back and make agreement with such people? You have got the test of these people many times, multiple times. Okay? Now we have another version of SPLA now doing the same thing, just a different name. Because they wanted to make sure, like they've been saying, Edward has been saying that we know Equatorians want to separate, and we know these people are for separation. And then he said, that would never happen. Because they know that they have got us where we want. They know that they have destroyed our mind. They know that for an Equatorian, that's why the mind is the battleground. Whenever a war or whenever a stress, whenever mashakil is happening, you're stressing about it, it's not happening in your body. It's happening in your mind. If you have a weak mind, you will always be convinced so quickly. You will emotionally be captured in something so quickly. You see? And that's what they do to our mind all the time. They get to us through one by one, especially those people who elect themselves by themselves to be an answer or leaders over us. They get through these people. So if somebody is appointed to be a leader over Equatoria, we don't see this person. Or leader over everybody. We don't see this person. They don't even articulate our issues. They don't even come to us. They dictate over us. But then they're concerned about Upper Nile. They're concerned about leaving Upper Nile behind. But yet Upper Nile is the reason why we are falling, why our people are falling, why we're having the backbreak that I said before, to reduce you, to embarrass you so that you don't put your head up. That's why they're tearing you, insulting you, you're cowards. Because they have tested you. You're nobody. They have raped you before your family. All our leaders who are living there, they've probably been raped, all of them. That's why they can't even speak for Equatoria. Even some of them that left out here, that's why they're scared, terrified of these people, of their account, what can be put out. That's why you see they rather fight you who is fighting for Equatoria with all their hearts rather than the humiliation to be put out. You see? And this is really ridiculous. This is ridiculous. That's why I'm saying, for me, Equatoria is not for sale. Equatoria is not for integration. Equatoria is not for assimilation. Equatoria is not for ethnocide cleansing or something like that. Equatoria is, we are Africans. And that brings me back to to play the revolutionary war that, the African national anthem, the revolutionary song, Nisikilele, Africa. And the freedom is coming. To remind us that we're living under colony. It's not a joke. It's not just a story that we sing here. We sit here and talk about and enjoy talking. It's the fact that Equatorians should open their mind and abandon everything outside Equatoria. We don't recognize these people anymore as the people we once know. They are enemy because they possess the same behaviors of the colonizers that we Africans have once fought for hard, fought against, hard, to keep our identity. We live in Africa. Why should another African, another brother from Africa come and colonize me in my place and begin to change the geographical, state of my, of my living? Want me to uproot half of my people, like now some of our men that have been taken to Upper Nile, They recruit them and take them to Upper Nile and bring Upper Nile here. Why should the Upper Nile have the voice? Who give them the upper voice to speak? Who give them the upper voice to decide what they want to decide around the content, around that part of the continent? Why should we give that up? We are Africans. This is our home. We are not living, under colonial power anymore. We are Africans. This is our native home, our roots, where we are rooted. You cannot up and live and collect yourself from where you are. You've been blessed to live in, and then you want to come to another man's place and he's done, and then you want to tell him that, you belong here, you have the rights here. These people have broken the promise that they say that they want to continue and fight all the way to the north. Why are they not going to fight for the north? They have tracked all along from Senegal, from Mali, from I don't know even when, Gambia or somewhere, this other country. They have the same people who are part of them in Nigeria now are creating, the havoc in Nigeria. The same people track all the way and find themselves in this land, and they all the way from Khartoum they've been chased. They ran away from slavery, and nobody people, but we exalted them. You see, and nobody people, we exalted them. We over-exalted them so much, and we begin to talk about their issues. Even them, they have good people. Then nobody is good in that place. Because if there is a good person, those good people would begin to speak like this. Hey, we ran away from there because of slavery. We came here in the part of Equatoria, which is the South Sudan. But, we live in that place. These people led us to live there. Now, we have fought a lot of battles together with them. And now, what is happening to us, we are the cause of what is happening around in the nation. We are the cause of what is happening to us in Upper Nile. Because when they die purposely, because they want to die, because they want to kill themselves. Because it's part of them. It's in their nature, in their bloodline gene. Because if we're dealing with a confused people, somebody that will kill and rape and loot and run to somebody's place and do the same thing over there, but yet Kasmo going. They should have said that. There's all leaders that they have with the PhD. They should say that this issue started in Upper Nile. Let's do exodus to Upper Nile. I don't see why these issues this politicized, what do you call it, this tribal war, which has been politicized. Why did they want to solve it as an equal thing as plus Equatoria in it? Yet Equatoria has never left their land. Why can't you gather yourself and go back and speak to your people? Those of Pagana Moon, those of Munumunu, including Kir, the useless Kir over there. They could just go back and resettle their people back. They have many, many rebels over there. Plus the MDN has a rebel. The one that attacked their own people over there. Why can't they use these rebels, these militias, these people, and go and strengthen security in their places so that their people can return home? And yet, especially the Shuluk that is working hard against Equatoria. The betrayers that have betrayed Nuer, and now they're betraying the Equatorians. The same Pagana Moon. Yet his people have never fought. The Nuer fought in 2013. And now he's doing the same thing to the Equatorians. Hanging around us. Dividing us. And now, when Equatorians, we're pushing it hard, now they lashed out in anger, using his people, those of Edward, to come and insult Equatorians, insult the Equatorians' leaders. That's his work. That's a Pagana man, Amon, Nas Lama Cole, the one that shares MTN with Ajawin, the one that your Equatorians are over there now. Every day, couple of days, come and open a room after these people insulting him, insulting Equatorial women, and attacking us who are fighting for Equatorians. And when you speak to such useless, he begins to tell you, respect yourself. I'm not a seller. I'm not a sellout. People always, like, people become protective in this thing and begin to talk about, you don't know me, like, I don't know. Who are you really? I don't know you. Because I'm sick of people who talk about, you don't know me. Yes, I don't know you. Simply because we never grew up in the same suburb. I never know of you. When I was small, I grew up in Amarat. When we were in Khartoum, I was in different, in Sahaba, in other places and stuff, and we never met. Yeah, I don't know you. Who are you really? And what do I have in common with you that I will need something from you really? What? Apart from, I would just not want my people to be sold out cheap. The blood of my people to be sold out cheap. I do not want it. What it can be munu, it can be sama. I would not agree with you. I will agree with you anything else, but not this one. Because this involves our people, all our relatives, our family. Yama, one person's business. So I will just leave it here, and I will just say that Equatorians need to understand this very well. This is not a one person's business. This is not a one person's family. This is not about somebody's position, but it's about our people, and this is not personal. This is about our people back home, our existence, our land. We should not be lied to just like the racing dogs. We should not. Then when we begin to open up the truth and bring it out and people retaliate attacking separatists and saying separation will never happen. But you want us to sit here and lie, except like you who's been bought, who's been sold out? This is just not right. Something is not right. Be comfortable in your skin, like those people who are over there, Naswaniga, Nasmunu, go join, stay there comfortable. Just don't lie. Leave us to struggle and to know how to free ourselves, but just get out of our way. You are appointed, get out of our way. Stop confusing Equatorians. Thank you.
Wow. Didi, you are double Equatorian. I hope people understand what you are talking about. I cannot add anything. Thank you, Didi.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay. I want to give a chance to Escobar because Escobar said his network is not good. So I hope you're able. And then from there, we'll skip it low. McCartney, I'll give you a chance. And Son of Equatoria, welcome also. So Escobar, I got this money. Escobar, I hope you're able to answer to listen to me. Okay. Escobar, are you there? Okay, so let's go to keep it low. I see your mic is on. I don't know what you want to say. If you have a question, please ask us a question. I'm in the points messages. About fee article. I'm not going to talk about it today, but I'll talk about it later in the next topic to come. There's a coming topic later. I don't know if I will postpone it or what, but then this letter, I mean, this article will be mixed with it. It's the same about, but this one is actually about the political parties. I think that one need to kind of like delve into it too much. لأنه طبعا في حاجات كمان. Like I said, the domination of Equatoria is not based only in military. It's also political, economic. Like I think one mentioned earlier, economic. If I'm not mistaken, earlier there was a mentioning about economically, socially. It was you, yes. Yes, thank you. Because yeah. So it was perfect what you said, and we will discuss this tomorrow definitely, and definitely we will even elaborate on it. I did appreciate your thoughts, and I appreciate Didi, appreciate everyone, CJ, Robert, Kifaya, and Escobar, I didn't hear from you. McCartney and Son just came in. So keep it low. إنت كان ما قادر تتكلم. I don't know what you're trying to say. Your question, you can exit and come back so you can figure out what's wrong with your network. So at the moment, you're not able to talk. I can't hear you. So I'll give it to McCartney. Escobar, إذا أنت قدرت ترجع تاني بكون great. لحد ما النتورك تاعك يشتغل. أنا بدي McCartney. And طبعا عندنا هنا, like I would say, in an hour we will shut off. I mean, we will close. So McCartney, please go ahead. ادينا thoughts بتاعك. طبعا maybe I have to refresh the room كمان. Refresh it for you guys, right?
Yeah, could you please refresh the room? Yeah,
Yes.
I think I refresh the room. So
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
طبعا قاعد نتكلم, if we look at it, this country is already in disintegration. There is no help to it. People who talk about unity, it's false. This unity is not exist anymore, based on what we see, and also you could see حتى socially, South Sudanese are not getting along. Politically we're not getting along. Economically حتى ما في equality. Militarily, command the same thing. So everything is already in disintegration. And yet they want to force Equatoria and others to be quiet, not to speak on that. And then you could see they're using that word of unity and using our other brothers, unfortunately, those who are still lost, they will believe that there is a unity possible when everything shows clear there is no unity. حتى recent arguments اللي حاصل في social media, people have showed their true color. And let's be honest, these guys who are attacking Equatorians, they showed their true color. And they showed in Huma, Kadinka, they don't like Equatorian. وقال Equatorian they'll be يتهموا separatists when we don't even have anything to do with them. What we said, we didn't even respond. But what we did is we accept that there is some chaos going on, and we're not surprised, But, so we were looking at these things. It gives us even that clearance that yes, separation is the only solution, and there's nothing else. And then add to add to. Are you okay, man? كانوا قاعد يخنقوك مع ناس هناك. كيف له؟ اوكي انت رجعت ولا شنو؟ Hello? This guy. Okay. Anyway, so Yahoo, this is what we were talking about, and then I read the article that UNMS leader, General Nicholas Haytham, was kind of congratulating the regime for unified army, which is not, it's not really unified army. And then I asked the question, هم أولا ماشيين كجروب بتاع, they working with people who had not gotten any accountability. أنت كان لاحظت the crime اللي عملوها وحاجات دي كله ما ظهر. And nobody was prosecuted. Only the people that prosecuted was those who raped the 3 white women or white women, and then the killing of one of the Nuer kid, Ali Khan, who was a journalist, Khan Shagal Manasawinda. He was murdered in the scene, and he was not even, given a proper way of justice. Adobes cattles, Le'ail Tau, and then $1 million to the hotel and to the family of the women who were raped, and then they prosecute these guys accordingly. And so it shows you that it's so messed up here. And then add to it, add to the injury, like assault to the injury. It's like they continue empowering this regime with all these criminals. Unified army, Tariaku Salva Kiir. They all committed crimes, and then you could see them now. They are becoming the new force. Yalla UN Kamanga, they praise themselves and praise the regime in Huma working together. عشان هم going to help these people to be the good army. You protect the people. I don't know what are they going to protect. وأنا قلت في نفس الوقت, this regime is not going to take these soldiers to the Upper Nile. They're going to focus on up in Equatoria. لأنه Upper Nile is already a chaos. وهم هسه عملوا حجة بتاع ما في سلاح. Now they're looking for a weapon. And thanks also to Sister Warrior, she mentioned something that these guys are actually working hard, talking behind the scene that they want to get embargo lift off. Once the embargo is lifted off, that means it's going to be dangerous for us as Equatoria in particular. The Anonazalo station in Equatoria, it's a ticking bomb, and we already are right now in a weak spot. Let's be clear to ourselves, in a weak spot. So Equatoria now need to take seriousness the situation that we have to do decision proper. You know, ما نكون زي ناس في cave زي أنا قلت. and I will talk about this because this is a topic we're actually going to talk about. It's a philosophy about the allegory of the cave by Plato. And it was part of the story mixed with the Republic. Those who read the Republic, when he was talking, even he preferred a dictator, but not a dictator that we think like today. A dictator by mean somebody who's enlightened. Actually, that was the meaning of it. But taban misinterpretation of it, and the way now it's been turned is really wrong, because dictator somebody be stay longer in administration to administrate the situation for a longer period of time, just to make sure that everybody is perfectly situated. It wasn't based on a dictator who totalitarian or tyrant. You know, totalitarian person is the one who kill and abuse. So this is what was the difference. But I'm gonna focus on the the allegory of the cave, because there's some people I could see in the Gadimfi cave, and they don't want to see the light, or they don't want to see the reality. They see the shadow. Oh my God, accept the shadow is the reality, while the outside is not their reality. So they are حاجة اللي أنا بختصر لك هنا. So, but I talked about that this guy have mentioned, who are happy with what's going on, who giving credit to these people. They're doing good. يلا ناس كده سجلي call for weapon, خلي يدولهم weapon and lift the embargo. وده بشكل خطر هنا. And as we see, the country is already in disintegration, socially, economically. Yalla Equatoria hina is vulnerable to even pay the price, is sticking with this so-called false unity. So I wonder what's your point in, what's your thoughts in that? And thank you. You hear me?
Yeah. Thank you, Etika. Thank you so much for all those explanations and refreshing the rooms. Yeah, it's really wonderful. People talk about unity. What the unity? Unity, first of all, is not attractive. There's no that saying that we are united, and the unity is going to be a force behind to bring all the country together. No, that's wrong. First, there's a difference between the land we are in Equatoria and the land of others and the identity. And we are not connected at all. Historically, in this or in the space, we are not connected. And then, if we define our culture, the way we express our is spiritually, it is also different, and the way we memorize and identify our needs is also different. That means that unity is not attractive, and we are not ones. Equatorial already has different way of looking at the world. We are going to have our own place because Equatorians always make decisions that affect them based on their own lands and also based on their own resources or based on what they're doing. That's what make Equatoria what Equatoria is. Again, Equatoria always rely on the fundamentals, life support systems, like the economy they drew out from their lands, and the society how they rely on, and that make them stand very strong and act. See, that's how they are. And then when it comes to economic, you see, Equatoria for a long time has been denied a right to have a decision making regarding the economic activities of their own area. For example, they control their border, they control their resources, and they control everything. Even Equatoria were denied to participate in large scale economic activities that if they do, and they will be obstructed, you see, from that. And also the resources within the Equatoria were also occupied, and Equatoria left with no options and to seek the self-determinations. Because there's no country in the world, people will be denying from participating in economic decision makings, wealth creations, and to protect what they have in their own areas. If we go to politically, and then we look at even the same Equatorial is being marginalized politically, and they have been denying to have a political voice to say regarding the situation that affecting them, and underrepresentations and participations in all decisions that affecting the country. Equatoria were denied. The only thing, they were their puppets. They were their puppets. They are not leaders, and they are not in the center of decision making, and they are just there. It's like Equatoria have a right to vote others, but they have no right to be voted. You see, that's the two things. You have right to vote others to be in the higher position, but you have not right to be voted in the higher position. You see, there's a two different things. That make that Equatoria is not part of the neighboring country, South Sudan. You see, it means that we are our own country. This thing happened the same in South Africa, and also it happened in Australia sometimes back that other people were not allowed to vote. They have to apply for the citizen, yet they're indigenous of their own areas. See, that's the thing. And socially, you see, there's different perspective that we look at, that we are not ones. If you look in the culture, spiritually, we are not ones. In the way we view the situation, we are not one. We are already different peoples in one area. That is not much to stay together. In terms of justice, and justice is mean that Equatoria always been denied justice, where regarding the affair that affecting them, and they've been marginalized, and their land has been taken, and they've been driven out from their lands, and they've been targeted, and they're at the brink of extinction. That means that the government got plans to wipe all the Equatoria, and then they use their land and occupy it. So in that situation, unity is not attractive. What we want is self-determinations. Self-determination, that's what we want. So that we can have our own country, and we know how to set our system that reflect the need of people of Equatoria, that support the services delivering, and the foundation for the development, and stable political system that make the country to move forward. That's what we want. We don't want the other peoples. Other peoples, they can do in their own area there. Let them live. Just live. It's simple. Just leave. Go away. Leave us alone. See, that's the word. If you leave us alone, hey, we have no problems. Just go. Just pack your stuff. Go. See, that's what we want. We don't want any those talk, because you're not part of us. We're not part of you. There's nothing that connects us. There's nothing. Just go. Leave. Go. You go to your place there. Go and stay there. Do you see Equatorians themselves go and build a house in Bargazal or Apanan? No. They never go and build there. Because they go to the patriotisms that they love Equatorians. They are part of it. They don't know other place apart from Equatoria. Even Equatoria, they don't go and build or go and buy in Kenya. They don't go and buy in Ethiopia. They don't go and buy in Khartoum or Uganda. No. They just invest in their own Equatoria. If they go holidays, they go to Equatoria. They go to their own village and stay there. That's the proudness of being Equatorian. But others, they don't like their place. They don't like themselves. If you don't like yourself, go, please leave. I go tomorrow. Leave. Go to a week. Go, please. Huh? We can talk over the phone. Just leave. Stay there. Ethica, that's the only my conclusion. Let them leave. Go back. Go and stay there. We can talk over the phone. See? Thank you.
Do you know how much it costs for the country?
هسه قمت من النوم يا جد. صباح الخير. أنا قبل قدنا نادي.
صباح النور.
Yeah, I was calling you to speak.
He's been triggered.
Oh, my bad. Okay, أنا بديك فرصة ترد. عندك سؤال. First of all, عندك question to any of us?
I have a question for my brother. I just wanna say how much do you know how much it costs for the country to be separated, like when we separate from North Sudan? Do you know how much it costs? How much life it costs? You know?
Don't worry, just leave. Yeah, keep it low. Leave. I want to see you leave. Go there to Upper Nile. Go there. Go and stay peaceful with your relative. Leave.
Okay.
Go.
Can you calculate?
We can talk over the phone.
I just want to know. Can you calculate?
No. We don't want that. Just go. Leave.
Okay.
Go.
Where are you now?
Because I'm in South Sudan now. I'm in Baliet. Yeah, Baliet.
Oh, please, don't push other people who are struggling.
Please, keep it low. Leave. Go. Pack your stuff. Go and stay there.
I'm in America, but I don't want.
Go and stay in Upper Nile. Go. Because you speak different language, we are different. The way of your culture is different. Our way of culture is different. The food we eat there different. Our food is different. Go and stay there.
Okay.
Well, let me ask him. Keep it low. Sorry to interject. Let me ask this question to you. You said you belong in Upper Nile or Bahr Ghazal? I forgot last time you said. Robert, I see you want to say something, but let me ask him quickly. Keep it low. What is your area? Upper Nile or Bahr Ghazal?
Oh, you asked me my
yeah, انت مكان انت الجذور بتاعك وين قاعدين? Where is your city? Upper Nile?
I'm in Upper Nile. I'm in Padang. I'm in Upper Nile.
No, I'm from Gogrial.
Where is that exactly?
I'm from
Bahr Ghazal. Okay, خلاص انت في Bahr Ghazal. So why are you very interested for Equatoria to be part of South Sudan when you guys can make your own region into a nation the same as Upper Nile? Why is that so? You're obsessive with Equatoria. What is it? Because when you were fighting, did you fight for Equatoria or you fight against the Arab? And what was the ideology behind that fight when you were fighting? And did you ever been in the war during that civil war? ولا انت بس ناس اللي opportunists اللي جا في مخيمات اللي قالوا كان جيش؟
That's a good question.
Okay.
When we were fighting, we were not fighting for Equatoria or for Bahr Ghazal or for Afana. We were fighting for South Sudan. That's why.
Fighting for South Sudan for what? For what? Because
to liberate South Sudan.
From what? From what?
Now we are to be free.
Free from what?
I thought I answered you.
انت قاعد تقول to be free. ما كله حتى bird is free, but free from what?
For what or from what? From what or
from what? You said you want to be free from what?
From what? From what or from who?
Well, I would the same. From who? From what? Just is the one. You said you want to be free.
From Arab.
What did Arab did to you?
Arab حملنا استعمار enslaved.
ودنكم كان قبل اللي شغال معاهم. ليه ما free you that time?
Yeah, I think he was. I don't know. Can you give,
find somebody a little bit, reasonable. He has nothing.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, man. Let's go ahead to the next speaker, Mr. Son of Equatoria. Welcome, bro. I appreciate you keep it low. Ita good to تتكلم في حاجة, but you need to check yourself because for one thing I'll tell you, Equatorians are not fighting like what is happening in South Sudan. We are fighting for our land. You got to go free yourself from Arab. Bimana Tani, were you slave that time? Because when you talk about Arab, this is an ideology. Kind of fight with our ideology more and the identity of African and Pan-Arab. The Pan-Arab want us to be Arab and they want to define us. إحنا كلنا عرب ويخطونا كمان نكون مسلمين بقوة، مع إنه في religion كتير في جنوب السودان، في Christian، في different other religions unknown and even not registered in the country of Sudan. And the reason why the people fought, حتى Anyanya لما fought against them, Anyanya, they had this understanding. إحنا كإكواتوريا, let me tell you one thing. Anyanya was different from SPLA completely. عشان كده انتوا ما فاهمين. انتوا في SPLA بس بتكونوا في SPLA ويا the ideology بتاعكم انت liberation of for the new Sudan, بعد شوية تقول liberation of South Sudan from Arab, بعد شوية تقول انتوا دايرين the new Sudan. So you guys are confused even in the ideology. لأنه John Garang could made it.
No, don't say you guys.
No, let me tell you, because I will tell you guys, because I'm not an SPLA. I never supported SPLA. I would never even, if Dega Samuel Art Kangale SPLA to be the last party in Africa.
You say Anyanya one.
But let me tell you, Anyanya one, who can ask Anyanya? Mafaja Anyanya two or Anyanya one. At Tanindel, they are counterfeit. They are not even originally Anyanya. They'll just took the name Anyanya Zema Asagan to Gulu Ayo. Okay? So it's in the original SPLA is going to be SPLA hatta Dega Sama for real SPLA, Mafa Aja to Gulu the counterfeit. Okay? في حاجة original. ما دقيقة أنا جاي. Listen. Equatorians, when they were fighting, first of all, they know their history. They were forced to be part of Sudan. Okay? We were forced to be. We did not choose to be part. دقيقة. ما colonialists بريطانيين اللي جابوا باعونا لعرب. Okay? باعونا لبقايا عرب اللي في كرتوم ده. How? Because we were supposed to be independent. There was a reason. في records بيوري إنه Equatoria مفترض يكون nation. But what happened is that there was some betrayal happen. They ignored us and they let the Ottoman Turk في Egypt يلعب دور مع شمالين هناك, and then they said no, we are Sudanese. This thing was not in the identity of the Equatorians, but they accepted it for what reason? إنه في تفاهم كان خواجات طلع كانوا difficult, and this Arab طلعوا الأتراك طلع إحنا نقدر play the role بتاع كيف نقدر negotiate. But then there was a conspiracy here. There was some betrayals, and it came mostly from Upper Nile, Badama Upper Nile and Badama other people, because even there is some other names. I'm trying to find them, and when we find them, we put them out to you. And these names are most of them are from Upper Nile. What they did, they made sure they work with the Arab. They did not work with the South Sudanese. That's liberation tash, in Junub Sudan. And Huma Equatorian felt like, okay, these are brothers. They are being abused, or they chased them away. They became part of Upper Nile. So let's come together and work as separate entity. Hatta Huma can in plan Huma change the name to South Sudan na manikunu dawla. But what happened is that the betrayal is this year never accepted it. Yes. Ana but explain to your brother here. Then explain to your brother here. Yeah.
I need to play with my drum here. After the sun.
What? Okay, but the
will come next.
Yeah, أنا بس كلمة قاطعني بس دقيقة بس عشان أنا بلخصه. Yeah, keep it low. At the end بس أنا put it short to you. The situation اللي حصل في Anyanya can't really genuine want to help to liberate the black people from حاجة اسمه Arabism and حاجة اسمه Sudan, لأنه هم ذاتهم ما جزء من Sudan, and they want to bring all of them together with us. لكن لقينا إنه أخواننا ديل في Upper Nile, and I wish they were brothers, they began to betray us. Agree on me or what? You know about the Anyanya? You know the Anyanya is completely a doctrine term, completely different than SPLA. Hatta zatan sometimes I hear the lie getting gulugal John Garang can fi Anyanya. John Garang was never in Anyanya. I don't know when he was, because the age bitaw kanta amalta calculation age bitaw manasal ta Anyanya completely different. But apparently they say he's an officer who graduates and come. المهم yeah, بس انتوا عشان انتوا ما تسمعوا حقائق. لكن شنو do not come and tell us like انتوا قاعدين تقول يا اخي to sacrifice life, because Equatoria ما سهل اي زول في Upper Nile ولا بالاخص ولا دينكا قال شريكي تموت في Equatoria. او ما انت قاعد تقول قبل شويه تاريخ انت قلتها. والله انت بقى بتجري للتاريخ. Okay, blame the تاريخ then let us also talk about our تاريخ. احنا ما جنوبيين, احنا Equatorian. So thank you. Let me give chance to son of Equatoria. If son of Equatoria want to wave to this guy قالوا مستعجل, لكن let me see son of Equatoria خليه يتكلم لأن أنا متذكر هنا كان. أقول شيخ الكلام اتفضل. أي وانا سجك إنتوا هبوا وانا سجامد. أحب وانا سلبي ابن عمارة في جوبا هناك بكرة. كلم.
Salam day. But 1 second. بقول سلام day لك يا ودازو. سلام عليك شديد. أنا بسلم لديدي. أنا بسلم ل CJ. أنا بسلم ل panelists and the audience. Well, the bantu kutaku majama quiz, disintegration, self-determination, prophecy, manifestation. I don't know what the world is about, but I'm sure.
طب انت جاي في هلا انت ما عارف عنوان ما عارف شارع كيف ولا انت عشان كده يا دخولكم في جوبا ده غلط يا زي get back man.
أنا فاهمه طبعا لكن it's very interesting. Also, I want to say, my brother, I haven't seen you in a while. It's nice to see you. You are my good friend. I was the DD, one of my dearest over there. Amim, son of Equatoria, thank you for giving me the chance. The quiz, one of my minutes. Why, Jama? Kamzal for the South to Amadula. Lana Nas become a win, not my win. Number one, and that number is what Robert, I want to apologize to Didi. Because the Gulu Kalamda, it is unacceptable to Gulu, you are double Equatoria. That that the man look does not see us. He's already an Equatorian. I don't know how much you wanted to be Equatorian. Later on, I want to apologize on that.
Yeah. Go ahead, continue your point.
My friend, literally, Makati, you are a pastor. Under the Haraka Shabi, the SPLM party manifesto to separation of religion from the state, which is now the people of Sudan are fighting for it. Now they are calling it a secularism. Al-Din Tafsiladin and Adola. It's a boon of the Kanisa, Kalik Masida Takanisa. You cannot cross Kanisa to Kundur with the Siaza or the Kunjar of Rijaza. These are crimes. And this must be punished. Matalo one is one is Mabi. Yagana Wunda, Diamond, I will always stick with my point. I know Didi was very upset a while ago. Didi, I'm always proud of you, even though we have a different, belief. But you are my sister. You know that, Jama? Katal nene kadit, nene kulu mutu. Abinizwale ya keep it low. In my shakana is separation of South Sudan. If you talk like that, you will fall on the category of Toriang Machar. That's why I too am in highlighted because Dr. Yongarang ma Juan or Dani, the Bakirmayadi Italian or another matter, they did not witness to see CP or Jerusalem Janukundolo. Catalum, Finan Catalum because of fighting for South Sudan. If we said they want to fight for South Sudan, how could we do Marhalada? That's why a liberation of Sudan. Dr. Yongarang Mat, Catalu, Sudani, Mat Catalu, Jinu. Mat as a Sudanese citizen because he believed the unity of Sudan. The open eyes, Sudan would have been united. Also, if you say in Fasal, what would you do? We would not have been here talking nonsense here. Now, would have been the directors that Wayne, Wayne, would have been now living in a happy life because Ajamashu. But my Jimusana took a dollar. Let's not Hagab. Mama Chakwis, our nature went into the wrong direction. It doesn't matter whether I would support Akumu or support Wayne. That's the case. South Sudan, after the separation, our country went to the left. It didn't went to the right direction. Kulu Sora, Kulu Hadab Sora. Is a story of Hadab, you lose. Because the Larka Shabi Bad Ma CP Amulu sign. والمجهولين زمان ضد الحركه الشعبيه جابوا بيجوا بيجي بتاع كثير and also عندهم افكار بتاعت الخروج عندهم شغال مع جماعه دول they came and confused جنوبين ذاته بعد ما جنوب دول they want to climb up like what happened in 1972. Now I'm going to go back to this view with that. 1972 when the agreement was signed, General Abdulalier or CS Abdulalier or Molana, it was one who negotiating peace agreement with a whole tower Kangari Shagal Agil Shabal Jinubi, General Joseph Lago. You see what the CS Arab came, the colliding brother with the brother. He was a negotiator with his brother.
ukijua vijubo ukijua juana jalapa ikala balum jaba khuda za ku rais that movement that he was a part of it. That's where things went south. Dr. Yongarang, yes, he was a member of one. That's why he was forced. That was the only person who rejected this 1972 agreement. Because he said this one is going to put us in trouble, and he was right. Less than 17 years, 10 years later, the agreement collapsed. And we, the Nyanyaitu, my job of a hangar to Harbor. As Philip Jofu, Katala Jamado, where the Shabia was declared. Shangadanino machine gun of Ethiopia. And that's why the Shabia Naya, as Philip Party has succeeded. Because the language was very big. Even the recruitment all the way from the northern Sudan, the Sudan who would have been eliminated at the start. The kingdom and diamond al Agla Y, Zola Y, went to Afkar Hilu, Benja. To younger Naja, the king but Mahu Amalo assassinated. Someone that the younger was assassinated. It was premeditated by those who are against us.
What was his success?
Because
what was his success? تقول نجح هو نجح في شنو؟
ونجح في تحريب الحركة الشعبية لأنه it worked 21 years and then CPA was signed. That is the Najah. Qadr is signed CPA with a very strong army force. Like Shabi Khan Manabit, Dahar Bahartum. Later on because of his success, Lana is the Umakan to the younger of Bilhaba. Will Afkar Mojud Halena, the Shah Galan, Gibilti Kabir, Gibilti Zagir. أنا كشاب كان انتهى في الغابة أنا لكن بقول original fine a man who thinks 50,000 years ahead of his time. That's why even though he was a brutal leader because Pisora there is no bishop Pisora learns to become brutal. You have to become a Lucifer in order for you to succeed. Is a general lady for younger was behaving like now these leaders now we have today. And that's kind of Jalab can buy us in Tamunu. But because he's a believer, he applied the rule accordingly, with the peace, with the iron fist. They're diamond fist. But my Jama, Jama Kana Dol, Gadi Harami, become the hyenas. Then is in Swan, then is Amar Wayne, then Namul Wayne, then Abgar Wayne. Kalam the Wayne, who give it Kabir, which you cut a number, which you cut a Jaguar, you cut a corn, Kalam Kabir. Jangadalena Wagana Fisher. Al Gabulia is a kind of Harka Jabi was on offense. He's supposed to tell a Ganun at the start. Ganun to the Gabalia, the Kulu, the wood when Gabil to Dengawi, a Burga Gulga or like Gabil Chak Permanda, I would have do precision. 1 year or 2 years, Mazara, the wood Mutalib. 82. You go and write books, at least 5 books in 3 years, imprisonment. If I don't write a book, I will put a prison for 2 years as a farmer in Chaka to Zara, who will not make a report. Jamadal Hadaf, these are called principles. I shall get the Halian and another guardian Fogdul. The so as Varanena, we are divided based on Gabalia, and our days of Google Gabilti Wayne, we did Wayne. You can win one Equatoria. Equatoria does that, the region does that, she has carved at the Sora, and the regional is supposed to be destroyed. After Yunubugadola, Arka Chabel is supposed to call a conference for all the Genovine. Matalamin or Matalamiku, you could dead. Wula Jama, now when in Levina Dola. Whatever has happened in the past, we're going to leave it to the past. Like we're going to write books so that they will be in the books. The film Mashakal is 1991 day I will spend it for at least 30 years. After 30 years, it will be reopened so that Al-Jil al-Mawjuda, not to talk about it, so they will forget about it. Al-Jil al-Bijuda, but Manazur Khan, part of that are dead. That's how a nation is built.
Thank you.
But when we allow people to talk about what happened and victims that the Lahadal the Mawjudin, the manner it become a nation will fall on the wrong side, and that's why we did it. Number 2, suppose also to build museum to remember like Father Satrino and Nazal al-Manal and Nazal Father Bisora. Yamal Museum Kabir to read. It is a Nazal Madu, the Joseph Wudu, good motat William Dingya wala Nazul from the Tariq of Kadim. And then they will come to you took that, to remember them, some guy to do Amulo Hayat, and then they will come to Arka Shabi, the tell layer to build memorial of the Panya Bolako, Carbino Quanyin, William, and maybe you mean a matter of in Yachulu. These are a nation is built. If this one was done, 2013 would have been avoided. And then now
let me stop you there. Let me stop you there for a second, because I understand what you're saying, but just let me ask you a brief question. The simple question is that do you see the country is disintegrated? It completely disintegrated. There is no solution for it. Only Equatoria to take their part, because we know for a fact the solution is for this thing. Everybody have to take their way. So for you, just forget about the SPLM. You, as a Dinka person who live in Bahr Ghazal, do you think you will be able to survive by yourself? Because I don't know what is the obsession with Equatoria have to be part of South Sudan. Like the North before, adona fursa, so why is now the difficulty? And do you think the country is disintegrated already before Equatoria عشان ياخد دولته؟ وده منيته ببليم منيها في disintegration ده. You can open your mic.
What I see, if we are not careful, we're gonna be in a long war. I don't think we will be disintegrated, but we will be in a long war and long suffering. Because what is happening?
So you don't believe in Nobel that disintegrated already? You don't have any.
I don't believe in that. I don't think it happened, but we will have long suffering if we are not careful enough.
No, I don't worry about the suffering. أنا قاصد هسه ما شايف في already يعني ناس disintegrated. لأن أنا شايف هسه ياو رومات بتاع أهلكم هناك الطيبين قاعدين يقوموا بشكل مع Equatorian، شتموا Equatorian and all that. وأنت هنا بجاي you trying to play the peacemaker. لكن in the same time you are with your people at the end. أنت قاعد to justify the way how they're doing it. I got to give excuse.
And I say, I'm going to be come up the job, right? I think we got a community, because I don't support I believe the build up. When I talk, people that take me that what is all because I speak with the brutal language, I don't speak with light language. And I would then again shift if we are not careful, our resources, someone else will benefit from them. And our resources, as Halena Tijar, who control our businesses? Is it us at our Tijar partner? Yeah, you know very well, you've been in the American Army. You know behaviors are insane. People are destroyed based on their behaviors. If someone detect your weakness, what can? America, you understand this very well. America is a fury and it collect all this data. There's a reason why data are collected. And then Halian to Sudan, our behaviors has been collected by people, and they are using that against our own.
Yeah, so that accuse Carol Berger. That's what you try to say, Carol Berger. Because طبعا هسه ده حساسية بتاع ده سياسة ده كتاب بيجا قاعد يعمل حساسية في دينك جامد. Right?
Actually, I don't accuse that. I take the government of South Sudan because let me 2 minutes so I can get back to Equatoria because they give me the chance earlier. What happened here with Dasu? Now in America, there is project, like housing project, low income, and then they will create problems to lock you up. And then if you are outside the guard, you don't make $1 million. Like if you are locked up, they're going to make you a bad person to be in the prison for a long time, and then federal government will pay $1 million for you to be in prison. Instead, it's benefiting the federal government will regard that. What I'm saying is this: Sudan, people like Carol Berger, if there was a very strong foundation in South Sudan after the Sudan Bogadola, people like you, people like people like Sun, people like warriors, people like that, Makade Abundazat, you are using people based on the on the experience they have, and then you recruit them, to make sure that another big part of the Carol Berger to identify them early before they enter the country, and then you prevent them from coming in. But when you don't do that, either you hire Madiangin, oh, kawaii the boy here to and then you talk to you like a dare you know. And you have seen very well our ambassadors. Al شغالين في السفارة برا بتكون في السفارة يا جماعة. These are the behaviors that brought our nation down, and that's why we've been targeted. South Sudan almost about becoming a new Congo in Africa. We were through civil war in less than 5 or 7 years. We have two dogfights. A Mafia nation fought 50 years of war, 2 years into independence, and went into a civil war like that and survived. Only in the World War and it was South Sudan. Historical facts. The is the work. Whether people like it or not, it happened and it's South Sudan. And this is actually an indication. This message an indication that it is solution لغار الإفريقية. الوضع الموجود حاليا يا جماعة ده السياسة بتاعت السودان. والسياسة ده we need to change it. يا جماعة حاليا if I become I will say ما جنوبي قال I will say you are from Congo. What will I gain from it? I cannot substitute you within some Congo or the Uganda because it's all you're my brother. A siyasa that politics can be changed. We need a leader, people like the Paul Kagame, people who are brutal, who can deal with people on earth, and later on they can go and talk to God. And I'm sure, you know, if I become a leader now, I will do what is important for my people. And I will make sure the Gabila taken to higher Gadiamulu, build a museum, and you put your culture heritage in the museum. And then I will deal with you. If I die later on, and I will deal with God, I will fight with God at the door. That if God want to put me to hell, I will say, God, you know, you are living God. You know, because you need to protect innocent people. Like if people have done, المجرم ذات زول مجنون ولا زول بليد يعني طالع من ما عنده ولا ABCD ولا ABC and whatever, and بعد شوي بيعمل له ليو فريق, and he will take decision that will kill people, you know. So Ajama, we have a chance to unite the Junubin, and we have also we can compromise.
دقيقة بس نقاطعك. كلام بتاع compromise they cannot work with the land. Just remember that.
No.
لأنه أسا كان جينا في جد the most people اللي occupy land بتاع Equatoria is Dinka tribe. هم كان go there يا عندك ناس تابور عندك قبائل كتير. المهم Dinka are spreading. هسه ذاته ميليشيا لسه قال هم الجيش ده.
I have a different perspective. When I come to Kalam Abgada, I disagree with it totally, you know. And I've been saying this, I said that the Jama, instead we're still supposed to have an agreement. You're gonna bring your cows listed without permission from the state. If this cow were there before or because of the war, yes, this can be understood. But then also there is a limit. You can go back. There is
let me cut you off.
keep it low. خليك أقعد أتكلم.
There has to be interstate law. That has to be in place, you know. No, you cannot just come in. So I disagree with Trump. Number 3, I disagree.
إذا عندك أرقام كثير يا جاك لخص عشان ندي فرصة للسؤال.
I disagree with a lot of things because if the Afghar are guided by 12 and BM, and now the generals must be punished and must be sent to life in prison. Life in prison. Life in prison. It's a general, the judge, but the Afghan, and they are Ghani are assumed after a quarter. You must be arrested, must be persecuted, and you will go live in prison. But they will.
Kalam Bagara, that's not right. Anyway, good luck with your government.
It's a general. My is the general to Afghan. Afghan Akum must take the action and punish those generals. Send them in prison, live in prison.
لكن ما شنبغرة يا أخي كانوا وبقى قتل تنازل بيحكموا بشنو؟
No. This is what I'm saying when it comes to Afghan. Yes, Afghan. Because you gotta compare human being behind.
Thank you. ما دنا go far عشان ندي فرصة لنا.
I will leave back now. One second. So what I'm saying here, I know about Alien, and then the social media. And you want to look at you know, not look another if you take them to counseling or psychological, you know, at least 70% are Majani and the global weed, Congo, the global Marita, but you be so medium of a joke, Zomando Raji, Umando Mara. You need to sometimes need that a cooling, the mind and money, special of the deal. But this is a big problem. Why? How can a person will be here alive more than 12, 15 hours? ومره ما درايف في البيت.
انت ذات انت اسال نفسك سؤال لك كمان يا جيك. المهم
انا شغال اصلا انا شغال انا ما
I got you.
يكون مصير بيجي. So what I'm saying يا جماعه يا رب بكره elite. I want to apologize to Didi. Your statement you made earlier, that statement is number double statement as well. You said you are double Equatorian. She was already Equatorian before you say that, you know. So ya jama anena Jirubin was yes that low maral batao. Anena ma gabaila who child kuntu garan to gabalia was also a migrant separatist. And a separatist belong to legal injection as the electric share. But the wallet or the was this may God the creator. Bless the Republic of South Sudan and peace be to all. We shall defeat the test of our time. I yield back the mic. Udasu, New Zealand, TD, CJ, والجماعة.
والله انت ذات حيرتنا. انت بتسلي باشا تقول لي little injection. الله معك. Robert, go ahead. I see you want to say something, and then I yield the mic to you guys. Go ahead. Oh.
And he should be the first one to be called crazy, you know. So number two, you're saying, you know, I should apologize. Before I go to that, tell me, are you a lawyer or are you a judge? Because I have been hearing all the time that, you know, Maulana.
I'm Maulana. I need qualification. They're looking, you want to come? Go, let's go to Juba this week and I will chill with you over there.
But I don't see. Yeah, Robert. I got to study criminal justice. Criminal justice never qualify anyone to be a lawyer. You study criminal justice. Criminal justice never qualifies someone to be a lawyer. Please.
I'm a lawyer, and I will deal with you. I will indict you when time is right.
Yeah, God. I don't see any quality of a lawyer made a judge on you. You are just somebody who is just bragging for something that you are not.
You can say you can say whatever you want, but when I get my hand on you, you will feel that.
As a تحديد يا جاك مالو انت بقى تحدي دي حركات يا ناس كل كره. انت كريتها كمان ولا انت السفاح كيف؟ You're a murderer, man. Calm down.
Well, this tells us actually of a kind of a stupidity that he's in, you know, because he really doesn't understand what he's talking about. But let me say this. I got, you wanted me to apologize to Didi for calling her as a really double Equatorian. So what do you understand by double? Double here means twice as much.
He was already Equatorian, there's nothing called double. You're an Equatorian, and doesn't call it double. In a political sense, that statement.
Yeah, I got asthma al-Ingilisi al-Kwez. I got. Ita, can you listen carefully before you come up and make it?
But this is same it qualify this guy here, this guy. He's a liar here. I know he's a big liar.
Listen to me. Don't just shout for the sake of shouting. I've been listening to you. I listen to you very well. And now you should also listen to me. But don't be like, you know, just very petulant, you know. So you need to be reasonable sometimes. So double here means twice or more than expected. So should that actually push me to apologize to her? Or you don't want me to call her that because she brought so many points? But let me say this. Your topic was Equatorians how for Denk and Nuer to fight a war using 2013. You were there. I got and you said, let me quote, even though Jesus returns, Equatoria will never separate. You said that sentence. So, the time that South Sudan separated from Sudan, did you see that, you know, Jesus returned?
I don't believe in Jesus, man. Why don't you believe in Jesus?
Then why did you mention Jesus then? Please, can you shut up? You're just disturbing. You don't know what you're talking about.
I don't believe in
ما خلاص ما قلت قاعد تسأل اسمع أقعد كده هنا have a decorum كده. Let Robert speak. يجي بالك خلاك تتكلم وما قاطعك. Let him speak.
Because he knows he cannot counter what I'm talking about. Because he's just talking out of his mind. So you stated that statement. We never saw Jesus during the separation of South Sudan. So I don't know what do you really understand about remedial right to secede. If you are a lawyer, you are a judge, you should be able to understand that. But of course, as empty pride, it doesn't take you anywhere. So you also say regions are the problem in South Sudan. There must be a law that you are always talking about, and that is not actually your qualification. You said tribalism should be criminalized. But have you asked yourself who actually started tribalism in South Sudan? Why are South Sudanese not tribalistic? Have you asked yourself that question? Unless you start coming into a senses, sometimes as a human being or a human person, then you'll be able to understand what you're talking about, Mr. Agua. And you said everybody calling himself an Equatorian should be sent to prison. And of course, your only terminology, execution by lethal injection. That's what you said. If you are not proud of your area, of your region, then what is our concern? If you don't have that, that
I said separate is not Equatorian. Again, you are a liar and you know what you say. I said separate is not Equatorian. Be specific. Try to understand.
So you can go back to the recordings. Okay? So if you have that low self-esteem for your own region, then that is your own problem.
Are we insulting or we talking? We insulting or we talking?
I'm saying you're having.
Don't insult me. I didn't insult you.
I'm not.
But don't insult.
Okay, if you don't mind, guys, let's move on to
Robert,
give chance to. I got.
I'm arguing that if you have a low self-esteem because of your region, then we have no problem with that. Is that an insult? So I'm proud of being.
I didn't even say. I said separatist. There is difference between separatist and Equatorian. And now because you want to justify because I got you.
My brother. Can I ask hold on a second. Point of order, my brother Robert. Just let us pass through and forget what he's saying. دقيقة مخ بتاع كير ده ما يجي في جوا كلاب هاوس ده. انت قبلك ليه ما كركرت مع ناس اللي قاعدين ينزلوا ناس هناك إيكواتوريا بيتكلم بينزلوهم. Robert كان هناك guest for you and he was insulted by being dropped and many people who spoke out. No, it's okay. ما عندنا أوريك عشان انت قاعد تقول insult you. Robert قاعد يواجهك هنا. He did not drop you. He did not shut you up. Like نازل كان أصحابك اللي انت معاهم ده. They were insulting, saying the most horrific thing. Going to make reason. Right now, Robert is just asking you, debating you on these mindset. Itagumta felt offended. You're trying to be defensive. Listen, Ana Mashavaya insult Brother Robert mentioned. What he said, he's trying to ask, is this insulted? I'm a separatist. Yes, I'm a separatist. So ita gasi da separatist. Yeah, the separatist. Ma ita gasi Diana. Asma, Nimeri is not here to talk about him. I'm talking here. Ita guy saying, don't go for beta separatist right now. You know that. Ita matala slick. You're trying to play slick, man. You're trying, but let's go on.
Let me conclude.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. He's trying to play slick.
MC did not want to hear my argument. I was just saying, if you don't have a high self-esteem about your region or regarding your region, then that is your own problem. That is not an insult, okay? Since you brought Nimeri has a very high self-esteem because he believed in his region. Why should he go to jail for being executed, by electric chair that you are advocating for being proud of his area? And the same thing, if you are proud of your tribe, I'm also proud of my tribe, my region too. So is that an insult? So you went ahead and said the government must make an agreement with other countries and follow those separatists, convince those governments to repatriate the separatists to face, of course, your terminology, okay? The little injection or electric chair. That's what you are advocating for. So why should somebody be executed for speaking about his right for secession or self-determination? Now you, the so-called lawyer or judge, is not even able to differentiate what is the human right, okay, and what is actually a petty crime or misdemeanor and other things. And good luck for you, God.
Robert, if separation is a threat to South Sudan, it must be taken seriously and punishment must be higher to avoid disaster. A nation can make law according to its interest.
Yeah, good. Why?
If you want to challenge me, let's go to the district court of Juba instead of just talking here in London.
Why are you disturbing me?
Okay, I think you gotta calm down. Calm your blood pressure, calm down. Yeah.
That Juba, because he thinks he can just drag everybody to Juba and just, first of all, he doesn't know even the laws in Juba. What is that premeditated killing that you are talking about? So what are the sentence for premeditated murder? Now, have you arrested the person who murdered Gary? You are gone. Please don't talk about something that you are not even, you have little understanding about. Okay? I study criminal justice, okay, with double major, homeland security and forensic psychology. Okay? But I don't claim to be a lawyer. I don't claim to be a judge. I'm just following what the lawyers are advising me to do. If I'm sent to arrest you, I will arrest you. If I am sent to interrogate you, from a forensic psychology point of view, I will do that. But I'm not a lawyer and all that. Please don't. That is why these electric engineers here became actually pilots in South Sudan. And somebody like you can be a judge there and just misuse whatever it is there. So that's not a country that you wanted. A country of you are God. Rest in peace. Thank you.
I would just 1 minute. Robert.
Let's move on. Let's move on, brother. Mr. God, please. Let's give a chance. Thank you. We're not gonna end this way because I have time. I also have to get back to duty later. So what I want to appreciate, but we will have another time, definitely, even later tonight.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, I appreciate. McCartney, I think he spoke. What was son of Equatoria? Please go ahead, Lani. Thank you for your time. Keep it low. Ita gibere Gatisal, ita man appointed to say kada Khali son of Equatoria speak, but then because we want to also conclude because we've been here for a while, and I want to appreciate and thank everyone. But then the good in Equatorian nationalists / separatists as you call us, we are determined for independence of Equatoria. There is nothing going to change our mind. I got you can threat us with lethal injection. It got to sound like Hitler, but no problem on that because Hitler, even himself, at the end, he went to his own demise. For us, land bitanada is sacred to us, and we see the only solution and salvation for our people and the land is to have our independence. Kunna juzo min Shamal Sudan, and we become our own. The same thing, Equatoria got to return back to its origin, and then Arad is out to then they claim it back. But let us focus on Equatoria first. I'm an Equatorian, proud to be an Equatorian. Equatoria is for Equatorian, not for somebody who's trying to force us to be part of something that we are not. Our brother Son, thank you. Please اتفضل. And thank you for your patience also. And thank you for the audiences.
شكرا شكرا أديسيا لهذا الفرصة. أنا بشكركم كلكم. طبعا هنا عايز أقول كلام الحاصل الوضع بتاع السياسات الحاصل في جنوب السودان. طبعا زي ما الناس كلها عارفين السياسات بتاعت أبناء بتاع جين كانسر، سياسات بتاع مظاهر وسياسات وادي، سياسات ضد القبائل الأخرى. ودي الحاجة نحن كأبناء إيكواتوريا نحن منتبهين السياسات بتاعهم وقاعدين نشوف الواجهة بتاعهم اللي هم ماشيين فيه. ومهما كان نحن ما بنقبل نكون جزء من مملكة بتاع جين ولا دولة جين. نحن مهما كان أبناء بتاع إيكواتوريا نحن هنكون دولة مستقلة. أنا مقتنع تماما. أنا عارف السياسات الماشي يعني نحن كأبناء إيكواتوريا كويس بالنسبة للقضية بتاعنا. يعني مهما كان نحن هنقدر نكون دولة ومهما كان الفرصة متاحة بالنسبة لنا شديد. في بعض من الناس اللي طبعا ما عارفين الوضع ده، السياسات اللي هسه حاليا ماشي ده، كيف نحن كأبناء إيكواتوريا نكون حريصين عشان نجمع أصوات بتاعنا ونركز لمصالح الداخلي، ونركز لكيف نحن نقدر نتعامل بالوضع الموجود في الساحة السياسية الحاصلة حاليا. طبعا الخطاب بتاع الرئيس زهر يهون وادي خطاب يعني بوريكم الوضع الجاي، الوضع اللي احنا جايين نكون فيه. خطاب بتاعه خطاب قبلي، وحتى التخريج بتاع القوات اللي خرجوهم ده بوريك، لانه مهما كان يعني زي ايامات الفاتحه نحن قاعدين نقول النظام عايز يخرج جزء من الفوز ده عشان ينفذ السياسات بتاعه القبلي اللي هو عايز يعملها. لكن نحن قاعدين ننظر في كلام ده. لكن المره ده الوضع النظام ده يخلق ده بالنسبه لنا نحن في إيكواتوريا لازم نحن نجيب صوتنا واحد ونجيب نحن ما نسكت. لانه بصراحه الفتره اللي فاتت في 2013 2016 نحن سكتنا. انت كيف سكتنا؟ مهما كان نحن ما دافعنا عن حقوق بتاعنا. وبصراحه الكلام ده يا هون نحن قاعدين ندفع فيه ثمن. عشان كده نحن كأبناء إيكواتوريا هي سياسات القبلي حكومة داير ينفذوا في الفترة الجاي نحن نكون ضده على طول، ومهما كان نحن نكون جاهزين. لأنه ما في حاجة تانية بخلينا لأنه شنو ننتظر، لأنه شغلة بقى واضح. ومهما كان أنا قاعد أقدر أقول لأبناء بتاع جين قاعدين يفكروا قال هم كماجوريتي هم بقدر لأنه يسيطر في أراضي بتاع إيكواتوريا. إنتوا كذاب الكلام ده ما بحصل. يعني هنا كأبناء إيكواتوريا أنا بقول الفرصة متاحة بالنسبة لنا 100% نجاح بتاع الدولة بتاع إيكواتوريا. لأنه بصراحة الفترة الجاي نحن هنعمل حوار بشكل واسع، وكيف نحن نقدر نتكلم في إطار بتاع إيكواتوريا.
سميته من منو؟
يا زول يا كبت لو انت عندك كام داون.
مشكلة الأشكال بتاع الناس ده أنا ما قادر أعرف. دايما يا قال لي لما تقوم في بيئة أنت ما متربي أنت بتقعد وقت عشوائي. يعني الناس بيتكلموا هنا أدوك فرصة تتكلم وأسكت، وفي نهاية دي الفرصة للباقي الناس يتكلم. لما الناس يتكلم أنت في النهاية استمع. لكن أنت ما قدرت تكون منتبه، وأنت قدرت مهما كانت تخلق أجواء ما مناسب. أنا ما بقدر فاهم، وأنت زول كبير. يعني لابد يكون في احترام. انا عارف لان انتم ما علموكم احترام كل ادب ما في عندكم. قوات العشوائيه ده بس عجبكم. حاجه اللي انا عايز اقول ان احنا كابناء ايكواتوريا زي ما احنا طرحنا الفكره ده قلنا نعمل حوارنا بتاع ايكواتوريا، وفي نهايه نشمل الابناء بتاع ايكواتوريا كله موجود. ومهما كان نحاور في فترات الجايه عشان احنا كيف نكون صوتنا واحد. قضيه بتاعنا البجمانه لانه ارض بتاعنا في ايكواتوريا وحمايه بتاع الارض ده. وده هون الحاجه اللي احنا كابناء ايكواتوريا بنعمله في بدايه المشوار بتاعنا. لانه في النهايه الارض ده هو البجمانه كابناء ايكواتوريا.
ان احنا ما عندنا مشكله ببعض بالدرجه ان احنا ما قاعدين نتفاهم. انا مقتنع تماما ان احنا في إيكواتوريا لو بقينا دوله ان احنا مهما كان حنكون نعلم ابناء بتاعتين ذاتهم هم ذاتهم ما يعلوا الشكل ده ما عارفين كيف هم يقدر يقعدوا في في بيئه المناسب، يعني كيف يقدر يحطوا بقر في محله يقدر لانه مهما كان ياخد ده، يعني ده حاجات داير له مفاهيم بتاعت زول اللي عنده علم كيف يقدر يوري الابناء بتاعتين، لانه بصراحه الوديان اللي مشينا فيه ده هم ياو خربوا البلد، وفي نهايه جايين يشمل قال انتوا ابناء جنوب السودان خربتوا البلد. واللغه ده كان احنا بنسمع من ناس اقوات ماله، بنسمع من الليدرز بتاعهم زي ناس كل كور، زي ناس اسمه منو كل مانيا وديل بقول انتوا جبلين. منو جاب القبليه؟ هم جابوا القبليه، داري يشملونا كله في حاجات الكابل هم نعمله، يعني داري يجيب تاريخ الما عندنا نحن. نحن ما قتل قتله، احنا ما قتلنا ناس. انتوا 2013 انتوا قتلتوا ناس، 2016 قتلت ناس. هسه حاليا في جوبا السيتويشن الموجود انتوا خليتوا الوضع ده يكون كده، لانه عشان انتوا ما عارفين السياسات الماشي منو يا فوق بتاع السياسات الماشي، المكاسب بتاع السياسات الماشي اللي سالي بتاع منو انتوا ما عارفين. عشان كده انتوا مهما كان بغشوكم، قال تعرف قال ابناء الما فاهمين بغشوم، لكن نحن كابناء ايكواتوريا حتى الليدر بتاعنا كان ماشي غلط نقول له ده غلط، لكن في النهايه احنا دايرين حاجه الصح يمشي عشان انتوا ما فاهمين. هسه في نهايه سياسات الماشي ضد الدين ذاته، ولكن في نهايه هتيجي تفهم متاخر، لانه مهما كان اللي لقوه الحصه خلاص اكتمل، في نهايه النتيجه بتاعه الريزالت بتاع اكزام بعدين انتوا ما حتنجوا فيه، لانه بصراحه انتوا ما عارفين اللي انتوا قاعد السيتويشن اللي انتوا قاعد تعمل ده ما المصلحه بتاعكم، ده مصلحه اخرين. حتى يعني نديكم المثال بسيط، يعني احنا هسه حاليا زي ابناء بتاع ايكواتوريا، انا ممكن امشي دافع ارضي في اويل، ولا امشي دافع عن ارضي في بور، ولا امشي دافع عن ارضي في ده، ما فتره الجايه ده سيتويشن هيكون صعب. انا كابناء واحد من ابناء بتاع ايكواتوريا، انا هدافع عن الريجون بتاعي البيجيني في الريجون بتاعي ده معناته ده مشكله معي، وبعد ذاك احنا نشوف اللي بيدرر منه، لانه زمن ذاك في نهايه في دول عندهم سياسات دارين ينفذوه في جنوب السودان، وفي مهما كان في مناطق معينه، واحنا عارفين الكلام ده، لكن الموج بتاع الناس المقفولين بيجي بفتح متاخر، وفي نهايه زمن ذاك خلاص فات الاوان، وده الحقائق يعني احنا قاعدين نتكلم فيها ده حقائق. وفي نهايه ناس بيقول انه قال احنا ماشيين في اتجاه الصحيح، وفي نهايه قاعدين ننفذ اجندات بتاع جن، وده غش للشعب، وفي نهايه شعب لانه شنو الما فاهم، لانه مهما كان احنا في ايكواتوريا الشعب بتاعنا حتى في غرب بتاعه هناك عارف لانه في شنو حاصل. نديك مثال بسيط يعني نديك لانه الشعب بتاعنا فاهمين من 200 فتره الوانيجا مشى، وفي 2009 ولا 2009 مشى في اسمه شنو في يي، لما مشى هناك وانيجا قاعد ينبه للشعب قال اس بي ال ام الشعب قاعد يسكت اس بي ال ام، لما وانيجا قال شنو اس بي ال ده كرع في جسمه ولا شنو، لانه الشعب عارفين انت انسان قاعد يتكلم حقائق، ولا زول مخادي، زول المخادي ده ما في نهايه مكون معروف ما له مصلحه بتاعي انا كيف نتعامل معه، هو جزء من ابناء بتاع ايكواتوريا، لكن ابناء ايكواتوريا رفضوا السياسات بتاعت ابناء بتاع شنو بتاع جين كانسر ما يسمي لانه اس بي ال ام. الاس بي ال ام هو منظمه ارهابيه، لانه مهما كان بخلق اجواء في مناطق لو انت شفت هسه حاليا الماشي ده كله سياسات من داخل الاس بي ال ام، وفي نهايه هم قاعدين ينفذوا اجندات ده، وفي نهايه نحن كابناء ايكواتوريا حالا نحن بعدين هنخلي ارواح بتاع الشعب بتاعنا في النهايه قتلهم بدون ذنب في مناطق بتاعهم، ما طبعا بيكون محسوب. يعني احنا ما بنخلي الكلام ده، لانه يعني احنا مهما كان قاعدين نشتغل من اجل حمايه بتاع الشعب بتاعنا، واجل لانه حقوق بتاع الشعب بتاعنا. الارواح المشى ده يعني احنا قاعدين نسجل المواعيد بتاعه والتاريخ بتاعه، ومنو يا مسؤول في اللجنه الامنيه الموجود في الاريا ده، لانه يعني احنا كل شيء هيجي زمن، لما الزمن ده يجي يعني احنا ما بنكون بنمشي زي بتاع السودان المشى، في النهايه ارواح بتاع ناس مشى، وفي النهايه ما في محاسبه. وحتى الحصل في ماغوي، الحصل في اسمه شنو الرواح ما يسمي لانه ده رواح بتاع بقر، الاسماء بتاع موجود، في النهايه القضيه ده ما هيمشي كده، انتوا فاكرين لانه قال احنا ناس عشوائيين ما ناس منظمين؟ احنا عارفين اننا قاعدين نعمل في شنو، وعارفين لانه قضيتنا احنا نقدر نكسب قضيات بتاعنا كيف. انت شايف هسه حاليا الكلام في نهايه السيتويشن اللي قاعد النظام قاعد يخلقه في لابناء ايكواتوريا في مناطق المختلف، قاعد ياسس وحده بتاع ايكواتوريا يكون قوي. وثاني حاجه نحن كابناء ايكواتوريا في كونغو في ريفيجيز، في يوغندا في ريفيجيز، في كينيا في ريفيجيز. انت قلت لانه ده كويس بالنسبه للنظام، نظام هيكون في خطر لفتره الجاي. خطر بتاعه ابناء تجين يابط فطمن. اللي انا قاعد اقول كده لانه مهما كان ابناء الحجر من مناطق بتاعهم واسا قاعدين في مناطق بتاع لاجئين في مخيمات، ما في نهايه مهما كان بيجي يوم قدر يرجع في ارض بتاعه، وفي نهايه لو مهما كان الابواب بتفتح في نهايه حتكون لانه موجودين في اراضي ده انتوا ما حتكون موجودين. ومهما كان زمان ده انتوا حد زي ما واحد من ابناء بتاع واحد من اولاد بتاع اسمه شنو بقول له شنو يا ربي منطقه انا نسيت مابان، واحد من اولاد بتاع مابان الاسبوع اللي فات ده جاء في السوشيال ميديا ويتكلم كلام يعني بصراحه، ودي الحاجه اللي ماشي يحصل. الحاجه اللي حاصله حاليا ناس سلفاكير قاعدين ينفذوا الليدر بتاعهم قاعدين ينفذوا ده، انتوا هتدفعوا فيه طبعا تاريخ في نهايه ما حيتنسي، لانه الناس كله في نهايه شايل الكلام ده في قلوبهم، لانه مهما كان ما في بشر بعمل الانسان الاخر بالطريقه ده، لانه سيتويشن احنا وصلنا فيه ده ما كان في اقل بتاعنا ذاته. يعني احنا كان ما فاكرين ان احنا هنوصل لمرحله الحدود بلد ده هيدمر بالشكل ده. هو سياسات الوسخان بتاع ابناء بتاع الجين كانسر، لانه في نهايه ينفذوا في ابناء بتاعنا. وسياسات ده التاريخ بتاعه قديم، مش تاريخ الجديد هسه حاليا قاعدين نقوله في الفينات، لا التاريخ ده مخطط من في خلا. لو بصراحه جينا في جدجة يعني رسمه بتاعت اللي اسمه شنو السياسات ده بتاع جين كانسر بتاع تخطيط بتاع اراضي بتاع ايكواتوريا، وفي نهايه يعمل مشكله مع نوير ويعمل ده، كل شغله ده كان مدبر، وده سياسات مخطط من عقليه بتاعت الابناء بتاع جين اللي ما فاهمين، وفي نهايه دارين يدمروا دوله اسمه جنوب السودان. وفي ناس من ابناء بتاع جين القاعدين يشتغلوا بس مصالح بتاع مؤتمر وطني، وفي نهايه الشغله ده ماشي. وتوت كيو قاعد يشتغل كيف بيجيب له سلفاكير نفذ ده، سلفاكير بنفذ، لانه في نهايه هو الفكره هو المخطط بتاع الفكره، لانه في نهايه المؤتمر الوطني ادى الفكر السياسي كيف هو يقدر ينفذ هو مشروع بتاع المؤتمر الوطني. وانتوا هتشوفوا حتى الاويل بتاعكم ده مع البنزين ده بيتباع في السوق والله جنيه واحد من ابناء ما هيلم فيه. ما تقول لنا قال اننا ممكن نستغنى من البترول ده، ما فاضيين للبترول، بقول لنا هنكون جزء من اوائل بتاع البترول البجي. احنا بس دايرين الريجون بتاعنا وهنتمكن نفوذنا كويس، وبعد ذاك نشوف شل في النهايه حياتها ثمن منه. ودي الحاجه انتوا ما قاعدين تحسبوا فيه حساب. البترول بتاعهم ده الشماليين هيشتروا البترول ده هيمشي كده في السوق وانتوا ما هتشوفوا. شوف لما يوصل في مرحله سلفاكير يقدر يعني يتكلم للرئيس بتاع السودان، لانه يعني بصراحه انا كان عندي شو انا جاي فيه بالكلام ده، ده افتراء للرئيس بتاع السودان. يتكلم كلام يعني ده بيدين جنوب السودان لمستقبل. ونحن دايرين نمشي الكلام ده، نحن كابناء ايكواتوريا ما دايرين نكون من تاريخ الوسخان ده، لانه لما انت تتكلم للرئيس بتاع الدوله بالشكل ده معناته انت قاعد تنزل الكرامه بتاعت السودانيين، وقاعد تنزل العالم بتاع السودان تحت. لانه بصراحه احنا كابناء ايكواتوريا ما دارين نسبب اي مشكله مع دوله الجوار، لكن الرئيس قاعد يسبب المشاكل. شوف الخطاب بتاعه، قال للرئيس برهان شنو؟ قال برهان انت يعني بيجيب زي كلب. قال الكلب لما جيان الدنب بتاعه بعمل كده هو يعني حتى برهان زي بقى شحات جاي يشحت منه. وكلمه ده يا جماعه ده ما حاجه سهل، ده بخرب مش علاقات، بخلق اجواء ما مناسب. وانا مناسب، انا ايمات الجاي انا بس الاجواء ما مناسب بالنسبه لي، لكن انا جاي نشتغل شغل للضرر للسياسات بتاع النظام الماشي ده. ومهما كان انتوا هتشوفوا في شنو يا هيعمل نفسه، ومهما كان افكاركم القاعدين تتكلموا، لانه في النهايه ابناء اكواتوريا ما بينفصلوا، ما عندهم قدره على الانفصال وكده. انتوا اتكلموا ما في مشكله، لكن الزمن ده هيجي. الزمن ده لو جاء انتوا هتعرف، لانه دوله اسمه جنوب السودان ده انتوا ياو سبب بتاع الخراب بتاعه، وانتوا ياو سبب لانه شنو؟ يعني احنا كابناء اكواتوريا استغنانا من جنوب السودان وبقينا دوله قايم بذاته. ليه؟ ان احنا بنشوف كان احنا بنينا دوله بتاعنا كابناء اكواتوريا هيكون دوله ناجح. ليه انا يكون في دوله كبير وما في فايده؟ معنا اقول في محل لسه غير ده وفي فايده. مهما كان نحن كابناء اكواتوريا الترابط الاجتماعي بتاعنا بيخلينا، لانه نحن عندنا جذور قويه. تلقى اخوي زوج من لوتوكو وده جوز من كده، ما في حاجه بيفرقنا. يعني ما في حاجه بيفرقنا. يعني انت لو شفت دقيقه يا كيلو، انت مشكله بتاعك او كلام بتاعكم ده انت يعني مهما كان لما زول يتكلم ادي المجال لزول يتكلم، وبعدها انت في النهايه تجي تتكلم. يعني شوف ان احنا ما عندنا رواب بتاع بقر في شرق استويه وفي غرب استويه. الرواب بتاع البقر ناس فاهمين لدرجه بعيد. ما لوتوكو عندنا مرلي، عندنا جري توبوسا، وعندنا ياو لو في عندنا ديدينكا وديل كل عندهم كلهم رواب بتاع بقر، لكن عارفين البقر بقعد وين وكيف. انا وجيران بتاعي انا ما ممكن يكون حرامي عشان يمشي يسرق البقر بتاع جيران بتاعي، انا بكون حريص عشان البقر بتاعه يكون في امان. شفت كيف؟ عشان كده نحن في شرق عندنا بيس، يعني لو انت شفت حصل يعني. لكن انتوا كابناء دينكا ما عندكم بيس ببعض. يعني انتوا في النهايه عندكم بقر، وعندكم مهما كان ماشي القدره الليله بكره، لكن في النهايه نظام ما في. الان احنا في كوتوريا بنحب يعني سيستم، وات بتاع السيستم ده يعني احنا ده اساس بتاعنا. يعني لابد تاسس، يعني كيف تقدر تقعد، كيف انت تقدر تعرف لانه شنو تمشي السياسات البشمل الابناء بتاعكم كلكم. حتى لو انت شفت نوديك في فتره بتاع اتفاقيه بتاعت 72 لما ادى حق بتاع ايكوتوريا، ابناء ايكوتوريا قالوا تهي وفكروا قال يا جماعه نعمل شنو؟ نعمل 1 2 3 ونجوا. ليه؟ عشان هو ما عندهم افكار زي عندكم ده. في نهايه قروش شالوه ودوه سرقوه، وفي نهايه كله ديل الطبيعه بتاعكم كده. البيهيفير بتاعكم زي ده ما بيتغير. يعني شغل الحرامي ده علمتوه من زمان، شغل القتل ده من زمان، الشكل بتاعكم ما قاعد يغير. احنا ليه احنا قاعدين نفكر لابناء بتاعنا وقاعدين نفكر لاجيال الجاي؟ انت لو شفت اسال ان احنا ابناء ايكواتوريا بيطالبوا بانفصال ايكواتوري، ما قاعدين نشاكل لانفصال ايكواتوريا ده عشاننا، نحن قاعدين نشاكل اجل اجيال. لكن انت بفكر اجل اجيال، انت بفكر ان بطنك هسه. دي مشكله عندكم. كيف انت تقدر تنظم بيتك؟ هسه بيت بتاعكم تمشي في بيت قاعد بيت ملخبط، ما في نظام، ما في احترام، ادب ما في. دي المشكله هنا. لكن هنا في كوتور عندنا اساس. جانا لما يقوم ابوه يقول له اعمل كذا اعمل كذا، ما تعمل ده، احترم جيران ده كده. دي انت قاعد تدي لانه الدايركشن الصحيح لجنا. يعني مهما كان احنا عندنا ترابط اجتماعي قويه، ما في زول بقدر لانه يعني يخش عشان يقدر يجيب فتنه بين ايكوتوريا وايكوتوريا ثاني. لا، حتى لو اننا انفصلنا، حتى زي افكاركم انتوا قاعدين تفكروا قال ايكوتوريا ده لو انفصل هيكون اسوء من جنوب السودان. دي افكار ما في فراغ بتاعت واحد من ابناء بتاع ايكوتوريا. لانه لو انت شفت هسه حاليا في شرق ده، ما عندنا ياو ليس لوبون مسك، وعندنا ياو في نهايه في اسمه شنو لوتوكو برضه مسك. يعني احنا واحد من ابناء بتاع القبائل الاخرى كوره قال احنا في نهايه دايرين سلطه، ما عشان هو ماسك بطريقه سا. لو هو ما ماسك بطريقه سا ابناء ايكوتوريا ما بيخلوه يقعد في السلطه ده، حتى ابناء لوتوكو ذات ما بيخلوه يقعد. يعني احنا عندنا محبه ببعض وما قاعدين نشوف لسلطه. يعني احنا قاعدين نشوف الزول الموجود في سلطه قال يكون زول مسؤول، مش زول شماشي ساكت. جيب لنا شماشيه هم ماسكين سلطه، ناس ما مسؤولين، اداره ما يعرف. يعني مهما كان دي تبشر انا ما قادر اعرف. انتوا ذاتوا اغنياء بتاعكم، انتوا كابناء الجن ده ما فاديها بالنسبه سمع بالنسبه لكم. واحد في الاتحاد الافريقي يمشي مواعيد بتاعت كل زمن بتاعت الاجتماعات يمشي متاخر، يخرجوا برا من يعني سمع للبلد. انتوا خربتوا سمع بتاع جنوب السودان في كل مكان. ناس بقوا ناس مكروهين. انا ذاته كابنات واحد من ابناء ايكواتوريا انا هيقول انا جزء من جنوب السودان، معناته انا مهما كان ما قاعد اظلم نفسي. انا واحد من ابناء بتاع ايكواتوريا انا لازم اعرف نفسي انا اياس، انا من ايكواتوريا. ايكواتوريا ده وين؟ كان يعني جزء من جنوب السودان، لكن احنا قاعدين نطلب بانفصال. ده انا بكون بعرف نفسي كده عشان لانه شنو؟ انا نطلع نفسي من دوله اسمه جنوب السودان، دوله بتاع شنو؟ بتاع حراميه وقتل قتله وديل كده. شفت كيف؟ لانه التاريخ الوسخان ده احنا ما قادرين ندمج ابناء بتاعنا بيكون عنده تاريخ وسخان وبيهيفير الكعب ده. دايرين نخليكم كده وفي النهايه نشوف هل انتوا هتنجوا في دوله بتاعكم ده؟ دوله بتاع جين انتوا هتنجوا؟ ما هتنجوا طبعا، لانه مهما كان احنا عارفين الجذور بتاعكم وعارفين لانه طبيعتكم ما بتغير. الطبيعه الوسخان انتوا بتقبلوا تقعدوا فيه. وانتوا لو شفتوا هسه حاليا واحد من ابناء بتاع جين حال قاعد يقبل الحقيقه ما قاعد يقبل. يا ناس اقعد بقعد بليف اللي في زري يقول لك انا زول بتاع يونيتي وشنو واللخبط، يعني زول ملون اصلا ما في حقيقه. يعني بصراحه زي انكل تشارلز اجري جونا كان بقول لانه قال ده العيال بتاع الديفل، انا بصدق الكلام ده. ده عيال شواتين، لانه حتى هقعد يعني واحد بيتكلم بلغه عشان كده عدو لانه مخ بتاع ما بيتطور وبفضل في نفس اللي بتاعه. وده الحقائق يا جماعه. لو فعلا انت دايرين قال حقيقه دي او كلامها صح، في النهايه داير يتكلم في اليونتي بتاع جنوب السودان خليه يتكلم. لكن احنا كابناء بتاع ايكواتوريا بتاع انفصال ايكواتوريا بنشوف حق بتاع المواطن بتاعنا ومستقبل بتاع ايكواتوريا. يعني احنا ما بنشوف المستقبل بتاع جنوب السودان، لانه جنوب السودان خلاص من الماضي، يعني احنا ما جزء منه. وفي النهايه يعني هنشتغل اجل انه كيف نبني مستقبل الافضل لايكواتوريا. هل هم قاعدين يشوفوا قالوا هم عملوا ضرر بالنسبه لايكواتوريا، مشوا لكونغو، مشى ليوغندا، مشى لكينيا عشان يعمل فتنه، يعني ما يخلي لانه ابناء ايكواتوريا يكون مقبولين، كلامه ما يكون مقبول لدول الجوار. سيتوا قاعدين تضحكوا في نفسكم. ما سياسه هو كده، سياسه فيه الليله انا معك وبكره انا ما معك. دي سياسه كده. الليله ده يتفكر في راسك كويس، لانه ايوه اوكي يوغندا المصالح بتاعها مع جنوب السودان في وقت الحالي تمام، بكره بعد بكره المصالح ده حيخرب، لانه لما يكون في داخل يعني ضغوطات من الدول العظمى بالنسبه لجنوب السودان، وفي نهايه ايكواتوريا قادر يفتح علاقات مع الدول الاخرى، الدعم بتاعنا هيجي وين؟ هيجي في يوغندا. لو مسيفني عايز ولا مش عايز هيجي، لانه ليه؟ هيسمع كلام الكبير. لما انت ما تسمع كلام الكبير هيجلدوك طبعا. وده الحاجه اللي بحصل. لو انتم ما عارفين الكلام ده افتح موقعكم نوريكم يا مثال بسيط زي معارضه التشاديه. معارضه التشاديه ده جاء دخل في السودان ده بس على كيفهم كده، ولا دخل في اسمه شنو في ليبيا ده على كيفهم مع الدول العظمى. في النهايه دخلت النظام الليبي ودخلت النظام الموجود في السودان في الفتره ده. قال احنا عندنا ناسنا واحنا دايرين انتوا تستقبلوهم يقعدوا معكم هناك. وفي النهايه جهزوه لما دخلوا في عاصمه انجمينا. عشان كده انا قاعد اقول لكم ده بين يوغندا وكونغو ولا اسمه شنو، احنا يعني لو فعلا بصراحه لقيته قال لو ما خيانه فعلا بصراحه عندنا اقول حقيقه، لو ما رياض غلط وعمل استراتيجيات غلط النظام ده كان وقع. لانه رياض مشى باسلحه الكبير كله اللون في علني وفي بركزات في اسمه شنو في بانتي. لو فتره ذاك فعلا هو كان صلح ابناء ايكواتوريا باسلحه الكبير ده ما هيقعدوا كان يبقى ده كان سقط. لانه انا بقول لكم القدرات الموجود هيسقط النظام. لانه في النظام ده اصلا الوحده اللي بيقولوا وحده ده وحده كاذب، وحده بتاعت مصالح. لو انت بشوف ابناء بتاعت اويل حسب عاملين معامله كعب، نوريكم الليدرز بتاع اويل قاعدين يهينهم كيف. مش ليدرز الواحد اثنين ثلاثه كتير حانوم. واحد تاني ده انا بعرفه، زول انا كان معه في راس الجمهوريه سوا معه وكلم كلام. قال لي يا ابو انا ده سجنوني ودوني في سجن عشان انا مشيت عملت ايه؟ مشيت استقبلت بول مولونج من المطار. شفت كيف؟ قفلوا في حراسه وفتره داقه يعني عملوا له اهانه لو كانوا ما يشوفوا عمره. لانه ده زول مراقب بتاع رئاسه الجمهوريه وقاعد يمشي يتاجم بتاع رئاسه بتاع الرئيس. يعني بس حاجه بسيط ده عملوا له. شفت الكلام ده كيف؟
اسمع
يعني شوف انا بدي اقول لكم دقيقه انت فين يا دقيقه لا ما عشان
keep it low. Keep it low.
How long?
Keep it low. Listen to me. Please. There is a purpose and there is a very important thing why we came up with the topic up there. There is the goal where we want to reach. I think let him finish. He's about to finish, and when he finishes,
thank you.
If you have something else, then you'll ask. You can come in, but just don't interrupt him when he's talking. Thank you, son. You can go on.
Yeah. انت عارف يعني شوف ابناء ويل ده انا بقول لانه ذاته ابناء ما فاهمين مروه الدينكا. لو هم فاهمين تماما هم كان ما حيكون جزء من بروجكت الدينكا الفكره. لانه هم هسه حاليا احانه اللي قاعدين يعملوا لابناء بتاع ويل ما قاعدين يعملوا له اي دينكا تاني. شفت كيف؟ الناس اقول ده انا متاكد اقول اعرف الكلام ده. الليدر بتاع ويل حانوم لما بغادي وانا ما بقول باسماء اقول اعرف الكلام ده. وفي حاجه ثانيه اقدر اقول دينكا يورو وزير كان من دينكا يورو عملوا له شنو؟ سلفاكر شالوه وخطوه في السجن. عملوا له شنو؟ الشباب بتاع يورو كله مشوا بلانكوزنات تشكر طلعوا برا من السجن. كان حرام يسرق قروش. قالوا لسلفاكر قال زولنا ده ما بيسجنوا لانه شفته دي ابناء بتاع يورو ما داري الليدر بتاعهم يسجنوا. لكن انتوا كابناء بتاع ويل عملوا اهانه لبول مولون سكتوا. عملوا اهانه لكولاغر اسمه منو كولاغر ولا كولاغر ده عملوا له اهانه سكتوا. هسه حاليا كلامك ده انا قاعد اقول ده واحد لواء من ابناء بتاع ويل قاعد في بلو هاوس. ده كله من الاسباب من اسباب بتاعت السياسات الماشي وما له مصالح بتاعت الجين وما له مصالح بتاع ابناء بتاع ويل. دي له مصالح بتاعت فئه معين بتاعت مؤتمر وطني. هم قاعدين يمشوا اجندات ده هيدمروا وبعد ذاك في النهايه انتوا هتكون ويل وفي نهايه تيجي تعرفوا لانه متاخر قال السياسات ده قاعد يدرنا. وبصراحه زمن هيجي وانا كان وريتك صاحبي ده في النهايه كان انا شغال معه في رئاسه الجمهوريه ده قال كلام يعني بصراحه عنده وزن. وكواحد من ابناء بتاويل احانه ذات الحصل لالو ابناء تاويل الفات دفنوهم في اجر في حفره في شعر نمله في بير جداهم في بير. ده ناس منامو ما ده ناس برغازات عملوا كلام ده ليه؟ لانه هم في النهايه قاعدين يشوفوا كان لانه هيخرب اسمه شنو؟ المشروع بتاع السياسه الماشي هيشيلوا سلفاكير برا من السلطه. وفي النهايه الحقيقه لازم يتقال. وفي النهايه الزول اللي ما بقبل الحقيقه معناته انت ما بتعرف الدنيا ده ماشي لوين. وان احنا كابناء ايكواتوريا هنشتغل اجل انفصال ايكواتوريا. الداري يشوف داري يشتغل اجل لانه يونيتي بتاع جنوب السودان ان احنا ما عندنا مشكله معه. انت يشتغل لا دول زمن ده هيجي انت هتنزل من المحطه ده. وان احنا ما هنتكلم للزول قال ايوه فلان انت انزل من اسمه شنو مشوار بتاعك بتاع يونيتي. لانه كل شيء عنده زمن وجرى زي لو جاء كل زول هيندمج في محله على طول. واننا هنعرف كيف هنديل مع ابناء بتاع دينكابور. هنعرف زمن ده هل هم هيكون بادب ولا ما هيكون بادب. ولو ما هيكون بادب احنا هنخليهم لانه هم يقعدوا بادب. وزمن ده جاي ما بعيد. احنا اتكلمنا كتير لكن زمن بتاع الشغل جاي. شكرا. انا بشكر كتير.
Yeah, thank you, son of Equatoria. Thank you, everything that you say. And كده أصلا we had enough. كفاية. حاجتنا نمر البودة كفاية أصلا. I don't think in the enough space. So أنا بقدر مش عشان أنا been in our 6 hours already. So I think the next person is to speak is like Manon. I think Manon, there's a new person that came in. Manon, Italo, can able to if you wanted to contribute something to what we have here, what do you call this disintegration of the country. The country is already disintegrated. Especially for us Equatorians, we have already disintegrated symbolic. Just as like we are trying to put our house in order, you know. But symbolically, we already disintegrated, and then the declaration of us, you know, self-determination, which we are going for, which is the independence of Equatoria, and this is something that we have always willed, since our fathers have always willed for it, and I don't think there is something wrong in it. See, basically, despite what we have faced in South Sudan and what we have been through is just a repetitive of history repeating itself. So I think we had enough finally of being misled and being deceived. You know, every time we get in agreement with people tend to, you know, let us down. People come to abuse us and take over our place. So in all this, we're going back into the, you know, prophecies that, you know, has been spoken before. And this prophecies, we're pursuing it, and it's coming to life. And soon than later, we will be independent, an independent state, independent country, a nation of Equatoria. So if you have something to, you know, to say along the line, I think we have derailed far away from the topic, Gibel. So yeah, then welcome. Manona, are you around?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. You talked to me. I thought you talked to somebody else.
So, did you hear my explanation to you about the topic? Yeah. If you hear it, and then you're welcome.
Yeah, I saw the title. Yeah. I saw the title: Disintegration, Self-Determination, Privacy, Possession. And we agreed you, moderator. Thank you, McCarthy, for bringing me up. What I can add here, you know, South Sudan is too early for us to blame ourselves for whatever is happening in the country. We're just a new nation, came out from very terrible or very difficult agreements with 6 years interim period. Then we raised our flag 2011 and went back 2013 war. The other thing, if some Equatorian are calling for self-determination or separation, as we've seen in the social media, you cannot build a political agenda or political vision based on racial or segregation or against specific tribe. It cannot work. Third, separation itself is not an easy agenda, brothers and sisters. It's a very tough agenda, and war always is easy for those who never taste it. But for those who taste the war, they avoid the war by all means and find a different way how to address political issue. You know, that's why you see those who are in the military who really involved in a combat or in military, you will never see them advocating for war. The only people who always make a decision for people to go to war or advocate for war are politicians, because none of them go to front line and taste the challenge of war and pain of war. They don't know what it means to declare a war. Therefore, it's a free world. You know, you can say whatever you want, but you have to look in the big picture, in a long vision, and also you have to look whether that is something that can be achievable or not. If you look at the East Africa region in general, we have seen even in Uganda, there was a group that were calling for separation or integration, group of the Kenya, and we've seen what happened. All these countries that you see around us, whether it's Sudan or Kenya or Uganda or Congo or Ethiopia, there are certain regions that always you will find them that they are advocating for separation. You can advocate for it, but achieving it is not going to be easy. And consequences of it are worse than at least accept the nation that you are in and try to address the political issue that are in and put your energy how you can fix the political problem or resolve them in the country. Until now, we cannot say Equatoria is calling for separation because just individual or a few people within Equatoria who may have decided.
May I interject for a minute, Mr. Menon?
Yes, you can interject.
Thank you. You're talking as if we committed a crime here, from what and I've heard you earlier in the room with those guys who it was a chaotic room, but you spoke your mind, and you see separatists as a problem, as a danger, and they need to be isolated according to you. And now you're telling us here, giving us example of many countries, people who want to separate. Well, we're not those countries. We are Equatorian, and I don't know if you are familiar with Equatoria history. Equatoria is not asking. Equatoria is actually demanding it because that's their right, and we're not begging. We will not bend down and say we need this. We beg you. This is our right, our land. I think you forgot yourself that once you were part of Khartoum, and did you think Khartoum would have let you go if it wasn't the pressure of the international community? And I feel there is a myth here. People always want to say, oh, people died for this. No, please, let's get over this nonsense, because it's not about people died for this. Even Ireland itself right now, they fought for their own, and at the end, the international community allowed it for them to be a nation according to the England, whatever. And you can even look at AU, African, not African, European Union and Britain. They went to referendum, so not everything have to be to violence. Okay, some will require violence, like what we see right now, SPLM, and this. Like, let me be honest, there is a Dinka hegemony in the country. You might agree or disagree. You might say no because you will try to play defender, to your people. But let me ask you this. You, as a person, you want to say that now, as people who are calling separation, are the root cause of the problem, as some say root cause of the problem, or you think there is a problem that you're supposed to go and fix before you come and point finger on us that this is not going to happen, and you guys are you're trying to do this, and you are speaking as an individual. Who told you we're speaking as an individual? Just because you see us here, few of us speaking, and the rest are not able to speak, clearly, or speak without any fear to challenge and articulate their point clearly. You think that it's only us? Every Equatorian know themselves, if they gave them the same voice like they did during the time of Khartoum, we will be able, something will happen. But I want to know, what is your solution to the issue of South Sudan, instead of pointing to us that we are the problem right now? Can you help us in the solution? Because instead of us, you trying to condemn us.
Before even I give you the solution for South Sudan, you haven't even introduced an agenda why you want to separate.
My friend,
what I heard always about Dingas domination, Dingas did this, like the Dingas are government. But there is a
yes, Dinka are the government. You want it or not?
Ethnic group in the country. You cannot build a revolution or agenda politically based on ethnic group or tribe. This is totally unacceptable globally, international. It's not acceptable at all.
What do you mean it's not acceptable? Hold on a second. Are you telling me that those rape? Hold on. Hold on. Let me tell you. Digiga. You're trying to tell me. Are you trying to insult our intelligence or what? You're talking here as if.
That's how I felt. I felt like he's just one of the mind-draining person that he has nothing to give, but then he comes up sounding like an intelligent person, has something to say, but until he opens his mouth, and then you feel like, oh. So yeah, he kind of like degrades you down to a argument that is really not necessarily really important, or like it's just not helpful really, because the truth is, like, this man knows what is happening in the country, and I heard him talking yesterday in one of the rooms that have been made against Equatoria. They are the pioneers of these rooms that are happening in Sept, honestly. Jamus, mana Zoldak team, Monodak, Zoldak, Kif that. So they're the pioneers behind it. And then he was there speaking down, condescending to, in a very condescending way to warrior, to warrior princess. And even insulted her that what she's thinking about, preaching about the self-determination is something that above her head, you see? That what the country needed is just peace and good governance. And you ask him questions here, he could not even articulate himself and answer the questions. Rather, he come and answer you a question with a question. Was he even having a good governance and peace in Upper Nile before?
You will conclude.
Have you even known of peace and governance before in Upper Nile? Was that something
That's the question.
Is something that was known to you? Was that part of it, accustomed to you? Were you even accustomed to peace and good governance before? Before you came to talk about peace and governance, and then you're talking about it in Equatoria, but you could not even articulate yourself the same way in Upper Nile. You cannot bring peace to Upper Nile if you cannot gather yourself, cannot gather your shadow. How could you gather the entire different nations together? The nation of which are nations that are in Upper Nile and in Bahar al-Ghazal and in Equatoria. How could you do that? How could you speak? Unlogical. Sorry for interrupting her dishes. Thank you.
No. You got. I tried to ask him a question because he's trying to. You're right. He's condescending, very condescending, in a way that he's thinking that he knows best, and he said, "You don't have agenda, really?" I asked him like, where is he from? He's from Upper Nile or maybe Bahr Ghazal, one of the two, And from those places, we know the conflict over there, and he cannot even, like you said, they don't even know the idea of peace and good governance among themselves. Yet they want to tell us they will govern us within Equatoria, and we don't have a right. They moved to Equatoria. We did not move to their home. So you come to my house and you want to tell me that no, I'm not going to leave your house because I'm the king of this neighborhood. What is this? My brother, like Equatoria, if you don't know the history of Equatoria, you need to go and check it out. Equatoria was a nation by itself. Let me tell you this. We were brought by force by colonialists. If you don't know this, let me break this news to you. We used to be a different nation. Do you know that Equatoria have different parts of theirs been taken to other neighboring countries that now some of them are your allies? Allies, not because they really respect that this regime, this tribal regime, is actually doing something great in Africa, but they're working with these guys because they are all crooks. They are benefiting from another crook who's foolish, and they're gaining their power through them. So they see Salva Kiir as a beneficial. Sometimes crooks will use other crooks just to make sure that they stay on power. But they know for a fact when they are out, when Kiir is out, everything is gonna, come clear. So let us not worry about, you want to tell me all these things. You can mock us, but I promise you this: Equatoria will be a nation because we've never been part of Sudan. You guys are the one who ran away from Khartoum. You're supposed to go back and claim your Khartoum. Your leader, not my leader, your leader, your late leader called John Garang, was the one who called New Sudan. You guys left that idea just for the dollar. You say, let me go back into the oil, $, let's go and separate and been dominate Equatorian. And yes, some of our Equatorian were blinded because they thought you're genuine as brothers, but then later they find you guys, you are very tribalist, very abusive, and also disrespectful, even in our home when we welcome you in Juba. Did you know that Equatorian, even they're the one who cried more for John Garang than Dinka? Dinka never even cried that much as Equatorian, because Equatorian felt like this man really was genuine. But then later, some of them realized that he was not genuine. He was tribalist. Because we saw him. I am not an SPLA. I never respected SPLA because SPLA from the start showed tribalism. Itu hajartu. You brought your own people in the West. That's what they call them today, lost boys. You settled them so they can be the next. This is all John Garang program. John Garang had a big program. Even I have a report. John Garang was really not accepted by every international community. Some of the European even felt like John Garang is actually dangerous. So his death, God knows how he died. But let me tell you, John Garang legacy is still living with what he's doing. Today, that's why we are paying the price. His ideology of tribalism. So for us to separate, we're not only separating from this chaotic, but we want to reclaim our land. You guys came here with chaos and anarchy, tried to claim, oh, we died here, so we have the right to live. No, you don't. And then you kill people for their land. You kill people for their land. Even you have created chaos in Upper Nile. One tribe, non-Dinka. There is no other tribe in this world, even in the whole Africa, is one tribe known Dinka. Everywhere they go, they make problem. In Bahr al-Ghazal, Upper Nile, everywhere. This chaos that's happening is because Dinka is running the country. You dismiss Caroline Berger, you dismiss Caroline Berger, the doctor, on her anthropological research that she's wrong, she's anti-Dinka, but she's not. What she's doing, she just put the truth. Europeans have nothing to gain, only to bring the truth, because they are working with people. They want to make sure where they're going to stand at the end, because history, they don't want to be judged in history that they actually stood with the wrong people. They have all the option in table. Right now, European, just because they are, some of them celebrating this, unity of the military, it doesn't mean that they're actually going to stay with you. We have seen that in Iraq. We have seen that in Afghanistan. We have seen that even in Libya. What they do is they stand with people who stand for themselves. You guys right now are in chaos because you benefited from John Garang. But I promise you, Equatoria, when they separate, Dinka will return back to where they come from. And for us, Equatoria, it's not our business. You guys need to figure out where you come from. Plus, do not force us to be part of you when we don't want to. Our land belongs to us. We didn't take Bahr al-Ghazal land. We didn't take any land in Upper Nile. It's our land. You guys even migrated. And plus, you are nomadic tribes. You don't have a certain territory to claim it. That's why you're spreading yourself around and claiming that you're majority. So, my brother, talk on something that has point, because we know your history. You have no place to even claim it. You fight in every place. Equatoria have a territory. We have tribes who have lived there for thousands of years. Even European documented about us more than documented about Dinka. You can go to the archive in England, in Europe, and all these, even in US, in DC, you can find those documentations there. Do you think that we don't know? Even we're supposed to get our independence separate from Khartoum if it wasn't a betrayal that happened because of the Suez Canal and the Turkish, what is called the King Farouk, who was the Egyptian king at that time, made the mess. Because South Sudan, that you call it, Equatorial would have gathered their own. Even we could have gathered our own lands, but something happened. So you can talk about, oh, well, you don't have an agenda, whatever. That's okay. But the killing, the raping, the displacement of our people, that by itself is a case. If you're not convinced, that's by itself is a case. So I leave it here and continue speaking.
Okay, thank you. Let me conclude my what I need to say here, brother Dusa, and then the rest of the people there. Separation, you don't ask from anybody. Okay? If you believe that you can do it, you go ahead with your agenda. But what I need to emphasize here, if you base your agenda based on Denga, then you will not even find somebody from Republic of South Sudan to talk to you about your separation. People are going to say, go talk to Denga, because Denga is the ethnic group in the country. That's why I say you don't have clear agenda. If your agenda is just Denga, is your problem, then South Sudan will not have a problem with you. You will go talk with the Dengas, because Dengas are tribe. You have no case here to present in the first place to be discussed in terms of separation or
I think
whatsoever.
Your argument, Manon.
So I'll rest my point here.
Yeah, I don't. Sorry for
and my opinion here. Let you just to make a last point.
Just calm down.
My point here.
Calm down, Mr. Manon. Don't be touchy feeling. Calm down, brother. Calm down, sir. Calm down. Ita Gulta Dinka.
I just wanted to let you know this kind of the wording that you're using is actually below. I will feel like it's really below the average of really someone that is mad full of what you were saying yesterday. Because when you begin to say that our separation, if it's based on Dinka, I could ask you the same thing. I could feel like ask you that when you base your SPLA based on Equatoria, anti-Equatoria before, and then when you base it too, as for example, because to different people you tell different stories. Actually, we come to know the truth.
Yeah,
but
I heard him.
other side. Yeah, let me come from the upper side that was known out there. That when you were basing it on the Arab, okay, when you're basing it on the Arab, okay, and Arab are only particular people back in the north. Not everybody in the north was Arab. We all know that.
Exactly.
So, were you successful of the separation that happened? Were you successful or not? Did you went back to beg the Arab? You begged and begged and begged until they decided when they're giving you, or how did that happen?
Thank you. First of all, SPLM never fought against ethnic in Khartoum. SPLM was fighting for the new direction of the country based on the new Sudan vision, separation of religious from the state, and secular system in the country.
Just to be put it in record.
I never heard that we fighting.
No, hold on. To put in a record, you guys, SPLA was a nonsense. SPLA put a record that they are fighting for equality, justice, and anti, this Islamic fundamentalists in Khartoum. But in reality, you guys, the whole tribal conflict in South Sudan, even documented by Red Cross, by international community, even intelligence in the international community. Even they have doubted that Geren could lead the country. Let me tell you one thing. 2007, there was a report came out that challenged, SPLM, that even they thought about after the Geren death. They said, "Do you think SPLM, we really gave them the right to take this country to direction?" Because they were worried, and there was some issues happening at that time, even with these SPLM leaders who were already still in conflict with each other. Because the peace comprehensive peace agreement was shaky because some people tried to get into a fight already. So they began to go back into the records, and they saw that the SPLM created more tribalism by killing people. Even I can tell you this as an Equatorian, your weapon first was turned against Equatorian, against Nuer, against other tribes in Upper Nile. You guys did that. This is Dinka. When John Geren went, he did not go to the Juba or went to any other territory like Malakal and say, all the people of Upper Nile, let's go join and fight the revolution. John Geren went to his own tribe, say, we Dinka, we are mighty, we are going to run this country, and we are against Kokora. That was it. Come on, don't lie to us. You can tell this to a child, but don't tell it to us. And you cannot convince us how we're going to run our life. We are Equatorians. You are from whatever, Upper Nile, Bahr Ghazal, that's your home. You fix it, we take care of our home. If you think we are not able, yes, we can say Dinka is the problem, like Dr. Caroline have put it. And I would say, yes, Dinka are the problem of the country. You like it or not, that's your issue. But once we put it there, even Germany, the Nazi, when they were killing the Jews, they said, then the Germans were guilty on that. Now the Germans are still paying money for the Jews that they were murdered. So don't come and tell me like, oh, if you're basing on, what are you talking about? Rwanda, you forgot about it? The Hutsu and the Hutsi and Tutsi, how they kill each other? McCartney even can tell you a record of what these people did. You want to tell me like, oh no, we cannot do that? We can build our nation.
Let me give you what this man was saying. And again, I've never recorded you. I'm just playing direct from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, please. Thank you. That's awesome.
They usually speculate about me that I report and keep report for Teresa or something from us. These people have very difficulties to identify the difference between.
They're chameleons. Hypocrisy is funny.
Soma and they just have they have not come to terms with that yet. They just see us as all the same. So yeah.
The topic is good for us to debate. But there are special realities, then we need to do. May I conclude?
Yeah, hold on, don't run away. Listen to your voice. Very interesting. It's kind of like soothing. Let's hear it.
No problem. I'm not running away. I never run away from debate. Sorry. Mute yourself. To group ourselves. Late Trump made a very good point in one of the interview with Yazira. When people ask him about the future of South Sudan as a nation. Probably Gal Kalam, we may not like it, but it's true. Truth always is good, and it's painful. Gal, Sudan, I watch three things. Yani, Karahiyya of Equatoria, Hyman of the Denga, Wanwer, they own that. That's a lot of Jarima Budi Junukita. And we are required to prove those things to Mali ourselves. Sudan is bigger and it can accommodate us all. There are many rooms for South Sudan that can accommodate us. Like in due to those three things, Sudan is going nowhere. Especially when most of us living in the West, debating those things, the hatred, the tribalism, they might worry what the mustaqbal or future, the great future for Sudan. Priority to Sudan at the moment is peace, unity, good governance, nation building, so the country can prosper. Our life West is not really attractive. Lanu, home is home, Yajama. Home is home. So I'm wondering, sometimes people like my sister, Warren, your energy, Linda, the energy that you have, if you can use it for great good of South Sudan, that will accommodate all of us. It will be much better than my interest couldn't have said to take a deep responsibility. Haja Akbar Mirasak. I didn't Haja Equatoria. Ajama, there is unimaginable. With Sudan, after 2011, July 9, we are South Sudanese. Equatoria, Bargazal, Apernal, you name it, it became only geographical location. They are no longer our identity. Our identity is the South Sudanese. And we can still build consensus to bring about all South Sudanese together and address our challenges, our difficulties, to build a nation that is good for all of us.
Like I said, brothers and sisters, according.
Okay. Go ahead, McCartney. I hear you. Want to say something?
Have you guys heard
let me say
saying
something.
about?
Just 1 minute, okay?
Yeah. You guys go on. Take on.
Because he mentioned.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Let Robert and then McCartney. He said, Manon, you are in a hot seat, so take it easy. Just enjoy. Get your
Can I say
popcorn.
something,
Be
or-
ready. Yes. Let Robert start first. He said yeah.
Okay. 1 minute. I'm not going further. So, because he brought the statement of Travi, let me read also what Travi said here. And it is a quote, okay? He says, South Sudan will never be stable because of the Dinka tribe ego to rule without development agenda. Dr. Sorabi. Okay, add that one then. Go ahead.
Brother McCartney, go ahead. It's your turn. You want to say something?
Sorry, Robert, that's what I knew. That's what I know. Thank you. Sorry, Kat.
McCartney, unmute yourself. You're muted.
Okay, thank you. Exactly what I want to say, Robert already mentions. Manon.
Okay.
Yeah, Manon is a government supporter, and he was one of the ministers in 32 states in Luli State. He's now living in the United States. And I thought, Manon, you have changed a lot because you live in America. You could have read a lot of philosophies, a lot up there, Western philosophy, and integrated into the African philosophy that can make your way to expand your thinking. But you didn't. You just think like a Jing straight away. You just act like a Jing straight away. Look, if you look what Tribe was saying, Tribe mostly was looking at the Dinka, the way Dinka think, and they develop their critical thinkings. Because in Dinka critical thinkings is about dominations and occupations. That characterized by brutals and a lot of things behind it. That's you learn from it. And then if you go the history of formation of states and the origins, if you find there's a lot of elements. You see, one, identity. If the countries share the same identity, it means that the country will be in unity to functions well. But in case of South Sudan, we don't have a common identities. You see, like you from Awil, we have got a very different identity. You go to Gogorials, you go to Arabs, you go to where, and you go to Jeng. Because I learned, they say Jeng, they are the more civilized. They live in Upper Niles. The notorious ones, the Dinka, live in Bargazal and Jongole. You see, all those identities doesn't match. That's why they say notorious live in Bargazal, notorious live in Jongole, and the civilized one live in Upper Nile. It still doesn't match. You see, look at those characteristics. It never match. And then when you come to look into depth, as educated men, you separate your values, your tribes, your ego from you to the states. It means that you're going to justify intelligently how the people functions and where there's right and wrongs, and that it will capture what is happening in South Sudan, what should have been done differently. You can get from there, but you never assess your own way of life. That sometimes you talk good, that's why I bring you up. You see, sometimes you talk good, I don't have hatred on you because I need you to continue to express and learn from others. Express your opinion and learn from others. That can make difference in your life. You see? And then when we look at the characteristics of the government in South Sudan, we look at a lot of marginalizations, corruption, intimidation, nepotism, secretarism. That's all there. And no one challenging that. Even if you look at the recently the graduation of Unified Force, Salva Kiir saying that the soldiers should pay loyalty to him. That's what he said there. But if you look at the agreements, they're saying that the 83,000 need to be graduated. If you see 83,000 to be graduated, that 83, the Salva Kiir will say, I'm a commander of chief of that. But 20,000, you say you are the only commander of chief. It means that you breach, you collapse your own right to be commander of chief because you target anyone. Because you cannot say that unless the 83 are graduated, and then you come to conclusion and say that I'm commander in chief. How can you be commander in chief only for 20,000 and the rest is not yet? It means that there's a holy play in within. Do you see how Dinga ego is playing? That's why they're saying that they have got Habirus syndromes. Those who are power angry, although they're making a mistake, they never recognize that they're making a mistake, and they continue doing it. So in 21st century, Manon, if you're seeing these things happening and you're defending, how can you look at yourself as nationalist, patriotics, while you never condemns any atrocities happening in South Sudan? That automatically you put yourself at very vulnerable situations. Very vulnerable situations. Because if you ask someone from Abia, they will not talk like you. They will talk far beyond. They will look at the situation they're living in and they do comparisons within the modern civilizations, and they will say, okay, if Equatoria want to separate, let them do, because that is part of their rights and we need to support them. That's exactly what Francis Mading said, that Abia has rights to fight for their own self-determination. But people oppose. That's how a civilized mind thinks. A civilized mind cannot think that, no, don't do that. You continue obstruct the process and dignity of someone want to achieve what is good for the peoples and for the people of the states and for the peoples to achieve the prosperity life in their own what they want. You see, Manon. So in that regards, I will tell you, please. We are not hating you, and we are not rejecting you, but I brought you here so that you learn from people here. You see, people up here, they are well experienced, and they have done a lot of research, and also debate with the more intelligent people, other separatists around Africa or in Europe. That's why they're here. They just never create anything from their minds, because they witness, they gather the informations, and they want to tell you that, okay, that's what you want. Otherwise, they will even never talk. If they are not educated, they will not talk. They will just stay low profiles and talk undergrounds and make you not know what's happening. But they have been fair, justice, and to say that, okay, this is our agenda. We want to achieve what we want. Let Manon also know. That's why I brought you up, so that you learn. That you learn. Not because we hate you, but we need you to learn so that also you support that Equatoria have right for self-determinations. It's up to you to take it or not. We don't have any hatred about you. We don't have any hatred about Dinka. We don't have any hatred about the people from Upper Nile. We don't have hatred about any other people from anywhere. Only we have hatred anyone who want to obstruct our Equatorial self-determination, then you have become an enemy straight away. It's straight away an enemy. We cannot even spare your life straight away at all, whether you like it or not. We cannot. We have to be honest. It's the same like the Spanish separatists. It's the same like Cameroonian separatists. It's the same like the Nigerians. It's the same like Somaliland. It's the same like Gambia. Around the world, even in North of Africa, you see, even in Western Uganda, people are calling for the self-determinations. You see, we are not different from them. So please, Manon, you need to open your mind and support Equatorial separatists. Because those who are in Juba, they're occupier. 2, they're criminals. 3, they're invaders. 4, they are not supposed to be there. They're in wrong place. 5, they should live peacefully. 5, we don't like them. Thank you.
Thank you. He's summing up a lot of stuff. Manon, one thing I want to tell you. Yes, you will. Yes, I will give you. I think Mariel did. I hope I pronounced your name right. He asked earlier to come up, so I brought him up. But I just want to say also we have 1 hour before we close, and also I want to hear from Escobar. And then one thing, Manon, I just want to know.
How long does this thing take because we are in our
Now we almost.
How long does it before it shut down?
No, I wanted to close it with Facebook. Huh? Who said?
No, we are in 7 hours.
Yes, in 7.
So
yes.
I was trying to know how long does it, because sometimes one time we try it and we lost our content.
10 hours.
10 hours. I think I got his estimate.
I don't think so. Last time we lost our content, so we stayed.
No, we went to 11 that time. That's why we lost it. But yeah, so I thank you, Mr. Agut. But one thing I want to say is.
Thank you, Agut.
Please give Manon.
Yes, I will give him. أنا بس كنت عاوز أسأل Manon ده شنو قاعد يخليكم انتوا very much want to hold Equatoria as hostage? What's the obsession? Can you tell me, please? And then you can go ahead with your answer. And welcome, Mr. Miriam.
That is a good question. Equatoria is 2011. South Sudanese did not vote as Equatorian or Bargazalian or Alanilian. They voted as South Sudanese, and they make 98%, over 98% for independence of South Sudan, so self-determination. Therefore, Equatoria is my home. Barghazal is my home. Upper Nile is my home. And there's no way I can just allow Equatoria to go. The reason that you mentioned that there is domination from Denga, and I quoted with the Trabi, which I don't have problem with what the warriors recorded in my voice. There's nothing wrong, I said that. Those things can be addressed.
No, so just point of correction. I've explained myself. Nobody has recorded. Nobody has recorded you. Manon,
that is fine.
Nobody. No one has recorded you. I'm just letting you know. No one has recorded you. It's just coming direct from the room that you were in. It's called Juba. Juba will be the capital city of South Sudan for 100 years plus. You were there, isn't it? And the room is recorded. Yeah, because I don't have space in my
but you gotta correct yourself, Mr. Manon. Yeah. You gotta correct yourself on that, because you're now trying to accuse somebody that they recorded. They don't. They did not record it. It was there according, like we record right now. The topic. Hold on. Like this is a recorded video now, or audio right now. Okay, so anybody can display it, even can put it in their own video and play it. Play your voice. Play. This is what you said as an evidence. You know about the United States, we cannot talk something without facts. So she's bringing what you said. She did not go without your consent. You consented to come up into a room that is already recorded. If you don't want to come up in a room that is recorded, you don't have to come up at all. Just come to a room where there's no record, and then you can speak. And then if somebody recorded it, then you can complain and say, yes, this guy recorded me without my consent. But there was no any non-consensual.
As soon as I saw him, I remember him very well. And then I went to look for that Juba will be the capital city of South Sudan for 100 years. And the whole time I've been here before you talk until you're talking, I am listening I'm looking, tracking when you were listening. I was going back and forth, rewinding. It's not an easy job to say while I'm listening to what you're saying, others are saying, trying to pinpoint specifically the time that you were talking, and then stop it there and then wait for you and then start playing. So it's over there. You can go back there and you can see the room is recorded, and like our room now is recorded. Okay. Now, if you have two different devices, you can do it. So yeah, that's just all I have to tell you. You can just play it live while So I'm playing it from over there, not recorded.
Yeah, let him answer the question. Yeah, let him answer the question. Don't worry about who recorded you, Mr. Manon. Yes, because you seem obsessed about that too. It's in the conversation after the voice. You can be an American Idol. Don't worry. You can make it an American Idol. Just go ahead.
There's nothing wrong with that. Actually, I'm worried about it. And Equatoria is a part of South Sudan. When we vote in 2011, we did not vote as Equatorian or Upper Nile or Barghazal. We voted as South Sudanese, 98%, over 98%, and we achieve our independence. Like any other country, we may have some political challenges because there's a developing of the nation, building a nation. There's a lot of challenges. This is something sometimes we don't organize the South Sudanese. And those challenges, we cannot just turn them as dingas against any specific group. That's why I said it clear that if your separation is just based on dingas, then you're going to negotiate with the dingas. There's nobody going to talk to you. Because first thing, even if you need self-determination, you have to recognize the government that exists. You don't recognize even the existence of a government.
Let me stop you. Hold on. You brought something important. Mr. Manon, sorry to cut you. You brought something important. I have to correct this here too. You said we have to negotiate with Dinka. What negotiation? You came to our territory without negotiation. Did you negotiate with the people of Equatoria? You just came there and say, we liberated you guys. We're coming here to claim Juba, to claim Equatoria, to claim South Sudan. Did you guys remember that, or you forgot?
I'm saying that is because I see all your debate always about Dinka.
Asma, wallahi debate time Dinka, debate time Upper Nile Barghazal. Ita zato mwisho kuta fi Barghazal. Okay, go ahead.
If it comes about domination, the United States is dominated by whites. But this is not the case. What is important is the Constitution.
So now you go to Constitution. As the Jared mean kalam there, the Constitution. Okay.
Protect the right of the voter. But wherever you go, even Equatoria, there's dominant right there.
Asma. Equatoria, budun.
We have laws that actually treat us equally and treat us equally as a citizen. The base of
Manon, Almar Vita Maulud Miten.
nation building.
Hold on.
Go back to nation building.
Okay, itu kalam bitakum ta nation building simiti to ayu to going to come together. You don't get along. Itu nation building ta going to get into war. Let me talk the reality ya. Kaino kun mark factual hina. لأنه nation building تاكم ده تقولهم قاعد يقعدوا بسلاح وخواجة قاعد ينقذكم. Let's come to the reality of what Equatoria was. Equatoria before حاجة اسمه SPLM شفتها. Equatoria survived in their own environment. Let me remind you this. أنا ما رأيت مولود سنة كم. Equatoria never had an issue among themselves. What we have seen in Upper Nile and some part of Bahr Ghazal. ما كله Bahr Ghazal. And let me tell you why. When you came, your people came to Equatoria during the 80s where Kokora started. Because Dinka Bikadari give behavior to Upper Nile, they want to come and occupy. They're the first encounter between Equatoria and Ma Dinka. So Dinka did not learn from their mistake. And Equatoria also, it thought maybe Dinka learn in Nuhumama behave the same behavior again. Like in today, we become a nation, no self behavior. Rasgawi, Gale, Dugnas Beshalut, Galiaki na Rais, Ana Hokuma. Oh shoot. Sorry, my phone cut off. Yeah, hold on a second. Oh God, just give me a second. I have an issue with my network. Hello يا جماعة.
Let me add something.
sorry, telephone تاعي قطع. المهم أنا ما أقدر نعزف منون اليوم أنت في hot seat كان نديك فرصة يلا تتكلم مع هنا. Go ahead.
Yeah, Odisa Keda, I just added
okay.
for 1 minute.
Add. لا أنا عندي network كمان bad. Go ahead.
Right. You see, in Upper Niles, there's a lot of division there. Even the past, you see, all the local governments in Upper Nile was controlled by Nuer peoples. And then come Department of Education was being controlled by the Shuluks. And then come to Idara Markazia, that's all Dinka. That's how the Upper Nile state was characterized, how they organize themselves like that. It means that they are not homogeneous societies. Their cultures and their values conflicted with one another. Means they could not live together. Whatever case might be, they could not live. Because each value plays against one another. When it comes to Equatoria, we are not that. We are homogeneous societies. There's no history in the past and the present that we fight among ourselves. There's no historical evidence that our professionals' values play among ourselves. Nothing. We are a homogeneous society. Socially, we respect the values. We integrate, we intermarry, we live together. Our economic activities we generate never conflicts, and it is being homogeneous and was being homogeneous. That's how we flourish. That's how we call ourselves Equatoria for Equatorian peoples. That's how we live here, Manons. There's nothing like that. It's not like now Awil cannot live in Tonj, and Tonj cannot live in Western Barkazals. You see, and now Awil cannot go to Abia peoples, or not go to Malakal, because there's a belief that Jane refer to the people who are in Upper Niles. They're a little bit civilized, and they look from depth of civilization how to look at issues. And then when you come to Dinka, that refer to people in Bargazals and Jongule. They are notorious, and they're one characterized by intimidations, or occupations, dominations, and marginalizations. You see, that is different from Jeng and the Dinka in Bargazal and Upper Nile. Therefore, we'll see that is conflicting way of life in our modern society. Thank you. It looks like Robert wants to say something.
I just thought you were going to speak for 1 minute.
Manon asma. Manon indak mendil firas. Amsa arak de jek amsa arak de jamid la ana narif sakhana hina. Ma mushkila.
I have a question for Manon, but I even fear because all of you are attacking him. You don't give him chance. But he's a good debater. Okay, go ahead.
Let me conclude here, brothers.
Conclude that foko asila jek. Go ahead. Make sure you make the right answer. عشان ما يجي لك سؤال تاني جديد.
Yes, if the countries are divided based on internal conflict, Africa would have been over 100 countries now, not 54 or 53. The best example case is just next to us, our neighbors in Rwanda. The genocide and conflict or tribal ethnic group fighting, I think Rwanda would have been a two countries. Similar case also apply even to Kenya with the election of first democratic election in Kenya. We have seen the violence that happened in Kenya. If the country is divided because of internal conflict of just ethnic group fighting rivals, the Kenya would have been divided into two countries. My advice to you, my sister and brother, South Sudan is bigger and can accommodate us all. And I don't think that particular group dominating, just because particular group is dominating, then we can divide the country. I think there's the laws and constitution that can actually justify the right of every South Sudanese citizen, whether you are more or you are less.
Okay, دقيقة. Constitution بتاعك ده جا كيف؟ كده hold on. إنت قاعد تقول constitution ده constitution ده منو؟
The constitution of the Republic of South Sudan.
منو يعمله؟ منو بيعطوا طريقة؟
South Sudanese.
عليك على please.
Including yourself.
أنا كان وين؟ أنا في أمريكا، أنا 200 كنت هناك. اسمع constitution ده بيعرفوه ناس معينين بيجوا بيدوا اقتراحات يلا يكتبوا ما ساكت عشوائي. انت جيتوا من قبل باوراق بتاع constitution ده اللي قلتوا نقلتوه بس copy and paste ما قاعدين يسموكم copy and paste حاجات خواجه يلا قال خلاص قال liberty and شنو كده حاجات كله انتوا ذاتوا ما عندكم له idea لعنه عشان كده ما قاعدين تطبقوه في البلد. سو ما تقول لي constitution يا جيك. No, ما انت ما فيك تقول constitution ده وانا ما approved it. We never approved this constitution. The constitution عشان كده قاعد نقول the constitution تاع دينكا ده ما constitution تاع جنوب السودان because it come only Dinka alone because SPLA the chief ما انت سوداني انت جنوبي انت سوداني انا اوكي
دقيقة كده أوديتر. أول حاجة زود ما عارفين هم عارفين دارين يكونوا وين. They're still the people liberation movement of Sudan, okay? They're still there
exactly
in that mindset. And then they're still parading around with the flag of Sudan. What is this people?
وهم ريلا yeah go ahead conclude عشان كده انا قلت لك سخانة جاي. Go ahead. انت ما توري about the line. اخوك مريال دي وقاعد لكن انت مالك قلقان. انت بس قاعد نسال constitution ده جبته من وين؟ لان انت جبت كلنا constitution كانوا بنينا دوله ده معاك. انا ما كنت جنبك يا جيك. انت يا براك انت كنت مينستر. انت كان مينستر شبان مرتاح. انا حقيقه قاعدين في امريكا قاعد نشتغل شغل تاع عرق جبين ده. You guys were happy there. So you don't tell me constitution يا جيك. ده بتاعكم هناك. So you gotta be careful of what you say about the constitution ده. Because I don't approve it. ده عشان كده انت جبت كير هناك في power.
The Constitution of the Republic of South Sudan is approved by all South Sudanese. Everybody knows this is something in fact, and you need.
Sakam approved by South Sudanese.
When it comes to separation, you are debating with the wrong person. I'm not someone who will accept or allow any piece of South Sudan to be cut apart. Thank you very much.
والله عندكم ديكتاتورية.
حاجة to my surprise Manasel voice. First of all, these people, most of them come from the bush, from the village, from the stuff like that. They have never known what is Equatoria, most of them. And most of them are uneducated people. To be honest with you, flat out. Most of them are ignorant people. Most of them are illiterate. They just burst out of nowhere with this movement, the SPLA and some of them, Lost Boys and Munu Munu, and they just appear in, imagine when you come from nowhere, you're coming from Romat Hinaka, washing your head with all these things and stuff like that. You have no idea the world is evolving, the world is moving ahead, and even the concept. First of all, the concept of Equatoria was not in his mind. He doesn't even know the ends of Equatoria. But after that, when they came into Equatoria, then now they begin to claim that, as if they claim that they're part of Equatoria. They know Equatoria, but forgetting that before decades and centuries back, did not part of Equatoria. We did not exist together. This is what is just not making. It's not logic. This is just not logic at all. Your argument is just too silly, and it just doesn't really like. I'm not saying you're silly. Sorry, I'm not trying to insult you, but I'm just saying the argument itself, the things that you're saying, it sounds too silly, and it's just really below really the standard of what you can debate on, or what you can put your objective ahead. Because in reality is you cannot come here and begin to tell us that 17 years back, when we took the identity of South Sudan, we forgot of our identity. No. The first thing you ask me who I am, I'm Equatorian. And there is a reason that we have come in contact with you. There was only the reason that brought me in contact with you is the reason of sadness. It's not of a pleasure that I have.
Yeah, situation that brought us together.
Yeah. It's sadness indeed. A situation that is sadness. I have no control over it. I have not will, and it's not a pleasure for me to meet you or to be with you. I was not in need of you. I don't need you. I don't want you. Okay? And you don't need me. You don't want me. You see? We were under control of a colony system, colony after colony that brought us, but kept us aside differently, separately. Simultaneously, they're controlling us, but at the same time, but separately. You see? That's why we don't have it. We don't know each other. We don't know the background of each other. And your custom is so different from mine. And even in looks, we are so different. In smell of the skin, we smell different. You see? Even in understanding, we are so different. We're totally different people. You see? But we managed to forge something in commonality, based on the situation we are going through. Okay? The last colony we were in, we decided to fight. Now the question is here is, when you left your home to join SPLA to go fight, did you left from Equatoria? Were you fighting for Equatoria? Which household of Equatoria were you fighting for? When you left your home, when your dad left, when your uncle left, when whoever, your brother, your Munu left, your friend, your family friend left, were they leaving from Equatoria? You were leaving from your own home to liberate your home. A man first fight for his own family. You keep yourself alive. You have your family. You fight for your wife, your children, then for your country, for the existence of your nation, that you can make a home for your own family or for your existence. You don't go around fighting for somebody's land. That's silly. You have not eradicated yourself from the slavery syndrome that you're in. You have not eradicated yourself from the killing that you're butchering yourself and you're butchering other people. Then you go ahead and claim that you liberate Equatoria and you want to bring peace, and good governance in Equatoria when you cannot do it in Upper Nile. Come on, Equatoria, we are of 40 to 50 tribes within Equatoria, but we manage to live in harmony and we manage to relate it to each other. We are fabric of one people. We are related to each other by blood, by everything. But you cannot do that in Upper Nile. You cannot differentiate me from Robert, from Odysseus, from McCartney, from Dominic down here, from Warrior, Prince, from Kipaya, from McCartney I mentioned, and CJ. You cannot differentiate us, and the Equatorians which are listening to us down here. You cannot differentiate us. We are interwoven together. We are connected by blood. That's why you see we don't fight each other, even though we disagree. Even though with the people of the opposite side to us, we differ in ideas, we silence each other. Please don't talk to me. I don't want to talk anymore. But we cannot kill each other because we are related in blood and we live together for the longest of our life. And this is how it's going to be. You cannot come out of the blue and then begin to claim the things that you're claiming. You cannot. If you can manage to make peace in Upper Nile, maybe come and meet us on the table. But just ask yourself, when you left home, Did you left from Equatoria? And who invited you to come and liberate Equatoria? Nobody invited you to liberate Equatoria. Under decentralization, Equatoria was thriving. Equatoria was living well. We just trusted you, but to all our vain. So I just want to leave it here. I don't want to say that. Stop the lies, please.
Thank you.
You're not convincing us.
Let me
Khalil Robert is saying, but now a good brother Kifaya. You also a moderator with us. You can also interject Lofayashi. Go ahead, brother Robert, and then after that, Meshi line Tawali. So thank you. Go ahead.
Brother, you said all positive things about South Sudan. I'm just wondering, why are you out from South Sudan? You should have actually gone there and worked there, do your business there and everything there, because that's a good country, right? It has a constitution. That's number one.
In their village, in their village there.
Number two, you said, people are trying to separate because of Dinka. But what I heard from most of the people talking, saying, Dinka the problem. So, Miracle, you and I were in that room. Miracle mentioned that Dinka the problem of South Sudan. Empty pride. That's a quotation. It's not from Robert Ogeta. Now, you're saying the separation of Equatoria, if they wanted to separate, they must also negotiate with the Dinkas. So you're basically saying South Sudan is Dinka, and Dinka is South Sudan. So you're leaving other people out, right? That is so funny, brother. So, first of all, if Equatoria separated from South Sudan, is separated from the rest of all the tribes in South Sudan. It's not from Dinka. Unless you are trying to all narrow the rest of the tribes in South Sudan as Dinka. So that is the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Yeah, even got 1 second to didn't allow me to
please, Manon,
Allah jinibin habu kalam. Asma Manon, ito kan wazira na arif. Ito bidib kalam da ya gadi dik paycheck. Lakini na mafi paycheck. Kada hold on. Paycheck takir mafi hina. This is a hot seat bita Equatoria. So let's give to Mariel did, and then by the kid niji ni Dominic narjalek. Ito this a guy. Ito khalik ito wazira sabiq.
US is a capitalist country, not a communist.
It's further. Welcome, Mr. Mariel did. Anama Same Sotak. Do you guys hear him? Okay, Sama Abtak, best make sure you take the Sama candidate column. Brother Dominic, welcome. Yeah, I got it. I cannot go to it. So crazy, come on. I
have a little injection to you. Anyway, Anna, let me salute all of you who are thank gracious and Kifaya. All you people are lying. Didi, it has not been a matter of lie. Again, Rabona Yavar, you got it.
Anna was in a town.
Oh, God.
And as Robert Warrior, McCartney,
oh, Jesus.
I would have played a song to you people here, like in Arabic Bella I want to be objectively clear. And I'll be listening, to this. And I will go to the topic: disintegration, self-determination, prophecy, and manifestation. And when the like of Saturino talked about the impediments of South Sudan, it was a prophecy and a manifestation that happened in 2011. Was he not a prophet? He was a prophet. Yalla Sudanin le gadi no kulish wallahi yuduna al-habibi al-ard al-khadra wa hiya kunna ananas kida wele. It will be a cry in the wilderness. I know I am in the room of the Equatorial nationalists, and I must be very careful what I'm saying. And I am here to accept all the arrows and the blows and
hit Bija, and I'm ready for it. And I always talk of what is called a critical mass. I know many a times, I see my color, I don't hide myself. I'm a proud National Salvation Front member, and I'm fighting for my ideals that I believe. But yet, when it comes to what is called a land, I always term it as an existential threat. Period. The day I open a room in the clubhouse in my name, it will be banana. Also, that is my one personal view. Okay? But I wanted to salute son of Equatoria. I have said my words.
I think who left? The Kilbir Jabari.
Because what he said to me sums up the whole game. You see, I was initiated as a Muyumi from my tribe because we are nearing the Latugas and we have this Muyumian society thing. And we are defenders of land. When it comes to land, Ukalama Gadinu Kuluhina, Kalam Fare, to me, I will not buy it. I will not hold it as a word. This country is not one, and therefore the people. But we have been lumped by the historical artifacts and the shared struggles of contemporary realities to fight, the common enemy, not to be oppressed. Because all of us were partakers, and we voted for this country. And I don't think that. I fought, the Tarabeza. And I was an SPLM member. Sudan, every tribe, community is a one person you represent under so long it is for the good of Fajr. No, that's not it. We must be represented in all the structures of the zone. Otherwise, no one is here to buy into this nonsense. Not going to be. And a lot of things have been said here, and I heard it. You see, from the National Army to the basketball team, who do you think you are lying to? Think about it. Let us be honest. Is it to the real honesty, all of us? I always say it in these rooms. I'm a Lafontonian from Lafon County. This Lafon will one day be a nation. Even to my brothers in the nationalists, we will come and ask you, Nena, I'm coming to you. Unless I am very sure, right, Bitai, Dominic, Wenu, Mama, Gata, Sanda, it is something else. Okay? To be very clear with ourselves. Now, disintegration of South Sudan is very possible. Very, very possible. And self-determination is the choice. But my fear is that it's not going to go for a self-determination. It is going to be disintegration by force and by power. Now, whether you like it or not, you will accept it. Think about it. They say they don't want it to do anything to do with South Sudan. And by the way, here, where I stay in Europe, I engage them, try to talk to them. And their argument is very convincing to me. Galea Dominic,
Yeah, we don't want it to retaliate, because in any retaliation, it is our sons and our daughters that are dying. Innocent people. We need to develop. We have the oil in our land. We have our resources. Why can we not use the potentials of our God-given rights in terms of the endowments of the nation to develop ourselves? And so you guys have the right. And I got some people from, the Farati people, the Luos. And by the way, I will not wanted to apologize to our Luo brothers that we left them in areas with Baragazanda. They are really suffering. And some of them are saying, we are here. And I was in Khartoum when the Luo said that they are not Jurchol. Because Jur, what the guy did, the Jur is a foreigner. Chol. That's all. Because I'm a Luo. I know it. They stayed in a conference debate with Uncle Fiha Yusuf Shibla, debate with Uncle. He is now late. Ukel Abang.
Manos Gennaro. Gennaro.
Gennaro Fia generally Uncle Ukel with Yusuf. He was after the chairman of Yusuf.
Yeah.
Debate with how? And they say no, in equivocal language that we are not Jurchon, we are Luo. We're not Joe Luo. We're not Joe Luo. And they spoke it. There's a problem. This is South Sudan. What did the matter with? It's all the Ismu, Ismu, and then they chase him out of the clubhouse. Luan, Ushala. That's Uchala. You chase him. You think what if you guys, you get against Luchala. And you think he's a threat. So he needs to be kicked out. Because he's talking about his own Luo thing. Do you think that there are not Luos who are having the same sentiment as Lower Lajal that are actually metamorphosing up? And the thing that they will come up. I'm just talking. Unless if I'm taking too much time, but give me the indulgence of the time. Let me.
You're very welcome, brother. You're very welcome. Go ahead. I mean, and this Alex
to address this question of disintegration.
Yeah.
And there are people, they Luos in Maragazal. Because when you talk of Western Maragazal, you only talk about the Fartit. The Luos in Maragazal are not being represented. Where are they from this equation? You see? Where are they? Is it? And when you come to Western Equatoria, you come to Eastern Equatoria, Western Equatoria, where are the magnitudes? So when we are talking of disintegration and self-determination has to be a right to be granted. It is the government that has to approve this thing. There is no central government. Yazol, Pimalaish, Pinas, people of different interests, which the government that you people purported to be a government cannot even hold them together as a people. So disintegration is a viable option that is coming. Whether you like it or not, you will grind your teeth. Zay maral gule gumaderi kori kashan mate pun ar benis bala. She'll bite her teeth. Inta der will inta male. That's what. Wait a matter now. So those utopic concepts of what is a state in the mind of the surrogate kids of the young times of the vendors is not akin to what is there even in the books and the research that were written. I don't know anything anyway. I don't know anything, but I will go and read and I will substantiate my information and say, thank you.
Even words, vocabularies. And by the way, when I went to the land of the Queen, I thought all these people know the vocabularies, big grammar. I started talking to them. I said, what do you mean? So they say, you see, you talk a very simple English. Is, what, they, why, kida. We shall not be found. And I start talking the same language. Very you can understand. That is Sudan. Now, Junubin, we were part of yesterday's Sudan. Let us ask ourselves this fundamental question. Why did we fall this contradiction to Sudan? Which is impossible in our contemporary South Sudan. I'm just trying to answer this question. عشان ما في زول يحلم. And look, through the memory line, احنا بدأنا نشتغل من 200 right from the time to that, the Turks. And when the Sudanese decided to deny us of the participation in the first day of January 1956, when they raised the flag, Mohammed Assari was there to pronounce that we are proud to announce this independence of Sudan because we are Muslims, we are Arabs, because we have come to this land to spread knowledge, integrity, and all these things, cement the beginning of the failure of this country, and did it in 2011. Do you think that history doesn't repeat itself? It repeats itself. Why? Because we are sentimental naives. And because we have fought that establishment from 1955, 2 years from our independence, we fought this war. Very bitter true war of creating an identity. So choose what you want. He wanted to go to a path that will take us to our prosperity. Oh, you want Al Kalam al Betasal, the clubhouse, the counter rooms, or rooms there for me. It's just good to inform our thinking about what is happening. And I congratulate you people who are here, the owners of this room. Because there's a tit for tat. They go to their rooms, they throw you nonsense, they will say, they come to you, you insult them the same thing. And they will go with their pain in their hearts. And then the next day will happen, and we'll come to the clubhouse and we will learn something. Is it not true? As I told you, I don't want to call me a bastard. Like, it's stupid. I know we are good. أنا عملت لك ولا يا ماما أنا أقول لك تيجي نفس الكلام. حلو يا ماما موضوع بتاعي أنا لما نجي في الروم زي ده when we have to talk about fundamental issues, it is not something that needs to be compromised. As a person that is being initiated through this Munyomi society, that was consistent in Equatoria. I'm a defender of the land. I'm now an advisor. Why? Because I have protected these young people. Now they are protecting me because of what I have done to them. And by the way, we are aging. Soon or later, well, I know this will do as I had. And now, أنا بدو كانوا لونس كلام كويس أنا بدو كان ما جرى ألبو كلونس كلام كويس أنا بدو أساعد أيتها. That is how we have been initiated. Kanu nisu I'll be respected will come to me. Chidwam, can't do one in the Albitai. I'll pick up Munyomi, Munyagi defender. Can big up Minas, the ring, and become in the war. That is how we are. And we need to protect the land in the same way that the youngs are protecting, the old, because the land is older than us. I'm a geologist. The land is over 4.567 billion years. from a geological point of view. Like in the faith bitana, and I don't want to speak something very bad against Nas and believe in Roman Akida, and I believe that God is there. You know, who study like that? Okay, you know, God created the earth, because when you look at the supernova, you think it is a joke. But even in geology, you will find that there are something that you find in other places that you don't even expect. You know, to find it so there. You know, so I wanted to stop here. Knowing that I will never break my back. It's a man that I've named folk that I'm a ninja. That's why my foot is the foot of a ninja. And the brains is just to stay. I'm not about to stay here. Kita gidi je stay tarafnya ya. Didi, أنا كلامي كيف هنا. شكرا يا ماما. خلاص يا جماعة أنا ماشي خلاص أنا ماشي من النوم بعدين أنا مسافر للكونفرنس.
All right, thank you. أنا give chance to Mariel did. Thank you, brother Robert. Mariel did. أنا كان عندي سؤال لكن أنا كده بنتظر Dominic. If you can wait later, I will ask you that question. I forgot, not forgot, but I just wanted to kind of like gather some things and yeah. But go ahead, Mariel did. I don't hear him. Do you hear me, guys? Okay.
Yes, we're hearing.
Cool, yeah. Cool. While Mariel did is still trying to figure out what's going on with his phone, let me ask Dominic. I think I remember the question now. Based on what you were saying, the land. You know, there is a claim right now in Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal, that they also have issue of land. Do you really think when Equatoria talk about land, it's completely different from the Upper Nile? And do you think there is genuineness in that claim? And why Equatoria, when they talk about land, it has so much deep any connection to the extent that they will even go to the extent of standing out without any hesitation to speak out. This is their land compared to Upper Nile, because I noticed that Upper Nile now are talking about land. Before they were talking about grudges, conflict. So I wonder, do you think they are the same? Compare when Equatoria talk about their land and Upper Nile talking about their land. Thank you. While Merdit had to figure out his phone.
You see, they know the short answer is no. Land is the land. See, the Cholo are crying about the land as much as the Ecuadorians are crying the land. If you ask the Parati, they were crying about the land. Yes, there's another person from Manua, and for example, I will crying about the land. Land is the land. Land is a heritage. Land is everything. Land is an existence. It's not much difference.
But my question.
The problem.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, go ask. Go ahead.
You said land is a land. I don't disagree on that, but my question is, there is, like, for us as an Equatorian nationalist or so-called separatist, we kind of notice something between us and Upper Nile Bahar Ghazal. When we talk about our land, we don't just generally focus on the word of land. We have essence of it, like we have a deeper connection to that. Compared to Upper Nile, I see when it comes to land, they always say, oh, and they want to kind of tie us with the brotherhood when we are not brothers, or we are all one people. One people on what side? Like the flag, we didn't even choose the flag. The constitution, we didn't even choose the constitution. Government, we didn't choose the government. So everything is opposite what we are saying. When we talk about the land, we have a reason to stand up, because remember, even Equatoria has territories were taken by force against our will to other countries. So that's why I say there is a difference, but I don't know you said you kind of like there is no difference in land. I understand, but what do you see the Upper Nile have connection with? Because I want to know the Upper Nile and Bahr Ghazal seems to force themselves to say there is a connection, and I want to know what that connection is. If we talk about North Sudan, we already separated. The government, nothing connects us now. So please tell me, enlighten us. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah.
When you talk about connections with land, you know, land is where you belong. For example, to talk about, let's generalize Equatoria. Equatoria has a land from Nadapal to Aksa West, then from Terigeta to New. Okay, when you talk about this land, everybody has his attachment. This is the land I'm talking about. So for the Equatorian, their lands are their land. Land is a land for them. It is a precious gift from their ancestors to the country. And the same for the Sholo, the same for the Dinka who now live in their geographical configuration that they are in, whether they are Will and Warab and Jongole, Lake State, that is their land. Okay? So land is just a land to them. It is their existence. And there is an attachment to it. Yeah? Now, this expansionist theory will create an existence threat, especially in our contemporary realities. Prior and after, 1966. That's our borders. That's where we are. You see? So everybody has an attachment to this ancestral land. Now, whether for holiday destination, for recreation, for connecting with the ancestors, that's your area. You go to it. That's my meaning. Now, you type the Equatorians about their land, they will jump in the air. They will create a voltron, even if they have disagreement. Now, where are you like it now? You type the Sholo. And by the way, even the Sholo today, they are fighting about that. The Abele, for example, they came out categorically for their land. Why? Because to them, that is an existence. This is a kingdom that has been there for more than 600 years of an existence. Now you just wanted to just wipe it when they have their kings.
May I ask you, Brother Dominic, why are you speaking on a land that is not yours? Why can't you, for example, because if you're trying to put it in comparison, because you talk about the Sholo for how many years? Yes.
The examples,
yes.
You see,
because
when
yes.
When you are writing, there are correlations that you have to do.
Absolutely.
That does not mean that you are neglecting what you are.
Yes, because I want us.
I've already spoken about the Equatorial land.
Yeah, because I want to talk. Sorry, my question. Maybe you didn't understand. I wanted to know from our, because some people trying to understand Equatorial, because it's like, when you speak on the other side and you come from different side, you will confuse the others who don't know you. They will believe that you are from the other side instead of from the side that you come from. Because what I want is that, to kind of like state why Equatorial, because you are an Equatorian, you know the value of land and you have already stated it. And I want you to kind of like focus on that and why this land is important, and in questioning, and putting this similarity or comparison what's the other side, or what that land means to them. And you mentioned the time of the tribes of Sholo, respectfully, but I'm talking about us as Equatorian, because there's a difference between us and them in that idea. Yes, sir.
Land is as important as an existence. It is an existence to anybody, because remember, true Odysseus, it's not being cunning like your name and all this kind of stuff. But when you ask any question, it is bad. And questions over questions. Anyway, I'll give you the answers. But also, you'll be patient with me because it will prolong.
I apologize. Sorry. I didn't want to take your... Yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that. If I pressured you, was not putting questions. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but when you ask me, because I know you're trying to drive to a particular thing, there are answers that I don't have to give you the steps, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I ask you, in a general that. For example, you ask about the land. I said my land is very important as a Lafontonian, by the way. Let me give you an example from us in Lafon. Up to this Sahara Tingile was our land, by the way. As Paris, is Lafon. Our borders, Bijil Hadid and Burhina. It ends with Lokoya. في Sahara هنا بتاع Tabosa. And our borders, إلى حد في لورو. When the tenants, they came, and over the years, في محل في استكم تانا ده Dubai, they've been there. You see, these are the details that some of you who are young folks, you will never know. But as a Monumi, I know, because these are part of our initiation. I don't want the troubles with people going through the roads to be, and we have to, mediate among us. So, land are very important as an existence, as a threat. I talk of an existential threat, But for some reason, they are here and there. I have to correlate about the importance of land to every person, because that was the first question that you asked, by the way. You ask about their land. When it comes to their land, they can defend it. When it comes to other people, they were very quickly, to come and say that, we are here to live together, 100 years, blah, 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 and all this kind of nonsense. And this is our land that they can live in it and not even the land. And somebody will come and say, well, Equatoria is a land for the 64 tribes. Really? Are you not insane? Instead of saying South Sudan is a country for the 64 tribe, I would say, okay, كل زول يركب في محل بتاع كله كري يركب في شجرة بتاعه إنت شجرة رافعة وين زي أقوده يا زول مش هتركب فوقه from 156 إن شاء الله مش هيركب في شجرة بتاعه ده باكا ده أنواع ده مش عارف وكده all the 60 plus tribe and if they coexist together as far as بكل مكونات كل زول يركب في بتاعه. And then let us come from there as a point of reference. Right? Now, and this is the biggest challenge, by the way. You see, whether it is for us in Equatoria or Carabo drive conductor as Equatoria, I think Lene Kalam.